When the leader of the Ultimate One sect smiled, every scale on his body seemed to shine. The new force inside his body made his voice no longer as mild as water but as irresistible as the thunders in the sky. Don't you see, Yenji? Everything has been within the Ultimate One sect's plan. For the last 100 years, we have been pulling your nose. Everything you did was merely to clear all the obstacles for the Ultimate One sect. What? Ba Yenji's face paled. Every wound on his body was opening like the lips of a baby, but there was no more blood that could flow out right now. He bellowed, "It's impossible. It's simply impossible." The leader of the Ultimate One sect explained, 100 years ago, the Ultimate One sect was the first to produce the Ultimate One demon soldiers with the divine water of Kunlun. We plan to unite the 3,000 sectors with the demon soldiers and wreathe all the stars in the universe in the radiance of the righteous Ultimate One sect. However, other sects soon copied the formulas of the divine water of Kunlun through the captives or the bodies of the Ultimate One demon soldiers, and they created various kinds of demon soldiers of their own. Our great plan suffered a minor setback. More importantly, as more and more demon soldiers were created in the cultivation sects, the problem that they could not be controlled gradually surfaced. Mutinies were happening all the time. The Ultimate One sect was also a victim of such uprisings. We experienced dozens of insurrections ourselves. How were we going to control the 3,000 sectors if it went on like that? Hee. Right at that time, you rose up and declared war on the world of cultivators. The Ultimate One sector gathered all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage and discovered, after thorough deduction and calculation, that the fire of insurgency could not be extinguished. Even Ba Yenji failed and died, a third Ba Yenji would stand up. It was better to go with the trend than to blindly resist it. If we could not unite the universe as cultivators, what's wrong with achieving our purpose as demons? For 100 years, your army led the charge in the front line, helping us annihilate countless hostile sects and cultivators whom we have wanted to kill for a long time. The core members of the Ultimate One sect, on the other hand, lurked in the darkness after we pretended to be destroyed by you and continued our experiment and refinement. We gathered the divine water of Kunlun of different formulas from countless sects and tested them on mortals. After decades of experiments, we have finally created the most perfect, divine water of chaos. Look at our new bodies. How impeccable, how splendid, and how magnificent. This should be the real appearance of demons. In the meantime, the members of the Ultimate One sect gradually leaked into your army, too. The universe is too large a place, and you've been dedicated to the war on the front line all this time. How would you know what was happening in a certain sector among the sea of stars? Hee. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth now. While you were fighting bloody battles in the front line, the Ultimate One sect took control of more than 300 sectors. The bumpkins have just left their farmland and washed their feet clean. Do they know anything about the management of a city or a province? They will still have to count on us in the end. Even your army of billions of soldiers has been seriously infiltrated by us from your logistics to your combat units. Oh, right. It is not appropriate to call us the Ultimate One sect anymore. Right now, we are the Ultimate One demons. We are the supreme dominators of the demon race. Dozens of crystal bombs seemed to be exploding inside Ba Yenji's throat at the same time. He could not utter a word. Yenji, I have always thought highly of you, the leader of the Ultimate One sect praised. You accomplished every task assigned to you satisfactorily without any complaint. Even such an arduous mission as to clear our enemies for us has been completed by you. Right now, the Empyrean Terminus sect, the greatest force of the cultivators, as well as most of the remnants of the cultivators, have been annihilated by you. The demon soldiers that are loyal to you suffered heavy casualties, too. This is the perfect occasion for the rise of the Ultimate One demons. We are finally realizing our dream of uniting the universe. You should be greatly credited. Ha! Ha ha ha. Ba Yanji's face turned from pale into purple. He vomited a mouthful of blood. You have even given up the heritage of the Ultimate One sect? As the leader of the Ultimate One sect, you are willing to turn from a cultivator into a demon? Don't you understand? Cultivators have no future now, the leader of the Ultimate One sect sneered. For thousands of years, the 3,000 sectors have been attacking each other, and all the spiritual energy and crystals are now running dry. Cultivation is based on the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy. What's there to cultivate if you don't have spiritual energy? It is the reason the cultivator's training has been becoming more and more difficult, and there have been fewer and fewer mortals whose spiritual root was awakened in the past 1,000 years. I remember that, 400 years ago, when I first joined the Ultimate One sect, even my least talented fellow disciples would be given 5 crystals monthly for their training. Also, because of the dense spiritual energy in the headquarters of the Ultimate One sect, the speed of training was very fast. It was not unusual for one to advance into the next level after only a couple of years. However, by the time I became the leader of the Ultimate One sect, the few mother lodes in our territory had all been emptied. Even the most talented disciples were offered only 2 crystals every month. As for the common disciple without impressive aptitude, they were given a scattered crystal the size of a peanut every 3 months. The density of the spiritual energy in our headquarters had become much thinner, too. Under such circumstances, even those who advanced into the next level every 10 years were prodigies. That was the legendary Era of Doom. The Era of Doom is the end for the cultivators. However talented and determined you are, without spiritual energy and crystals, your endeavor will only be in vain. You must adapt yourself in difficult times. In the Era of Doom, cultivation is a dead end. We must find a new training system in order to survive. Whichever of the thousands of sects in the 3,000 sectors understood the logic would be able to move faster than others, and they would be the dominators of the universe. Hee hee. As it turns out, it was us who understood the logic first. Drink the divine water of Kunlun and turn into demons. The focus of the training of demons is the minor universe inside their bodies so that they can trigger the force deep within. Their demand for natural spiritual energy is much smaller than cultivators. Besides, the 3,000 sectors have been wrecked by the cultivators. In the harsh, blighted new worlds, demons have more advantages to survive. Therefore, in the Era of Doom that can potentially last tens of thousands of years, demons will certainly be the dominators of the 3,000 sectors. Maybe, after a long period of rest, the spiritual energy in the universe will become dense again, and crystals will be generated one more time. The Era of Doom will come to an end. By then, our descendants will naturally turn from demons into human beings again, and we will inherit and pass on the legacy of the righteous Ultimate One sect. Ba Yanji did not know that the leader of the Ultimate One sect had been thinking so far ahead, nor did he expect that he had been involved in the Ultimate One sect scheme since 100 years ago. He could barely stand on his feet now. Right then, the shouts and yells on the ground were louder and louder. Another troop of demon soldiers with finely made armors charged into the battlefield, with 2 words carved on their breastplates. Ultimate One. Ba Yanji shook hard and almost fell from the sky. He moaned in disbelief, Shao Chongsheng, you've defected, too? He hasn't defected. Your deputy commander Shao Chongsheng has been with the Ultimate One demons all the time, the leader of the Ultimate One sect said casually. Yanji, do you know your biggest weakness? You are too innocent and naive. You don't know how to understand people. You always prefer to classify others according to their species. In the past, you thought that cultivators were good and the demonic cultivators were bad. Later, you thought that cultivators were bad and demons were born good, kind, and righteous. So, you trusted and supported all the demons unconditionally and without a prejudice. As your leader in the past, and considering your contributions to our cause, I will give you one last lesson. You cannot divide people in such a way. There are no distinctions between humans and demons, deities and devils, cultivators and demonic cultivators. They are absolutely the same. There are only two kinds of people in the world, winners and losers. Of 10,000 people, there can only be one winner. The remaining 9,999 people are all losers. When we were cultivators, I was the winner, and you and those ants were the losers. Right now, we are demons. I am still the winner, and you and the ants will be stomped on and end up being our servants, slaves, and cannon fodder again. One day, when the era of doom passes and demons turn back into human beings, we will still be winners, and you will still be grass, ants, and dust beneath our shoes. Do you believe it? Do you understand why you are wrong? The resources of the world are limited. If there are 10,000 people, it is already not bad if one of them can be fed. The remaining 9,999 people are destined to starve. But right now, you are trying to feed 9,999 people out of the 10,000? Isn't it the most hilarious dream? You've been living in that dream for 100 years. Finally, you've woken up now. Any last words before your death? Ba Yanji staggered and waved his hands hard, as if he were trying to find a solid wall in the air to lean on. He breathed hard, with desperation leaking out of his every pore. He struggled to say, "But I don't understand. The divine water of Kunlun can turn spiritual animals into demon beasts. Why didn't you create an army of demon beasts to fight you instead of bringing disaster to the innocent ordinary people?" The leader of the Ultimate One sect smiled. Animals are too stupid. It is not easy to control them even after they are modified into demon beasts. However, that is just an insignificant reason. The more important reason is that spiritual animals are too precious. Breeding a spiritual animal will consume a lot of time and effort. In a world where spiritual energy is running dry, herding spiritual animals is already extremely difficult. Isn't it too wasteful to modify them into demon beasts? In the meantime, the lowborn are everywhere like wild grass. Isn't it much more cost-effective and convenient to modify them than to work on the spiritual animals? Ba Yanji was more than infuriated and shocked. Cost-effective? What are the lives of ordinary people in your eyes? Are they even no match for the spiritual animals? Of course not, the leader of the Ultimate One sect remarked casually. How can the ants and grass be compared to the divine birds and beasts? The words slashed Ba Yanji right in the face like an invisible blade. He roared and pointed his broken saber at the leader of the Ultimate One sect. Wang Qianni, I will show you the strength of the grass and ants. I am not in a hurry to kill you. Why do you have to ask to be killed? The leader of the Ultimate One sect considered him as nothing more than a fish swimming in a cooker, not bothered by his fury at all. Right now, there is no hope for you. However, considering your contributions to the Ultimate One demons, I will give you one last opportunity. Abandon everything in your past and join the Ultimate One demons. After all, the name of Ba Yanji has some value among the demons. Under your name, the demons that are scattered in all the 3,000 sectors can be unified and will submit to the flag of Ultimate One faster. Do not turn down the offer hastily. Look down. The demon soldiers loyal to you are being massacred, and their family in the REA will soon be controlled by the Ultimate One demons, too. The life and death of those people all depend on your decision. Ba Yanji was dazed. His arm that clutched the broken saber was shaking slightly. Also, with a pair of mysterious eyes, the leader of the Ultimate One sect said casually, I know that you took away a stone back when you were exploring the mysterious black spring on the infinite planet. Hand the stone over to me, and I guarantee that all of your subordinates will be spared. It is even possible that I will give a few sectors to you. Ba Yanji rolled his eyes and observed in a coarse voice, so, you've known about the existence of the divine stone of Kunlun all along. I remember it now. 10 years ago, somebody tried to assassinate me. At that time, I thought that they were sent by the cultivators. But as I thought about it carefully later, I found that their target was not me but the divine stone of Kunlun. The assassins were sent by you, weren't? I will trust you no more, Wang Qianni. You think I don't know the secret of the divine stone of Kunlun? The cave on the infinite planet was probably a relic of the Pangu clan in the primeval era, and the Black Spring was also left by the Pangu clan. The divine stone of Kunlun was a map of the Pangu clan. Whoever unravels the secrets inside the divine stone of Kunlun will be able to set off to Kunlun, where they will find the real legacy of the Pangu clan. You want to swindle me out of the divine stone of Kunlun? In your dreams. Ba Yanji burst into laughter. His shaking arm became as tough as iron again. He clenched the handle of the saber so hard that the skin on his palm broke. His blood vaporized into red steam and circled around the incomplete body of the saber, extending its aura to almost 100 meters long before he slashed at the leader of the Ultimate One sect. The leader of the Ultimate One sect kept his hands behind his back and did not dodge at all. The mystic rays that were flowing among his scales congregated into a raging dragon above his head that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the bloody aura of blade that Ba Yanji triggered, leaving absolutely nothing. Capture him alive. We must elicit the whereabouts of the divine stone of Kunlun from him, the leader of the Ultimate One sect said casually. However, a deafening explosion echoed below everyone's feet. A gargantuan floating mountain, which had hidden in the ground deeply earlier, was now rising into the sky again and soon surpassed everyone's head. Li Yao observed carefully, only to discover that there was a bull-headed, muscular man more than 10 meters tall below the floating mountain. The bull-headed muscular man pushed up a floating mountain that must have weighed thousands of tons by force with his magnificent arms and even soared into the sky. The crazy action drained the energy of every mitochondria inside his every cells. Every inch of his skin was exploding, as if fireworks of blood were blossoming on his body. The floating mountain turned into an unstoppable warship, and he turned into the spurting exhaust flames of the warship. Zhang Niur. Ba Yanji was shocked, his tears flowing out. Hiu. The bull-headed muscular man broke apart all of a sudden, turning into a cluster of bloody fire. The immense impetus pushed the floating mountain into a shooting star that darted toward the Ultimate One demons brutally. Before his body crumbled, Zhang Niur finally recovered his speech, which had been confined for 100 years. He roared in a voice that could split the sky and the earth, "Big brother, go now." The floating mountain rocketed at a high speed, triggering flames that looked like red lotuses. The flames dyed the black and white world red and eventually burnt the cold, cruel illusionary world into ashes. In nothingness, Li Yao sensed that many telepathic thoughts were flashing fast. Ba Yanji had come to the end of his life. It was his last memory piece. The new illusionary world was the underground temple in the Mausoleum of Chaos. However, it seemed to be a time when the Mausoleum of Chaos had just been built. At least, the statue of the member of the Pangu clan at the center of the temple was not there, and the scale of the temple was not as impressive as the present day. The place was indeed an enormous war base. Countless demon soldiers were busy at work inside the temple. Out of his expectations, Li Yao saw a lot of cultivators on the spot, too. Perhaps, under the pressure of the Ultimate One demons, the mortal enemies in the past had been left with no choice except to collaborate with each other now. Ba Yanji was no longer as sharp and magnificent as he had been in the previous illusionary worlds. He was already very old. His beard and hair, which used to protrude out, were now dangling down from his forehead and chin like weeds that had dried up. His body was no longer brawny and turned into a mere skeleton, with wrinkled skin attached to it in multiple layers, which made him both ugly and look sleazy. His left arm and left leg had completely vanished. However, the wounds had not recovered but were enveloped in purple venomous fog, indicating that he had been suffering from the pain of corrosion. But his back was still as straight as a spear, just like 100 years ago. Ba Yanji was sitting cross-legged on a complicated, enormous array, surrounded by colorful, octagonal spiritual stripes. He was holding a vintage wooden bowl that was filled with a deep, green liquid. There was nothing to heat the bowl, but the bowl seemed to be boiling, with bubbles popping up non-stop. "Great General, you can't take it." One of the weasel-like demon soldiers was trying to talk him out of it. "Green General, you have been experimented on with different formulas of the divine water of Kunlun countless times in the past 100 years. Your body is deformed and in an utter mess. We cannot determine how many impurities are inside your blood even when all of us analyze it together. The latest divine water of Kunlun was produced by mixing the raw divine water of Kunlun with almost 100 types of poison. It is a byproduct in a perilous accident. We have experimented on the thunder mammoths that weigh dozens of tons with the liquid, with more failures than successes. Some of the thunder mammoths were indeed modified into more terrifying beasts, but the majority of them were killed on the spot. Great General, you cannot take such a ferocious medicine randomly. Should there be anything wrong, your body will be destroyed, and your cause will be no more. Great General, please think about it carefully. I've made up my mind, Ba Yanji replied calmly and resolutely. We've finally got rid of the pursuit of the Ultimate One demons after so much trouble and fled to this place. We are so close to the real Kunlun. I cannot allow our endeavor to be sabotaged because of my insufficient strength. Strength. I need more strength. Only after we find Kunlun can we expect to compete with the Ultimate One demons, to avenge our families, and to take back the entire universe. Ba Yanji raised his head and drank all the simmering green liquid. The spiritual stripes that were dancing around him suddenly accelerated. The runes all shone and shot into his body rapidly. After each rune that entered his body, Ba Yanji's eyes would become slightly larger. His dried body was being filled up again. His bones were expanding inch by inch, tearing apart his skin, healing it, tearing it apart again, and healing it again. Ho! Inhuman roars echoed from Ba Yanji's expanding chest. The entire process of evolution that took billions of years seemed to be played backwards on his body fast. At first, his canine teeth protruded out, and golden hair grew all over his body. He turned into an enormous ape more than 10 meters tall. His body continued expanding, with dense bone spurs extending out of his skull and his spine, shining coldly like the sharpest sabers. Then, his hair disappeared, his skin was replaced by thick hide, his hands turned into spiky claws, his head was twisted, and his bloody mouth was enlarged with dense tusks protruding. Eventually, 2 huge bones pierced out of his shoulder blades and continuously grew. 2 layers of bright green membranes grew out of the bones, turning them into 2 massive wings. Feathers, wings, claws, tails, antlers. After displaying the features of almost 100 different ferocious beasts, he was even showing the fins and the characteristics of certain shellfish. Li Yao clearly sensed that Ba Yanji was going further and further down the path of atavism. Maybe at the beginning, he had still been able to tame his genes and only reveal the features of apes, smilodons, or tyrannosaurs. But very soon, the force went out of his control as he assumed the appearance of the Sarcosuchus, iron turtles, and nautilus. Ba Yanji was returning to the beginning point of evolution and the original form of all life. In the end, he turned into a cluster of a thick, translucent liquid that looked like glue, with materials shining in the middle like stars. Maybe, this was the real appearance of chaos in the legends. For some reason, Li Yao recalled the chaotic blood demon on the skeleton island whose genes completely collapsed because of the strengthening drugs overdose. Perhaps he was not killed, either, he was simply back to the original point of evolution. The demons and cultivators nearby were all greatly shocked, but there was nothing they could do about the translucent fluid. A moment later, the cluster of fluid wriggled slowly and condensed into the shape of a human being one more time. Arms, feet, and facial organs gradually appeared, too. Ba Yanji resumed his appearance from his peak years. He was even more perfect than that time, with the dominating aura resembling that of the Ultimate One demons flowing around him before. "Great General, you've made it." All the demons were overjoyed. "Yes. I've made it." Ba Yanji's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he seemed to be collapsing into fluid again. However, he stopped the trend hard with his unbelievable tenacity. He observed his hands that were full of strength carefully, and he grinned. "Let's go and find Kunlun." The scene was slowly frozen in the echo of Kunlun. Then, it was the last illusionary world. Li Yao's soul appeared in the secret chamber more than 20,000 meters below the ground that could block radiation and spiritual waves, and he was staring at the thick fluid inside the crystal pool in midair. The fluid seemed to be a quiet ocean that boasted its own self-awareness. Now and then, a tiny spindrift would be raised, and thousands of telepathic thoughts would spurt out. The telepathic thoughts formed bright gold, dotted lines in midair. When the lines connected, brilliant stars were formed. The number of stars grew larger and larger, expanding into one galaxy after another. It was a star map, one that was meant to guide the latecomers to find Kunlun. Boom! As billions of stars flooded into Li Yao's brain as if a dam had collapsed, the explosive force immediately blew him out of the memory pieces of Ba Yanji and pushed him back to the depths of the white-silver death desert. He was illuminated by various colors, as if he were crouching inside an enormous egg made of glass. While Li Yao was in the deep meditative state, intense streams of heat were emitted from his body without him knowing. The high temperature melted the sand and generated such a weird eggshell. Ugh, cold sweat was popping up of his forehead non-stop, and he was shaking. The gory scenes of war were still flashing in front of his eyes, with the echoes of shouts and yells. He did not calm down again until he breathed steadily for a whole minute. He had never had such experience after he forming the ultimate core. Clutching the hidden star box that looked like a crystal brain, Li Yao felt stunned. Although he had guessed that demons and human beings might have shared the same origin, he had never thought that the truth would be so cruel and unpredictable. There are no distinctions between humans and demons, deities and devils. There are only winners and losers. The hideous laughter of the leader of the Ultimate One sect was still echoing right beside his ears. He could not help but bite his lips hard until his hot blood was flowing out. So, this is the truth. Li Yao rubbed his face hard and quickly sorted through everything that happened 40,000 years ago. First of all, Ba Yanji was indeed chaos and the creator of the demon race, but his creation was quite coincidental. Ba Yanji used to be merely the manager of the infinite planet for the Ultimate One sect. The infinite planet was just a remote, barren, and underdeveloped planet in the territory of the Ultimate One sect. Judging from Ba Yanji's demeanor, he could not have been very popular in the Ultimate One sect. Apparently, nobody liked him, and it was sort of a banishment to assign him to the infinite planet. However, as it turned out, Ba Yanji discovered a relic of the Pangu clan on the infinite planet, where there was a black spring and a mysterious stone that were left by the Pangu clan. Li Yao did not know what was on Ba Yanji's mind at that time. Whatever his purpose was in the beginning, he had kept the stone to himself. Later, it was the time of war. The water of the black spring boasted the marvelous effect of curing the incurable, despite the side effect of growing horns, tails, and dense hair. Left with no other choice, Ba Yanji was forced to promote it on the infinite planet and created the first batch of demons. Li Yao did not know how he should comment on Ba Yanji's action, but he put himself in Ba Yanji's shoes. If one of his family members was heavily wounded, and it was the only way to treat them, he was afraid that he would have resorted to the medication, too. Human beings. What are human beings? If a thing has the soul of a human being but a completely different shell, are they human beings, too? The question had once raised heated debates in the history of the Star Glory Federation, when the rights of the spectral cultivators were being acknowledged. The spectral cultivators were a whole new life form that was the combination of the soul of human beings and artificial bodies. The artificial body was not necessarily the shape of a human being. Back when Li Yao was in the Star Glory Federation, he had a good friend named Wei Qingqing. After she turned into a spectral cultivator, she had always been fond of flying everywhere in the appearance of a green bird. In the ancient times, when the spectral cultivators were mentioned, one's first impression would often be the haunting, hateful poltergeists. But things were different in the Star Glory Federation. During the unceasing war against the demon race, many soldiers of the Federal Army had been killed on the battlefield. As the drugs and magical equipment such as soul-manifesting powder and soul concentration gear were applied, more and more soldiers were saved in the form of their souls. For the soldiers who had sacrificed for their country, it was naturally inappropriate to regard their souls as hateful poltergeists. In the history of Federation, after decades of debates, the advocates of souls had won the argument in the end. From then on, the law dictated that all objects with the soul of a human being, regardless of what they looked like, would be considered human beings. Legally speaking, they would all be treated as natural people equally. After 100 years of development, citizens of the Federation had become very used to the spectral cultivators. Prejudice or distress could be rarely seen. Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, Professor Mo Xian, and many other cultivators who had turned into spectral cultivators after they died were able to contribute to the civilization of mankind in their new bodies. But what if their bodies were not artificial bodies made of crystals and metals but bizarre-looking biochemical shells whose cells had been modified on a large scale? Could the souls who resided in such bodies be called human beings? The problem was too tricky for Li Yao to answer at that moment. However, whether they were human beings or not, in the eyes of the ancient cultivators who were short of soldiers because of the prolonged war, the mutants who had drank the divine water of Kunlun were clearly the best slaves and soldiers. For the keenest cultivators, such as those of the Ultimate One sect, they even realized the difficulty of training in the era of doom and simply turned themselves into demons, too. Maybe, the Ultimate One demons were the ancestors of the Saint Blood demons and the Silver Blood demons later, and the majority of the ordinary people, or rather, the ants in their words, ended up being the Bronze Blood demons and the Black Blood demons? The scheme of the Ultimate One sect succeeded. In the era of doom, when the spiritual energy was running dry, demons were indeed a new species that were more adaptive to the harshness of the universe than the cultivators were. Swept by the flag of the bloody demon, the world of cultivators fell apart and was entirely wiped out in the end. In the heaven-splitting final battle, Ba Yanji's demon army and the Empyrean Terminus sect, the last survivors of the world of cultivators, both suffered heavy casualties, and the Ultimate One demons stole the fruit of victory without the least effort. However, the Ultimate One demons did not see one thing coming. Not only did Ba Yanji get away, he had also discovered the secrets of the divine stone of Kunlun. Kunlun. What is Kunlun exactly? Li Yao mumbled to himself. In the legends, Kunlun and Penglai were two divine mountains in the primeval era where the ancient sages lived. However, in the deepest part of his cells, from the memory of his ancestors of the primeval era, Li Yao had seen a few enormous starships whose names were Kunlun and Penglai. If Kunlun is the name of a starship left by the Pangu clan, everything will make sense. In the primeval era, the Pangu clan had a base on the infinite planet. They left a few gifts in the place, including the divine water of Kunlun and the divine stone of Kunlun, which contained the coordinates of a Kunlun warship. Maybe, they left the divine water of Kunlun in the hope that, when the creatures on the infinite planet grew certain wisdom, they would drink the water of the Black Spring and accelerate their evolution so that they could find the Kunlun warship and the legacies of the Pangu clan. Whatever the purpose of the Black Spring was, Ba Yanji, who had lost everything, could only take his chances. Leading a batch of remnants, he followed the star map inside the divine stone of Kunlun and finally reached a place that was very close to the Kunlun worship, which was here, the Blood Demon sector. However, after he made his way here, Ba Yanji's body was already extremely weak. It was impossible for him to lead a new adventure. At the last moment of his life, he drank a type of brand new, highly modified, divine water of Kunlun. More primeval cells inside his body were triggered, allowing him to advance into the highest level. But problems had been left, too. Later, his exploration must have succeeded, at least during the first time. He really found Kunlun and managed to excavate the remains of the enormous body of the Pangu clan from Kunlun. It is not hard to imagine that he also retrieved a lot of legacies of the Pangu clan from Kunlun together with the remains. Later, he studied the legacies at the center of the white-silver death desert below the star-swallowing sea, hoping to find a way to defeat the Ultimate One demons. He also created countless dangerous biochemical weapons. Li Yao suddenly realized why Ba Yanji had chosen to establish his base in such a desolate, unpopulated place. It was because Ba Yanji had been studying the most contagious, lethal stuff. Only the depths of the star-swallowing sea surrounded by the white-silver death deserver where no creatures could survive was secure enough. In such a place, even if there was an accident, the venomous gas and poison would not affect the outside world. As it turned out, accidents did take place later. At first, it was not the leakage of venomous fog or poison but that Ba Yanji's body could not hold it together any longer. He had triggered too many primeval cells. The genetic locks that controlled his body had all been shattered, forcing him to return to the original point of life and turn into a pool of thick fluid. Maybe, that was why he was addressed as Chaos. No nose, no mouth, no hands, no feet, and not a hole on his body. Were they the descriptions for Chaos in the ancient legends? However, Ba Yanji, who was in the form of Chaos, had not died yet. His unbelievable resolution supported the fire of his life to continue burning. He went on carrying out his research, and he saved his life story, the truth of the birth of the demon race, and the primeval star map that marked the location of Kunlun inside the hidden star box. Perhaps, his research could have succeeded, and Ba Yanji's subordinates who had received a lot of legacies of the Pangu clan had their chances to defeat the Ultimate One demons. But an unexpected accident suddenly destroyed the entire base. A certain weird virus spread out in the enclosed base unstoppably, triggering even crazier mutations inside the bodies of the cultivators and the demons, who killed each other until none were left. At last, the branch of demons under Ba Yanji's command was buried deep inside the great desert of a remote world along with all their secrets. As for Ba Yanji himself, he was addressed by the rulers of the following era, the winners, as Chaos and vilified as a dreadful destroyer. Li Yao could not even begin to imagine how sorrowful, painful, and desperate Ba Yanji must have been when his cells crumbled, turning him into a pool of dirty gene soup, and was forced to hide 20,000 meters below ground without access to sunlight for the rest of his life. Just the thought of such a miserable future was enough to drive someone crazy. Even so, Ba Yanji did not give up resistance. He carved the feelings when he drank the divine water of Kunlun of different formulas on the wall of the secret chamber, hoping to give some enlightenment to the latecomers. When the Netherworld Watch was scanning the tiny letters, Li Yao had taken the opportunity to study all the content and commit it to memory. Ba Yanji's writing style had the distinctive feature of the ancient cultivators. Modern demons and cultivators might not have understood what he was talking about, but Li Yao could see through it after a quick glance. Also, right now, he had received the legacy of Ba Yanji's memory pieces and perceived a lot of new things from Ba Yanji's lifelong story. It is a pity that Senior Ba Yanji failed to witness the success of his cause. Li Yao had mixed feelings. His thoughts flew back to somewhere far, far away. After Ba Yanji turned into Chaos, he had clearly continued his rebellion and caused a lot of trouble for the Ultimate One demons. According to the history books of the Star Glory Federation, 40,000 years ago, after the world of cultivators collapsed, to fight for the control over the 3,000 sectors, the demons had a civil war that lasted hundreds of years. The ancient ferocious demon skeleton dragon that Li Yao met on Boneyard was one of the competitors at the time. Now that he thought of it, the so-called civil war could have been the competition between the Chaos Demons and the Ultimate One Demons. Judging from the appearance of Skeleton Dragon, it was most likely a general of the Chaos Demons or the Ultimate One Demons, or even an extremely powerful, experimental weapon that had gone out of control and grown independent self-awareness for some reason, say, the destruction of the Chaos Demons. After Ba Yanji perished, the Ultimate One Demons secured the final victory of the Civil War. They established an enormous demon beast empire and ruled over the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years in the era of doom when the spiritual energy was low. During the long time, the Ultimate One Demons gradually evolved into the Saint Blood Demons and the Silver Blood Demons, who continued living their extravagant, aristocratic lives. The mortals in the past, on the other hand, were modified into Bronze Blood Demons and Black Blood Demons, and they asked to mine, farm, and fight. When the system developed to the highest point, the pantheon of demons and the Four Pillars system were founded. It was claimed that the social class of every demon was destined and unchangeable. The Saint Blood Demons would always be Saint Blood Demons, and it was their natural privilege to enjoy their life. The Black Blood Demons would always be Black Blood Demons, and being enslaved was their eternal fate that nobody could defy. However, a lie was always a lie. No matter how different they appeared to be, they were human beings to their bones. They were human beings who were showing different features of the cell because of genetic modification. Therefore, the demons of different social classes could mate and give birth to offspring. Due to the different genetic features inside the body of the offspring, it was possible that the original appearance of the cells was restored. It was even possible that higher strength that did not belong to them was activated, thereby exposing the lies of the Saint Blood Demons and threatening their reign. It was why the hybrids were called Chaotic Blood Demons and were despised as the filthiest lowborn, the untouchable. Such a reign is really dreadful. Too dreadful. Li Yao's chest was heaving. The history of the past 40,000 years condensed into a sharp longsword and cut apart the bafflements inside his brain, but a new question occurred to him. Are the Saint Blood Demons really extinct? The history books of both the Star Glory Federation and the Flying Star Sector stated that, after the Star Ocean Imperium was established, the Supreme Emperor led an enormous army and marched through the universe, executing all the Saint Blood Demons in the worlds that he passed and eventually wiping out all the Saint Blood Demons. But right now, Li Yao had new doubts. As the saying goes, even a rotten boat will have several useful nails. The Saint Blood Demons ruled over the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years and collected the wealth of all the 3,000 sectors. There was bound to be a huge amount of resources. Despite the change of dynasties, the astronomical wealth and heavenly materials and earthly treasures were unlikely to vanish into thin air. With such enormous resources in their possession, there were certain unlimited experts among the Saint Blood Demons. How come the Saint Blood Demons failed to resist at all when the Star Ocean Imperium rose and suffered such crushing defeats when the Supreme Emperor united the universe in only several hundred years? Is it possible? Li Yao thought of a terrifying possibility and was immediately frightened. Is it possible that the cultivators of the Ultimate One sect in the beginning, the Ultimate One Demons later, and the Saint Blood Demons in the end, were not wiped out at all? Just as the leader of the Ultimate One set said, 40,000 years ago, it was the era of doom when the spiritual energy was dry. The old methods of training and the outdated life form were no longer fit for the environment. Only by evolving into a brand new form and adopting a new training system could they expect to survive in a harsh world where there was little spiritual energy and resources. After a rest of more than 30,000 years, the spiritual energy in the universe was getting dense again. Also, the wastelands caused by the wars of the ancient cultivators were revived by the black blood demons at the cost of countless lives. Naturally, the rulers needed another evolution to change into a life form that was more suitable for the new world. Therefore, the Saint Blood demons did not go extinct at all. They merely thought that the potential of the demons had been fully exploited and that they were no longer used to the environment. Therefore, like caterpillars breaking out of their cocoons, they turned into human beings again, or perhaps, an even stronger life form. It is quite plausible on second thought. The rise of the Star Ocean Imperium was too fast and brief. Its heyday lasted for only 100 years before the nation crumbled after a failed expedition. Also, there were too many uncanny facts about the Great Expedition that could not be explained. Who can say that the Saint Blood demons were not fanning the flames? Maybe, the chaotic world after the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed was the best culture dish for the evolution of the Saint Blood demons. In the universe today, although the Saint Blood demons are no more, the winners according to the leader of the Ultimate One sect are still there. Are the doings of the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings any different from the Saint Blood demons? For a moment, the leader of the Ultimate One demons who was wearing the armor of dragon scales and the image of Xiao Xuanzi gradually melded into one. They were both laughing gloatingly toward Li Yao. There are no distinctions between humans and demons, deities and devils. There are only winners and losers. You are all ants. Li Yao felt that the blood over all his body was spurting up toward his head from which a spring seemed to be bursting out. Feeling choked, he bellowed and jerked up, jumping out of the sand that was almost 10 meters deep in only one leap. Who? Lying on the desert, Li Yao stretched out his limbs and looked up at the night sky. The universe was as boundless as ever, and the bloody moon was shining hideously. Maybe, in the depths of the boundless universe, the Ultimate One demons in the past had already established enormous forces that might have different appearances but in fact believed in the same ideology to their bones. Maybe, such forces were swallowing the stars and contaminating the universe like cancer. Li Yao watched and thought in silence, with equally scorching flames burning in his eyes that were two different colors. He suddenly stood up and placed the crystal brain that stored Ba Yanji's billions of telepathic thoughts on the desert squarely. He suddenly kneeled down and bowed toward the hidden star box respectfully. Li Yao did not know why he did it. Perhaps it was for Ba Yanji's hilarious dream, the fantasy that 9,999 people out of 10,000 could have enough food instead of one. Senior Ba, thank you. I finally know what I should do right now under your enlightenment, Li Yao mumbled to himself. The bouncing flames inside his eyes were gradually condensed into sharp brilliance. Since many innocent ordinary people were fooled into turning into demons 40,000 years ago, and now that the universe is much more stable, with denser spiritual energy in a less harsh environment, I will help the ordinary people restore their original appearances now that the era of doom is over. Since Jin Xinyue could turn from a demon into a human being, so can the other demons. Aside from the silver blood demons who are proud of their noble bloodlines, I cannot tolerate a human being modified into mouthless, mindless giant insects creeping on the ground. Taking a long breath, Li Yao was making plans solemnly, but his eyes suddenly froze. Wait. A bloody moon? I have stayed in this place for 12 hours. Li Yao almost jumped up to his feet. He had only planned to get a general idea of what was stored inside the hidden star box. He did not expect that the power of the hidden star box would be so high that he was kept in the deep meditative state for the entire day. He was wondering what was happening right now to Elder Nether Spring and the Fire Ant King. Li Yao immediately thought of something related to Elder Nether Spring. He finally understood what Elder Nether Spring was going through all that trouble for. Elder Nether Spring was not a historian. The truth of the origin of the demon race was not worth the power and investment he had dedicated to the cause at all. What he was looking for was the star map leading to Kunlun. Elder Nether Spring's purpose is the Kunlun worship. He wants to have the Kunlun worship and believes that the Kunlun worship can help him realize the rise of the third life form. Li Yao's body felt hot, and his mouth was dry. According to the memory pieces of Ba Yanji, the Kunlun worship was exactly buried, or collapsed, somewhere in the blood demon sector. Even if it was not on the planet below his feet, it had to be somewhere in the planets, satellites, or world fragments that were close to the blood demon planet. Judging from the research projects inside the Mausoleum of Chaos, there were indeed a lot of mysteries hidden in the Kunlun worship, many of which were far more advanced than the technology of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. Before, I only wanted to end the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector as quickly as possible and focus our strength on the vanguard of the Imperium of true human beings. However, considering the formidability of the Star Child, even the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector combined might not be a match for the vanguard of the Imperium of true human beings. Even if we defeat the vanguard miraculously, we will still be dead for sure when the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings comes in 100 years. Kunlun. Kunlun is our only hope. I must find Kunlun. However, as Li Yao reflected on the star map that was etched into the deepest part of his brain, he realized that it was complicated and barely understandable, like a ball of thread that had been burnt. Everybody had their specialties. Li Yao was not good at analyzing star maps, and he could not infer the specific coordinates of the so-called Kunlun or find the method to reach the place. It seems that I'll have to hand over the star map to the Occult Orbs Fellowship or Professor Mo Xian when I'm back in the Heaven's Origin sector and ask them to analyze it with the central crystal processors, Li Yao thought to himself. Since Elder Nether Spring knew about such a mysterious item as the star map of Kunlun, he certainly knew a lot of other secrets. Maybe, Elder Nether Spring was related to the Ultimate One demons. At the very least, he must have received some of the legacies of the Ultimate One demons. I have to find a way to elicit more information from Elder Nether Spring. Li Yao snapped his finger and summoned Black Wing. He rushed toward the Mausoleum of Chaos at the highest speed. In case the enemy detected him, when he was still hundreds of kilometers away from the Mausoleum of Chaos, Li Yao hid Black Wing and took out an optical camouflage cape that could completely conceal one's scent. He covered himself up without leaving the smallest gap and blended into the desert while crawling forward against the ground. It took him 3 hours to slowly move to the side of the star-swallowing sea, but the view in the lake gave him quite a surprise. In the vast star-swallowing sea, dozens of enormous floating islands supported by airbags were connected to each other by iron chains, constituting what seemed to be a castle on the water. Countless relics and treasures gradually surfaced inside much smaller airbags. They were fished up by the chains and piled up in the floating island. Following which, they were delivered to the devilish warship in midair. Countless soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were busy going about their work in order, like ants who were moving their home. Elder Nether Spring is going to run away? Li Yao pondered. On a grey devilish warship that had no marks of any emblems, Elder Nether Spring observed the scene of the delivery through the biochemical eyes that were embedded on the warship, his hands behind his back. His face was as cold as ice. Despot and Swirl stood behind him respectfully, not even daring to breath too loudly. Swirl had just finished her treatment in a biochemical slot. Her shattered wings had not entirely recovered yet, and they were cramping now and then beyond her control. How much longer will it take before we pack up and ship away all the important facilities and corpses inside the Mausoleum of Chaos? Elder Nether Spring asked coldly. 1 day and 1 night, at least. Swirl lowered her head and said, there are too many items inside the Mausoleum of Chaos. We have to examine them carefully to determine the real relics that are of value. 1 day and 1 night is already our best. I'll give you 20 hours. We will take off in 20 hours. Elder Nether Spring made the call. If there's no time for examination, don't examine it. Speed is what matters most right now. After we take off, blow up the dome of the Mausoleum of Chaos and let the star-swallowing sea drown it. Elder, Swirl hesitated. Elder Nether Spring glanced at her. There's no need to persuade me. We have been discovered. Although we do not know the stance of the mysterious expert under Jean Xinyue's command, we cannot establish research centers inside the Mausoleum of Chaos and continue our studies as we planned before. Our enemy will gladly take our trophies if we do. We must prepare for the worst. Let's simply consider that we have been completely exposed at this second. There's no need for useless talk now. As of now, activate Plan B and accelerate our operation. Let's do it as soon as all the valuable treasures and the captives are sent back to the Nether world. Despot and Swirl looked at each other in bewilderment. Swirl faltered for a moment but still struggled to suggest, we are activating our plan so quickly? But our secret weapon is still imperfect right now. We'll pay a high price if we rush into it. Indeed, Elder, Despot said with a deep voice. The more days we have, the more flawless our secret weapon will be, and the more strength it will be able to trigger. Our plan's odds of success will be much higher. Give up your impractical illusions already. Gloomy flames were burning deep inside Elder Nether Spring's eyes. He declared resolutely, don't be too greedy. There is no such thing as a perfect plan in the world. If we postpone, it is true that we weapon will be sharper, but the risk that we are exposed will be higher, too. The key to our victory is speed. We must activate the plan before anybody realizes what is going on. I have made up my mind to initiate the plan right now. The day when the millions of demon soldiers march into the Heaven's Origin sector will be the day of our rise. There will be absolutely nobody that can stop me. Elder Nether Spring is running away. But where to? In the desert almost 100 kilometers away, Li Yao lurked inside the sand like a rattlesnake. He boosted his optical cells to the maximum while he observed the black spots inside the star-swallowing sea. Elder Nether Spring's attack on the Mausoleum of Chaos with the Nether World Watch was definitely top secret. He planned to establish research centers in the desolate place, but now that he knows he has been discovered by me, it is not strange that he has decided to leave off with all the trophies to avoid risks. His devilish warships are packed with the soldiers of the Nether World Watch that have never been seen in the Blood Demon sector. They are also carrying a lot of the corpses and pieces of magical equipment excavated from the Mausoleum of Chaos, even including the fossilized member of the Panga clan. It is obvious that he cannot ship the stuff back to the Nether Spring Kingdom openly. After all, he kept everything a secret from the Silverblood nobles of the Nether Spring Kingdom. If we get to the bottom of it, the grudge between him and his brother, the Fire Ant King, and the secret of the hidden blood demons are both clandestine. Therefore, Li Yao clapped his hands. Elder Nether Spring will certainly be shipping the Nether World Watch and the treasures of chaos back to his secret base. Didn't he tell the Fire Ant King that he had also excavated a lot of residences of chaos? They must be the other war bases that Ba Yenji left on the planet. It is only natural that Elder Nether Spring transformed one of the bases into his nest. A crazy idea suddenly occurred to Li Yao. Sneak into Elder Nether Spring's nest to investigate all his secrets and his true purpose. The idea seemed to be implausible, but on second thought, it was actually quite feasible. Elder Nether Spring was a big shot of the pantheon of demons. Right now, it was the critical moment in the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. If the Red Tide plan of Jean Tui, who was the current commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race, was really endorsed by Elder Nether Spring, it would be implemented very soon. By then, Elder Nether Spring would be too occupied to bother anything else. He had already spent a lot of time in the Mausoleum of Chaos, and it was unreasonable for him to still be absent from the pantheon of demons. Therefore, he could only return to his nest to check that the important facilities and captives were properly handled at best. Then, He would have to leave for the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons immediately. When the tiger is away from a mountain, the monkeys will be kings. As long as Li Yao could sneak into one of Elder Nether Spring's vehicles and go to his nest with him, Li Yao would certainly be able to do whatever he wanted after Elder Nether Spring left. Besides, Li Yao was still short of hands right now. To strike the big shots of the Blood Demon sector, just Jin Xinhua and Li Yao were far from enough. The Fire Ant King was the key to his cause. He had to be rescued. First of all, the Fire Ant King is the leader of the Blade of Chaos and the most influential one among the low-level demons. The organization has a lot of secret branches in the Blood Demon sector, which could prove useful later. Secondly, the Fire Ant King himself is an expert in developing demonic plants and refining strengthening drugs. The Blade of Chaos has conducted profound research on cells and genes. If I want to produce reduction drugs that can turn demons back into human beings, I will have to ask for the Fire Ant King's help. But there remains one question. How will the leader of the Blade of Chaos view his identity after he learns the truth of the origins of the demon race? Anyways, I guess I'll have to get him out first. Li Yao was still 100 kilometers away from the devilish warship where the Fire Ant King was locked. The longer the distance was, the stronger the spiritual waves when he manipulated Neltharion would be. Due to the long distance, Li Yao did not dare contact Neltharion easily. I have to sneak into one of Elder Nether Spring's devilish warships. But how am I going to do it? Looking at the star-swallowing sea where tides were surging, Li Yao frowned. At least 1,000 highly vigilant soldiers of the Nether World Watch were defending the Mausoleum of Chaos perimeter. It was certainly not a good idea to swim to them. Besides, although he had a lot of experience in sneaking into starships, they were all crystal warships. The crystal warships were full of spiritual energy transmission tubes, ventilation tubes, maintenance cabins, and engine compartments. As a magical equipment expert, even if Li Yao did not know the detailed structure of a starship, he could guess a thing or two when he saw the distribution of some of the cabins. If he was not able to tell, he could still explore and examine the starship with his magical equipment. But the devilish warships were something completely different. Their working mechanism, distribution of cabins, methods of information transmission, and mostly importantly, the alert system were vastly different from those of crystal warships. Many devilish warships were produced out of enormous demon beasts. If he snuck into a random hole inside the warships, he might actually be entering the navel of the demon beast and got caught instantly. This is rather tricky. Li Yao buried himself in the sand and thought hard for a while. He drafted 100 infiltration plans in his head, but the enemy discovered him and blew up him with their demon cores in the end. He scratched his hair hard helplessly. When he raised his head again, he suddenly noticed a small black spot on the southeast coast of the star-swallowing sea. What is that? Li Yao took out a telescope from his cosmos ring and observed, only to discover that a small devilish warship was docked at the edge of the star-swallowing sea, with cargo the size of a hill next to it. Almost 100 soldiers were busy repairing and modifying the vehicle. A moment later, Li Yao realized what it was. It's a light sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos. When Li Yao reached the place, he realized that it was the sky-hunting warship that he had arrived on. The Netherworld Watch had clearly damaged the warship that was docked above the star-swallowing sea when it assaulted the Mausoleum of Chaos. Maybe, the sky-hunting warship had not been part of Elder Nether Spring's original plan, but now that he was abandoning the Mausoleum of Chaos, naturally, he wished to take away as many items as possible. Therefore, he made use of the sky-hunting warship again. If I choose the sky-hunting warship as my target, I won't have to swim to the center of the star-swallowing sea. It is much safer. Li Yao observed the terrain and took a huge turn, approaching the sky-hunting warship from the east. When he was 50 kilometers away from the sky-hunting warship, he completely sank into the sand and snuck forward like a sandworm. In case there were any anomalies on the surface of the desert, he was moving at an extremely low speed. It took him 5 hours before he finally came within 3 kilometers of the sky-hunting warship. Pooh! On the desert, a long, narrow crystal tube pierced out like a bean sprout. At the end of the tube was a small crystal camera. Li Yao lurked deep inside the desert. He closed his right eye and observed the surroundings by sticking his left eye to the other end of the crystal tube as if it were a periscope. The main force of the Nether World Watch had been concentrated at the center of the star-swallowing sea. There were not many soldiers around the sky-hunting warship. Judging from the number and volume of the demon cores embedded in their bodies, their level was much lower than the elites who hunted the Fire Ant King. The majority of the soldiers there were busy moving the goods that looked like a hill compared to the sky-hunting warship. Less than 20 of them were patrolling on alert. Li Yao calculated quickly and concluded that, with his speed and stealth ability, there was a 99.7% likelihood that he could avoid the attention of the Nether World Watch and sneak into the sky-hunting warship. However, the same old question was back again. Where could he hide himself after he snuck into the sky-hunting warship? Li Yao was not familiar with the structure of the sky-hunting warship at all. He had no idea where he could hide inside the sky-hunting warship or what kind of defense system it boasted. Chances were that Elder Nether Spring had even installed a new alert system in the warship. Sneaking in recklessly was like feeding himself to the enemy. Li Yao would rather not wager on the possibility that Elder Nether Spring was careless a second time. How should I sneak into it? The crystal tube that protruded out of the ground suddenly stopped. Li Yao gazed at the silver biochemical slots among the massive goods that were carved with patterns of skulls on their surface. As he recalled, the biochemical slots were containers for biochemical beasts. The strong biochemical beasts were sometimes even more valuable than many top-tier crystal suits. Now that they had become Elder Nether Spring's trophies, he was certainly not giving them away easily. Li Yao's heart was pounding faster and faster. A new plan soon ignited most of his brain cells like a bouncing spark. The fire condensed into ever-changing pictures as he simulated the plan deep inside his brain hundreds of times. The odds of success were quite high. It's decided then. I'm going to do it. Li Yao licked his dry lips and continued sneaking forward. When he reached beneath the sky-hunting warship, he retrieved a series of handy tools from his Cosmos ring and started conducting minor modifications for the rapidly actions later. Half an hour later, all the preparations were done. Then, Li Yao started waiting. 5 meters above his head, teams of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch were dragging the heavy cargo boxes to and from the warship, not having the slightest clue that the most dangerous hunter was lurking below their feet. Li Yao was like a steel buried deep into the sand. He reduced his breathing and heartbeat to the minimum, and every muscle on his face seemed to have fallen asleep. He waited without moving at all for 6 hours, 32 minutes, and 55 seconds. Finally, the thing that he had been waiting for appeared. It was a blowing wind. In the white-silver death desert, which had no obstacles, even a breeze could turn into a sandstorm after it moved forward 1,000 kilometers. Blowing winds were happening every day. The only difference was that some of them were more serious than others. The blowing wind that Li Yao finally met after a long wait was perhaps merely an afternoon autumn breeze by the standards of the white-silver death desert. Still, it was enough to block the sight of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch and disrupt their job. More importantly, it could cover up his scent. Now is the time. Li Yao suddenly widened his eyes, which had been half closed. His telepathic thoughts rushed out of the ground and spread out along with the sand and the pebbles, allowing him to precisely sense all the changes in the 1 square kilometer around him. 37 soldiers of the Nether World Watch are on the other side of the sky-hunting warship. Their vision is blocked by the sky-hunting warship. Besides, they are busy focusing the warship and avoiding the storm. It is impossible for them to appear on this side of the warship in 42 seconds. 13 soldiers of the Nether World Watch are now strengthening the goods that are about to fall with ropes and chains. It will probably take them 33 seconds. Huh. They are gesturing for 5 soldiers who are patrolling nearby to give them a hand? If so, they will finish the work in 26 seconds. But there are only 9 soldiers left for patrolling right now. Their vision is seriously jammed by the sandstorm, and their monitoring range has been significantly reduced. Near the containers of the biochemical beasts, only 3 soldiers are patrolling. Judging from their route and angle, there will be a blind angle in 3.3 seconds. Li Yao took a deep breath and wriggled upward silently while holding the tools that were as thin as hair among his fingers. 3.3 seconds later, of the 3 soldiers of the Nether World Watch who were patrolling above his head, 2 happened to shift their heads in the other direction, and the last one's eyes were blocked by an enormous container of a biochemical beast. Li Yao was like a crocodile that was surfacing in a swamp while pretending to be a piece of rotten wood. He waved his left arm, blowing out a strong wind with his spiritual energy toward the cargo boxes that were about to fall. The cargo boxes that had been piled up were packed with the corpses and pieces of magical equipment that were retrieved from the Mausoleum of Chaos. They had not been steady in the first place and were about to collapse under the savaging wind, only to be pulled hard by the Netherworld Watch with chains and ropes. But the strong wind that Li Yao blew out was aimed at the unsteadiest part of the cargo boxes. In the outburst, a rope cracked, and a huge cargo box smashed to the ground. Not good. A cargo box has been blown off. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were all attracted by the exclamation. 3 of the patrolling soldiers were summoned to help heave the box back. The alert range of the Netherworld Watch further shrank, and the routes of their patrolling became much sparser, like a broken web. Li Yao took the opportunity to jump up and crawl onto the biggest container of the biochemical beasts like a pool of mercury that was flowing backwards. I have 3 seconds before the enemy patrols a location where they can see me. On the top of the biochemical slot, almost 10 covers were densely distributed. Some of the covers were used to toss drugs, and some others were for the replacement of nutrition liquids. All the covers had been locked up. Li Yao's hands turned into 2 clusters of brightness. His movement was both fast and soft, as if he were plucking a white hair on the top of a tiger's head. One of the covers was unlocked immediately. The cover was opened, revealing thick liquids the color of amber, and an enormous creature that was lying in it, which turned out to be a hibernating biochemical beast. At this moment, there was still 1 second to go before the Netherworld Watch patrolled to a location where they could see him. Without any hesitation, Li Yao held his breath and snuck into the biochemical beast container. He then softly closed the cover and locked it up again on the other side of the cover with the magnetic magical equipment in his hand. He was now enshrouded by darkness. He stuck his ear to the wall of the container and listened carefully. There were no abnormal sounds other than the roaring wind. Half of his plan had worked out. But the other half of his plan could still fail. Li Yao groped carefully in the darkness. It was a dragon-like biochemical beast around him. Judging from the shape of the skull of the biochemical beast, it was the lightning boa that Electric Boa, one of his tutors on the skeleton island, used to ride. Li Yao remembered that the lightning boa had been wounded by several soldiers of the Netherworld Watch in the Battle of the Underground Temple. It must have been captured after the battle. The lightning boa was indeed one of the best biochemical beasts in the world. It had perhaps been specially refined by the Fire Ant King, too. Therefore, the secret arts and modification methods of the Blade of Chaos could be inferred from it. No wonder Elder Nether Spring was unwilling to abandon it and was going through so much trouble to move it back to his nest. Then, the most critical step came. Li Yao groped for the bloody mouth of the lightning boa and slightly opened the mouth of the beast that was full of long tusks. He crept into its body while trying his best to hold back the stink. The lightning boa was almost 100 meters long and 5 meters in diameter. It was more than easy to hide someone inside its body. However, biochemical beasts were not dead. In the hibernation state, they did not have self-awareness, but their body parts were still functioning normally. They could be compared to someone in a vegetative state. Li Yao crossed his arms and legs, trying to reduce his body size. Then, with the movement of his muscles, his carefully avoided the tusks and slid into the lightning boa's throat. He could not stay there for long because the throat was one of the most sensitive body parts for any creature. If he stayed there for long, it would certainly trigger anomalies in the lightning boa's vital signs or even make the beast gag. Somebody would certainly notice him if so. Li Yao moved forward and slid into the lightning boa's stomach through its throat. The stomach of the beast-type demon beasts was highly elastic, which allowed them to devour prey that were even larger than themselves before they digested the food slowly later. Therefore, a tiny prey like Li Yao would not trigger overreactions when he fell into the lightning boa's stomach. However, now that he was in the lightning boat's stomach, he would have to suffer the erosion of super-corrosive gastric acid. At first, he felt itching, as if 100 feathers were brushing his skin unhurriedly. But very soon, the feathers turned into thorny needles that were digging into his skin, his flesh, and even his bones, absorbing his marrow. Li Yao held back the agony in silence while he summoned his spiritual energy to repair his body slowly. He waited patiently in the stomach of the lightning boa. At the center of the star-swallowing sea, on the grey devilish warship, Elder Nether Spring furrowed his brows so hard that 3 flying swords seemed to have stabbed his forehead. Thousands of stars were condensed on his retina, and countless streams of information were grouped, processed, and distributed. Suddenly, the flying swords on Elder Nether Spring's forehead shook violently. The 6th squad has reported an anomaly? Swirl stepped forward and replied, "An unexpected wind blew the cargo boxes off, but they have been fixed again now. The goods inside the boxes were not damaged. The squad will try their best to make up for the delay." An unexpected wind blew the cargo boxes off. Elder Nether Spring chewed on the 2 words "unexpected wind" and suddenly glared. He said coldly, "Swirl, you go in person with the 3rd squad and conduct the most thorough search on the sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos and all the cargo boxes and the biochemical slots that are piled on it. Remember, X-ray them one by one. Report to me immediately if you find anything wrong." Swirl was dazed for a moment, but she closed her legs and bowed toward Elder Nether Spring before leaving in a hurry. A moment later, dozens of flashing lines spurted out of the devilish warship, which rushed in the sky of the star-swallowing sea toward the place where the sky-hunting warship was docked. By the order of Elder Nether Spring, the sky-hunting warship is to be thoroughly searched. Swirl declared with a cold face. A lot of black beetles surrounded the sky-hunting warship and crawled in through the weird gaps on it. Another few well-trained elites of the Nether World Watch gathered the soldiers who were stationed around the ship and asked them to replay the entire process of the incident. As for Swirl herself, she carried a few X-ray scanners together with her trusted subordinates and examined the cargo boxes and the biochemical slots that were as huge as a mountain. Invisible mystic rays passed through the boxes one after another. With the special glasses that they wore, they were able to clearly see everything inside the boxes when the mystic rays pierced through the walls. 3 to 4 of her subordinates were scanning one box from different angles. Even a bug would have had nowhere to hide. All the cargo boxes were done scanning with no anomalies detected. Next were the containers of the biochemical beasts. Shwa! Shwa! Beams of mystic rays brushed the containers time and time again. What was displayed on the glasses was nothing but demon beasts in hibernation. Every demon beast was observed for at least 1 minute. Still, there was nothing wrong. Nothing unusual has been found on the sky-hunting warship. The reconstruction of the scene of the incident has been finished. Based on the speed of wind and the shape of the cargoes, it is possible that there was suddenly a loss of balance. The broken rope has been carefully examined, too. It was indeed torn apart by gravity, not by a sharp blade. Swirl nodded, her face as indifferent as before. She said coldly, "Very good. Stay on the highest alert. Even if so much as a fly passes you, I want you to tell me how many hairs are on its leg. Understood. 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 All the soldiers of the Nether World Watch held their heads high, full of killing intent. Swirl reported to Elder Nether Spring through the communication bug. Elder, everything is normal. Nothing unusual has been detected. Elder Nether Spring was silent for a while before he replied. How long till we take off? Swirl calculated quickly. 11 hours. We don't have so much time. I have a bad feeling. Elder Nether Spring commanded, make it 8. Blow up the place in 8 hours. 8 hours, 23 minutes, and 33 seconds later, Li Yao suddenly felt inside the super corrosive stomach of the boa that the demonic energy around him was getting denser. Then, there was a moment of weightlessness before the devilish warship leaned upwards and soared into the sky. In the next second, a series of thunderous noises, as if the planet was being destroyed, echoed, which were clearly audible despite the thick skin of the boa. A massive, super explosion. As an expert of bombs, Li Yao immediately made the judgment. He was overjoyed because it was a sign that Elder Nether Spring had retreated. Li Yao finally breathed in relief at this moment. He concentrated his telepathic thoughts into thin threads and enhanced his connection to Neltharion again, opening the second picture deep inside his brain. The Fire Ant King was still locked inside the tusk cage and no different from a day ago. It seemed that Elder Nether Spring had been too busy moving the trophies inside the Mausoleum of Chaos to greet his blood brother. Li Yao reached out to the Fire Ant King in exactly the same way he did last time. The Fire Ant King suddenly shivered, apparently breathing at a higher frequency. He wrote with his demonic energy, "You haven't left?" "I'm sorry," Li Yao said. The plan of distraction did not work out. Elder Nether Spring noticed it earlier than I expected. But I'm still working on other plans, and I'm going to get you out one way or another. Elder Nether Spring is watching over me very closely. A stream of venomous fog is released into the tusk cage every hour. My strength is about to be exhausted just in order to resist the venomous fog. It will be very difficult for me to escape. A lot of things are happening outside. I believe that Elder Nether Spring will not have too much time to work on you. He has more import missions to do right now. Let's wait and find an opportunity when we are in his nest. Pausing and pondering for a moment, Li Yao continued. Also, I have learned the secrets of chaos and the reason why he created the demon race. What? The Fire Ant King almost exclaimed aloud. What is the background of God Chaos exactly? And how was the demon race created? It's a long story. I might tell it to you later after I get you out, Li Yao said. To ensure the stability of communication and avoid interference of the supersonic speed during the high-velocity movement, I have to trigger very intense spiritual waves, which are likely to be detected by the experts. So, I'm going to cut off the communication. But before I hang up, I have a question for you. Do you really believe in God Chaos and his ideology? Of course, the Fire Ant King replied resolutely. I firmly believe that God Chaos created all demons equally. There was never the distinction between saint blood and chaotic blood or between nobles and lowborn. I am going to put the ideology of God Chaos into practice until the day I die. Very good. It appears that there is a foundation for our cooperation now. Li Yao smiled. Let's talk more after we reach Elder Nether Spring's nest. Li Yao cut off most of the connection with Neltharion and only kept the feeblest telepathic thought, allowing Neltharion to hide in its stealth and alert state. The devilish warship was moving straight upwards. It appeared to have penetrated through the atmosphere of the planet and was rushing rapidly in the orbit out of the atmosphere. When the devilish warship cut into the atmosphere again, 20 hours had passed. Li Yao sensed a gloomy wind blowing outside, freezing everything that anybody could see. Where are we exactly? The environment temperature is very low. The magnetic field is chaotic, too. There are also various kinds of other interference. Li Yao searched the data of the Blood Demon sector quickly and looked for a terrain that had similar features to his surroundings. Very soon, his eyes shined as he found the answer. The North Pole. It was the North Pole of the Blood Demon sector, more specifically, a place named Gloomy Wind Islands. Of the two poles of the Blood Demon sector, the South Pole was an icy continent and relatively stable, but the North Pole was broken islands, as if it had been bombarded by enormous meteorites in the prehistoric era. It was scattered, bizarrely shaped, and had a chaotic magnetic field and climate. The place was enshrouded by the furious, freezing wind all year round and surrounded by a roaring ocean. Just like the White-Silver Death Desert, it was an unpopulated, horrendous place that even demon beasts would rather not set foot in. No. The Gloomy Wind Islands of the North Pole were even more scary than the White-Silver Death Desert. The White-Silver Death Desert was lifeless, but its magnetic field was relatively stable, which allowed the warships to fly freely without losing the direction. The ocean of the North Pole, on the other hand, was teeming with a lot of huge vortexes. The magnetic field was a mess, and the water was freezingly cold. Countless beasts and experts had lost their way and perished in the place over the past 1,000 years. There was no telling how many bones had piled up in the depths of the bottomless ocean. It's rather shocking that Elder Nether Spring has set up his secret nest in the Gloomy Wind Islands in the North Pole. No wonder he refined the Netherworld Watch blatantly with no worries that the pantheon of demons might discover it. Right. This place is likely another war base left by Ba Yanji because it has exactly the same characteristics as the star-swallowing sea in the White-Silver Death Desert. The greatest similarities of the Gloomy Wind Islands in the North Pole and the star-swallowing sea in the White-Silver Death Desert were that they were equally unfrequented by living creatures and that they boasted a harsh natural environment. Even if the poison and venomous gas leaked out, it would never survive the scorching desert or the frigid ocean, much less spread out. Ba Yanji had clearly chosen the two locations after much deliberation so that other creatures would not be affected. Now that Elder Nether Spring had occupied the war base in the North Pole, there had to be some leads regarding the Mausoleum of Chaos inside it. It was the origin of everything. The devilish warship landed slowly. Hiding in the darkness, Li Yao could not see what was going on clearly. He felt like a cat was scratching his heart, but there was nothing he could do except hold back his curiosity and wait. The offloading work lasted an entire day. Eventually, all the containers of biochemical beasts were transported somewhere deep under the ground. Finally, Li Yao was able to enhance his spiritual waves and reach out to Neltharion again. He had been worrying that Elder Nether Spring would bring the Fire Ant King back to the headquarters to the Pantheon of Demons instead of keeping him locked up in this place. However, it was not very likely. The Fire Ant King was a demon emperor after all. Although he was caged and injected with poison right now, he was still a time bomb and could cause major trouble if anything went wrong. As he expected, soon after Li Yao and the Fire Ant King re-established their communication, Despot and Swirl came in with 4 soldiers of the Netherworld Watch in heavy armor. They injected almost 20 paralyzing and suppressing drugs into the Fire Ant King's body at first before they stuffed him into a special cage that looked like a coffin. Shwa! Swirl touched a rune array outside of the coffin. Almost 100 sharp thorns immediately jerked out from the internal wall and pierced into the Fire Ant King deeply, making him unable to move at all. But Neltharion had crawled into the Fire Ant King's mouth in advance before Despot and Swirl arrived. There was nothing but darkness after the coffin was closed. Some thick, stinky liquid was poured in from the top of the coffin. After it filled the entire coffin, it immediately turned extremely tensile, like the buffer foam that was employed in crystal warships, which could suppress the outburst of one's strength to the largest extent. With such thorough measures, if Li Yao were not here, there was no way that the Fire Ant King could get out. Li Yao could only calculate the time in silence. It took 42 minutes and 33 seconds from when they set off from the port where the devilish warship was docked to when the coffin was opened again. Therefore, it was safe to assume that the war base in the North Pole was no smaller than the Mausoleum of Chaos. When he was pulled out of the coffin, the Fire Ant King pretended that he was feeble and moaned, taking the chance to let out Neltharion. In front of Li Yao was a very special chamber. It seemed to be a combination of a lab, an interrogation room, and an operation room. At the center of the chamber was an operating bed that was embedded with crystals and surrounded by dozens of mechanical arms and tentacles. In the storeroom nearby, almost 100 enormous culture dishes were placed, in which countless shocking organs were being soaked in a bright yellow liquid. The Fire Ant King was lifted onto the operating table. The tentacles on the two sides immediately crawled into his veins like vipers that had smelt blood. The mechanical arms also stabbed needles deep into his acupuncture points. The needles seemed to carry electricity, too, making him unable to move at all. With his hands in his back, Elder Nether Spring watched peacefully while his brother was riddled with holes. "I've given you 5 days. Have you decided whether or not to cooperate with me? Tell me the locations of the Blade of Chaos hideouts and the formulas of the strengthening drugs in your possession, and the two of us will rise in the time of riot together." The Fire Ant King grinned. "Brother, just do it. You really think I'm a 3-year-old? Elder Nether Spring stared at him in silence for a long time before he shook his head pitifully, as if he was surprised that his brother chose a more painful way to die. In the end, he nodded helplessly. "All right. I don't have spare time to waste on you. Therefore, I'm going to introduce an old friend to you. I believe that you will tell him everything you know after you bond for a while. Do. Somebody knocked on the door very politely. However, the guy who walked into the chamber in delight did not seem polite at all. Li Yao did not even know how he should describe the guy. He was like an abnormal child who had endured excessive radiation of spiritual energy. His head was bumpy like a potato, and he had green, weed-like hair. His left eye was smaller than a quail egg, and his right eye was even larger than the egg of a goose. Furthermore, there were more than 10 pupils growing inside his eyeball, densely distributed and similar to the eyes of a bug. His right arm was like the sharp claw of a dragon, which was almost 1 meter in diameter and covered in solid, green scales. But his left arm was an amalgamation of almost 20 tentacles of an octopus from which bright purple liquids were flowing out. Moreover, 2 artificial arms protruded out of his chest, the front ends of which were embedded with almost 100 gears for operations like a multipurpose military knife. Li Yao's eyes were keen enough for him to realize that they were the artificial arms utilized in the automatic operation cabins in the military of the Star Glory Federation. For some reason, the guy had transplanted 2 of them on his own body. Hundreds of scars were packed on his gray body. There were also dozens of translucent tubes that directly connected his organs like external veins and nerves, with suspicious liquids flooding inside non-stop. The guy was wearing a white robe with a blood-red skull painted on it. The crossed bones appeared to be 2 lancets. A name suddenly jumped into Li Yao's head. It was one of the most horrid individuals, whom no one should mess with, in the Blood Demon sector according to Jin Xinyue. Lu Wuxin, the Mad Medic. The last individuals that anybody would mess with were not necessarily the strongest ones. For the big shots such as Elder Nether Spring or Jin Tui, they were the leaders of a kingdom or a clan. They often thought far ahead and had big plans, and they acted in their own pattern. It was not easy to mess with them even if one wanted to. However, there were some terrifying experts who lived alone. What they did today would depend entirely on their mood. Sometimes, even they did not know what they were thinking exactly. If anybody ran into such an expert, they had to pray to the heavens for luck, and if luck was not on their side, their life might be more miserable than death. Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was the best example of such experts. He had been an underground surgeon of the Blood Demon sector in the beginning. In the Blood Demon sector, the competition was rather cruel. Even the Silver Blood Demons often mauled each other in the struggles for power. Those who failed, unwilling to be killed in the Heaven's Origin sector as cannon fodder, often chose to run away. When there were runners, there were always pursuers. In the brutal hunting and fleeing, being heavily wounded was nothing unusual. Lu Wuxin offered his service to the losers in the fight for power who were being hunted because he knew that they would carry a lot of treasures with them since they were fleeing. Given their situation, they would not care too much about the medical fee since they did not have a second option. More importantly, since the losers had absolutely no support, nobody would avenge them no matter what kind of insane experiments he did on them. Although Lu Wuxin was crazy and infamous, many exiles still went to ask for his treatment. It was partly because the stray dogs did not have better choices. Not all the doctors were courageous enough to treat them at the risk of offending the pantheon of demons. It was also partly because Lu Wuxin's methods were especially brilliant, sometimes even more effective than the operations of the doctors in the pantheon of demons, if not counting the tiny, insignificant side effects. Lu Wuxin could revive a heavily wounded patient who was so seriously corroded by acid that he only had his bones left. But the patient would have to come to him for a skin graft every half-year. Otherwise, the patient's biochemical skin would fester inch by inch, and he would die a miserable death. Naturally, the fee for every skin graft was astronomical. Lu Wuxin could also cure a soldier whose stomach had been pierced by a cannonball along with all the internal organs by transplanting new organs of suspicious backgrounds into the patient's body. Not only would the patient fully recover, their capability would also rise. However, for the rest of their life, the patient would have to take the anti-rejection drugs that Lu Wuxin carefully refined every month in order to suppress the rejection reaction. Of course, such anti-rejection drugs were also dozens of times more expensive than normal ones. One of the patients did not believe it and resorted to other anti-rejection drugs. Later, the patient died from the explosion of his stomach. To quote the eyewitnesses, he seemed to have been eaten up by his internal organs. This was Lu Wuxin's style. As long as the fee was paid in full, it was guaranteed that the disease would be cured, but whether or not there would be any sequela depended on his mood. If that was everything about him, with his marvelous medical skills, Lu Wuxin might still have been embraced by the dark world of the Blood Demon sector, however discontent the patients were. After all, an excellent doctor was 100 times more difficult to find than an excellent warrior was. However, his two quirks were discovered later. Firstly, if he ran into a lone, desperate patient who happened to boast a beautiful, incredible organ, occasionally, when the patient under, Lu Wuxin would dissect the patient for his collection and then use the limbs and internal organs of the patient for his next procedure. Secondly, Lu Wuxin would leave a souvenir in the body of almost every patient during the operation. He would either plant a very sensitive crystal bomb inside their head, bury extremely dangerous venom vesicles near their heart, or seal a drop of high-density acid right next to their central nerves. Finally, after more than 10 patients died abruptly after refusing Lu Wuxin's future service, his malfeasance was finally exposed. It was told that he died quite a miserable death. His bones were ground into dust before he was tossed into the throng of almost 100 ghost-teeth alligators and ripped into shreds. The one who led the hunt and trial of Lu Wuxin was exactly the Fire Ant King. Most of Lu Wuxin's patients were the targets that Void Turmoil City would like to recruit. Lu Wuxin's insane actions were certainly not in the Fire Ant King's interest. According to Jin Xinyue, Lu Wuxin should have been killed by the Fire Ant King 8 years ago. But he was obviously still alive today, although he was as good-looking as a zombie. Fire Ant King, we've met again. Lu Wuxin bowed. All the scars on his face were wriggling at the same time, as he grinned. 8 years ago, you tossed me into the devilish alligator abyss. The thrill was so unparalleled that I still dream about it every night. It is too exhilarating and fascinating. Rest assured. I will treat you exactly how you treated me years ago. We have plenty of time to talk about our friendship. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. With the hideous laughter, Lu Wuxin's claw and tentacles twitched at the same time. The Fire Ant King grunted but gave no reply. Master Lu, Elder Nether Spring said, I have to return to the headquarters of the Pantheon of Demons to supervise the situation now. I'll leave everything in the Nether world to you. We must speed up the refinement of the Demon God 7 virus. It will be best if we can finish the experiments before the activation of our plan. But if we can't, we will have to resort to Demon God 6. Lu Wuxin stuck out his wet tongue and licked his swollen lips before he chuckled. Not a problem at all. Elder, you were so generous as to offer me so many research files and experiment subjects, one of which is even in the state of Demon Emperor. I have a feeling that the few obstacles that have trapped us for a long time will be broken through very soon. Elder Nether Spring nodded and smiled. I believe in your expertise, Master Lu. I'll give you 3 days to exploit all the information inside my brother's brain, particularly the locations of the secret hideouts of the Blade of Chaos and the formulas of all the strengthening drugs in his possession. Of course. Lu Wuxin rubbed his hands in eagerness and eyed the Fire Ant King as if he were a beauty whose clothes had been torn off. He was entirely hooked by his new toy. I have admired the Fire Ant King's strengthening drugs for a long time, too. I dreamed of dissecting his brain into slices and exploring the mysteries in it a long time ago. Now I finally have the chance. Elder Nether Spring smiled in satisfaction and walked outside. However, when he reached the gate of the chamber, something seemed to occur to him suddenly. He turned around and eyed the Fire Ant King, deep in thought. I almost forgot. Brother, for an expert who is adept at making strengthening drugs, perhaps you have hidden some sort of strengthening drugs that can be triggered with a special password? For example, when part of the muscles on your body twitch in a certain pattern, the antidote serum and the high nutrition drugs inside the body will be activated and help you resist the poison and the narcotic drugs so that you can regain part of your strength and run away. Right? To avoid such a possibility, I'm going to offer you another precious present. Elder Nether Spring snapped his finger and retrieved a piece of brand new, coldly shining magical equipment from the Cosmos ring on his little finger. The magical equipment was more than 1 meter long and appeared to be a beast puppet in the shape of a scorpion at first glance. As if it were made up of more than 10 kinds of different metals, it emitted glamorous colors under the shadowless lamp. Dense spiritual stripes had been carved on the back and leg of the scorpion. The spiritual stripes overlapped and interweaved with each other, like thousands of swirls that were melting together. However, the stripes that made the swirls were different from each other. The stripes were painted on a plane, yet they boasted a certain three-dimensional effect. Just one look at it was enough to make one's head dizzy and their soul seriously muddled. 9 marrow crystals had been embedded in the tail of the scorpion, which was more than 1 meter long. Manipulated by the rune rays, vague mystic rays were rippling out and condensed into a stinger at the front end of the tail. The magical equipment was so finely made and exquisite that it did not look like a fatal weapon but appeared to be a piece of shocking artwork. Elder Nether Spring put the scorpion-like magical equipment on the ground. There was a similar armband on his right arm. Mystic rays beamed out of the armband and condensed into dozens of control runes in front of his right hand. Elder Nether Spring typed agilely on the runes, his fingers jumping fast. The scorpion-like magical equipment climbed up the operating table and lunged toward the Fire Ant King's chest. Its 8 limbs pierced into the Fire Ant King's ribs like sharp sabers, and the tail pierced into the Fire Ant King's abdomen and drilled deeper and deeper. The Fire Ant King's face was twisted because of the excruciating pain. He hissed non-stop. The long tail seemed to be causing mayhem in his internal organs. Suddenly, the stinger on the tail drilled out of the Fire Ant King's neck and nailed into the back of his head. Ah! The Fire Ant King shook violently. Don't blame me for my mercilessness, Elder Nether Spring said casually. You are a super expert in the stage of a demon emperor and one of the best specialists in the field of strengthening drugs. I cannot guarantee that the barriers of the blood demon sector are enough to trap you. Therefore, at a great cost and with a lot of trouble, I managed to get this piece of ultimate magical equipment from the Heaven's Origin sector, the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle. Upon hearing the name, the Fire Ant King's eyes suddenly became bloodshot as they bulged out of their sockets. Elder Nether Spring grinned hideously. What, you've heard the name before? Then you must know how awesome it is. Hee hee. The Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle is a piece of state-of-the-art magical equipment that Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, one of the greatest masters of refining in the Heaven's Origin sector, carefully worked on for 3 years before it was finally produced. The 8 legs of the scorpion contain 8 types of conflicting poison that are of absolutely different attributes. Inside the body of the scorpion are 2 types of aggressive liquid metal that were developed from mustard seed technology. Moreover, there are 9 powerful bombs made of marrow crystals on the tail. Any one of the triple methods of attack is enough to execute an unparalleled expert, especially the fatal tail. Right now, the tail has tied up your spine, and its stinger has pierced into the back of your head. Should the tail explode, you are certainly going to die. The triple methods of attack are triggers for each other, and they are defended by 100 alert rune arrays. All the methods will be activated if any of the rune arrays are cracked. Unless the 100 alert rune arrays that were devised and personally carved by Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang are cracked within 1 second, there is no way that you can get rid of it. So, stop wasting your time. The very purpose when Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang crafted the magical equipment was to confine the experts of the Blood Demon sector in the Demon Emperor level. After the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle was completed, he challenged Deep Sea University, the holy land of refiners in the Star Glory Federation, with the magical equipment. Not only did the Novum Stelli of the refining department of Deep Sea University fail, even Supernova Jiangsheng, his blood uncle and the well-acknowledged best refiner of the Star Glory Federation, was not able to crack it either. If you have several days, you might be able to unlock the barriers that I imposed on your body, but can you unlock the barrier of Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang? Elder Nether Spring took off the control armband that looked like a mini scorpion and handed it over to Mad Medic Lu Wuxin. He then walked back and patted the Fire Ant King's hand before he smiled and said, "This is for your own good. I was worried that you would be thinking about how to escape in the last few days of your life. So, you can have a good rest now, my dear brother." Elder Nether Spring left the chamber without looking back. The Fire Ant King's head fell backwards as if he had lost the support of his spine. There was desperation all over his face. More than 10 operational implements protruded out of the 2 artificial arms in front of Mad Medic Lu Wuxin's chest. They brushed the tip of the Fire Ant King's nose and eventually injected a syringe that was filled with bright green drugs into his neck, pushing all the liquids into his body. This is a dosage of Supersensitive 12. I believe that the Fire Ant King knows it better than I do. Still smiling, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin rubbed his hands and said, "After my modification, Supersensitive 12 can increase a demon's sense of pain by 10 times. You will feel the agony of 10,000 ants biting your heart even if I do nothing but blow at your face softly. However, it will take an hour before the drug takes effect. So, excuse me for a moment. I am going to select the most suitable toys for you, Fire Ant King. See you soon." Mad Medic Lu Wuxin blew at the Fire Ant King's face softly and left the chamber amid hideous laughter. The Fire Ant King and Neltharion were left alone in the interrogation chamber. The Fire Ant King finally could not help it any longer. He bellowed, with depression all over his face, and he collapsed like a balloon that had been blown up. "I'm screwed," the Fire Ant King wrote with his demonic energy languidly. "What's wrong?" Li Yao was baffled. "Elder Nether Spring is about to leave the place. It's going to be a great opportunity for us. Did you not hear what Elder Nether Spring said just now? The Fire Ant King said gloomily. This is the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle, a work of Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang that is designed to lock demon emperors. Elder Nether Spring has indeed seen through me. It is true that I have hidden quite a few kinds of antidote drugs and high nutrition drugs inside my body. They are kept in special biochemical capsules and controlled by the movement of my internal organs. One of the antidote drugs even does not require any control. As long as I do not make a certain movement, it will be automatically triggered. The drug can resolve more than 99% of the venom and the suppression drugs of the blood demon sector. It was meant to be my final trump card in this battle with Elder Nether Spring. But right now, even if I can unlock all of Elder Nether Spring's barriers, there is no way that I can unlock the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle. Li Yao blinked. There is not? Of course not, the Fire Ant King said in agitation. Did you not hear Elder Nether Spring's words? It is made by Jiang Shaoyang. Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang. Well. Is Jiang Shaoyang a famous guy? The Fire Ant King was truly dumbfounded. He was lost for words for a long time before he wrote awry with his demonic energy. Are you not an expert in the nascent soul stage from the Star Glory Federation? How could you have never heard the name of Jiang Shaoyang before? Well, it is a twisted and complicated story. Why don't you tell me first? What about Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang? Is the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle he built very awesome? He is more than awesome, he is terrifying. Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang is a super genius who rose to fame like a volcanic eruption in the past 10 years in the circle of refiners of the Star Glory Federation. He studied hard for several years in the refining department of Deep Sea University and the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, two of the best academic establishments of refining in the Star Glory Federation, where he grasped the essence of the methodologies of the grassroots and the elites. Then, he trained himself through life and death with the army on the Grand Desolate Plateau for many years, thereby gaining a first-hand, profound understanding about the physical structure of the demons and our combat methods. Later, he invented almost 100 kinds of magical equipment, including portable anti-shell landmines, heat-sensitive demon-catching webs, and super-high-frequency pesticide generator. They are all the bane of demons' beasts and demon soldiers. Very practical on the battlefield. As for the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle, it is a piece of powerful magical equipment that he crafted after secluding himself for an entire year. The tool has been praised by many professional journals of the Star Glory Federation as the best confining magical equipment in the past 100 years. The young man also successfully broke out of the middle level of the core formation stage through the production of the magical equipment and became the youngest refiner at the peak of the core formation stage in the history of the Star Glory Federation. All the refiners of the Star Glory Federation agree unanimously that the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle is definitely enough to lock up any demon emperor. Nobody in the Heaven's Origin sector or the Blood Demon sector can crack it by brute force. The experts of the Blood Demon sector have all heard a thing or two about it, too, but after studying its general structure, we have to admit that it is indeed extremely tricky to deal with. I didn't know that Elder Nether Spring had so many connections that he could even get a real, Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle to use on me. No wonder he was confident enough to leave me here alone. All in all, I'm done, and so is our plan. There is no way that I can get away from Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang's Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle. Not necessarily. Li Yao steered Neltharion to circle around the Fire Ant King 3 times, observing the structure of the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle on the surface in detail. His eyes were beaming with delight. In the past 10 years, while I was working hard, other people have been training crazily, too. This is not a piece of magical equipment, this is a conundrum that he has posed for other refiners. At first glance, it is just a piece of plain confining magical equipment. The spiritual stripes and rune arrays on it have all been used for hundreds of years. The only distinctive part might be that they are more precise than usual. However, Jiang Shaoyang has conducted the tiniest modifications with the thinnest strokes on 39 rune arrays. On 9 of the rune arrays, he even entirely changed the flow of the circuits of spiritual energy by short-circuiting and reconnecting, which are adjustments in the micrometer level. Take this 9 Gloomy bone-biting array for example. According to the general design, its spiritual energy should be running clockwise. If anybody wants to crack it, they should do it reversely, anti-clockwise. However, with the help of only 3 crystal wires that are only visible under a microscope, Jiang Shaoyang has changed the flow of spiritual energy from clockwise to anti-clockwise. As a result, if the cracker inputs the spiritual energy anti-clockwise, not only would they fail to crack the rune array, they would also be accelerating the activation of it. This is sordid. Too sordid. I didn't know that the big, bald Jiang Shaoyang had come a refiner of the same type as me 10 years later. This 9 Gloomy bone-biting array, on the other hand, is simply the crudest and most straightforward one of all his traps. Huh. Not right. It is not as simple as that. Not only has he changed the flow of spiritual energy from clockwise to anti-clockwise, he has also changed the overall structure from the shape of a swastika to a hexagon. The swastikas on the surface are just disguises. Li Yao was so stunned that he was sweating hard. Are you kidding me? This is rather impressive. What did Jin Xinyue go through exactly in the past 10 years? No wonder his venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle goes undefeated in the entire Federation, and even his uncle, Supernova, Jiang Sheng as well as the entire refining department of Deep Sea University failed to crack it. While Li Yao was amazed, the Fire Ant King sent another message over. Why are you not talking? Excuse me. I'm hooked. Let me study it for another 3 minutes. Li Yao activated a mystic ray from Neltharion and scanned the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle in the Fire Ant King's body. He saw that the legs of the scorpion were deeply embedded into the Fire Ant King's body, only 0.1 mm away from the few main organs. The dangerous tail even circled around the Fire Ant King's spine before it eventually pierced through the cervical vertebra, only to nail into the back of his head. It would have been quite a headache whether a demon emperor or a nascent soul stage cultivator was confined by such a piece of magical equipment. Also, there was no telling what kind of materials the magical equipment was built with, but when Li Yao increased the level of the mystic ray, trying to pry into the internal structure of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, some of the critical parts were blocked. This is getting trickier now. Even if I can open the shell of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, Jiang Shaoyang has certainly deployed even more sordid and dangerous traps inside. Damn. Elder Nether Spring was oversimplifying the job. It requires much more work to crack the magical equipment than unlocking 100 rune arrays in 1 second. Unlocking 100 rune arrays in a second would be a piece of cake for an expert of refining such as Supernova Jiangsheng, but it is just an appetizer before the main dish. Jiang Shaoyang, very impressive. The magical equipment you've made deserves to be called a national treasure of the Star Glory Federation. The Fire Ant King sent yet another message anxiously. What are you doing? I am studying the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle wholeheartedly, and I am thinking of a brand new plan, Li Yao said solemnly. Fire Ant King, the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle has disrupted our operation. So, I have drafted a new plan for you. Elder Nether Spring is still hoping to exploit the information in your head right now. Therefore, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin will not slay you today. He will torture you for another week or so. It means that we have a week for our new plan. In the week, you will tell me all the valuable information in your head, such as the locations of the secret bureaus of the Blade of Chaos, the contacts of all the spies, the top secret formulas of the strengthening drugs, and the methods to develop the demonic plants quickly. Also, don't forget your secret treasuries, vaults, or safes where you keep your unparalleled techniques. Then, you will appoint me as the next leader of the Blade of Chaos. I will figure out a way to rescue our brothers of the Blade of Chaos and let the Blade of Chaos work together with the Star Glory Federation to overthrow the pantheon of demons' reign so that the last wills of God Chaos and you will be fulfilled, and you will be avenged. How does it sound? It does not sound cool. Alright. Then I guess we will have to stick to our original plan. The Fire Ant King was dazed. The original plan? The original plan is that I will investigate the environment nearby with Neltharion and try to locate the captives. Right. Since this is the base of the Nether World Watch and Elder Nether Spring's secret nest and a lot of terrible experiments are being conducted in this place, the biochemical brains and crystal processors of high computational ability are mandatory. A lot of Elder Nether Spring's secrets must be stored in the devices. After I get you out, the two of us will go on a rampage and turn the place upside down. Then, we will rescue the captives, steal the biochemical brains or crystal processors, and eventually flee through one of Elder Nether Spring's devilish warships. The area around the North Pole is frequented by billowing wind all year long. The magnetic field here is in disorder, too. It is very inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. I believe that this is one of the reasons Elder Nether Spring established his nest in this place. However, as a result, no matter how much trouble we make in this place, Elder Nether Spring is not likely to detect it soon. Even if he detects it, it will still take him some time to return. Wait. The Elder Nether Spring frowned. The biggest problem right now is, how are you going to get me out of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle? The controller of the magical equipment is in the hands of Mad Medic Lu Wuxin. Don't underestimate him because his nickname is Mad Medic. He has transplanted the organs of many experts into his body and seems to have injected countless kinds of strengthening drugs. 8 years ago, his combat ability was already in the high level of the Demon King state. Now that he has taken Elder Nether Spring's side and is the supervisor of Elder Nether Spring's secret nest, he must be stronger than before. Chances are that he is an out-and-out demon emperor right now. It will not be easy for you to rob him of the controller. Besides, this is a piece of magical equipment made by Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, who wouldn't have been so simple-minded as to ignore the possibility that the controller could be stolen. I estimate that there are some verification rune arrays on the controller, and there is nothing you will be able to do even if you have it. I know, Li Yao said. That was why I asked whether or not you would like to pass on the leadership of the Blade of Chaos to me, Fire Ant King. Rest assured. I will certainly kill Elder Nether Spring one day and avenge you. I would prefer another method. Then, you leave me no choice. I will have to try cracking the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle with brute force. The Fire Ant King was dazed. He asked in disbelief, "Are you confident?" Li Yao smiled positively. Rest assured, Fire Ant King. In fact, I am quite an experienced refiner myself, and I have a profound understanding about all kinds of explosive magical equipment. As for the refining style of Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang, I have studied a thing or two about it before. So, the Fire Ant King was overjoyed. So, even if the brute force cracking fails, Li Yao said, I am totally confident that the damage of the crystal bombs will be concentrated on your body, and I will certainly be unaffected. Which means that I will still have chance to rescue your subordinates, the elites of the Blade of Chaos. However, in case of an accident, I still strongly suggest that you leave a testament to pass on the leadership of the Blade of Chaos to me so that the Blade of Chaos will not collapse because of the lack of a commander. The Fire Ant King had no words. Li Yao licked his lips. All right. Fire Ant King, you can think how to unlock the barriers that Elder Nether Spring imposed on your body right now. I will have Neltharion explore the surroundings while I figure out how to deal with the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle. Li Yao had never forgotten the declaration that he made in public when he was young and proud. Defeat the refining department of Deep Sea University, the holy land of refiners. What if I can crack a piece of magical equipment that even Supernova, Jiangsheng and the entire refining department of Deep Sea University can't? Neltharion flew up agilely and drifted around the chamber. The gate of the chamber was not made of bars, it was fully enclosed. It was impossible to get out of the chamber through the gate unless Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was opening the gate and getting in. However, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin could be an expert in the Demon Emperor level, too. It was too risky to fly above his head. The Netherworld, Elder Nether Spring's nest, was established based on Ba Yanji's war base 40,000 years ago. Many buildings here were actually the relics from that time and a very vintage style. Also, because of the frigidness of the North Pole, where a drop of water might be frozen before it hit the ground, the ceiling of every chamber was installed with ventilation and heating tubes. Li Yao soon found the entrance of a ventilation tube at the southeast corner of the chamber. The ventilate tube was only 1 inch in diameter. It was impossible for a demon or a human being to pass through unless they had practiced certain secret arts such as bone-shrinking arts or bone-softening techniques. Of course, that was not a problem for Neltharion. Chapter 931 Terrifying Netherworld. However, Li Yao did not fly Neltharion through the tiny entrance of the ventilation tube recklessly. Instead, he triggered a beam of probe mystic rays and scanned the bar while he adjusted the frequency of the mystic ray. As he expected, when he adjusted the mystic ray to an extremely low frequency, dozens of mysterious lines appeared on the bars, which interconnected with each other and were moving without any pattern. Should Neltharion touch the crimson lights, an alert system would certainly be triggered. This is truly a heavily guarded place. Neltharion was halted below the entrance of the ventilation tube for 5 seconds while Li Yao calculated the speed and the angle of the mysterious lines quickly. 5 seconds later, Neltharion passed through the bars unhurriedly like a lazy goldfish. The crimson lines seemed to be cooperating with the device and always missed it by the width of hair. Neltharion passed through the mysterious lines and infiltrated the ventilation tube. The scene inside the ventilation tube, on the other hand, gave Li Yao quite a big surprise. It was not an impenetrable scanning defense system as he had imagined earlier. In fact, dense bugs were on the tubes, and very tiny webs could be seen at the turn of the tube, where colorful, scary spiders were lurking in the darkness. Bugs, spiders, and dwarf vampire bats, which were deep gray and almost blended in with the tube, constituted a comprehensive, ecological alert system inside the ventilation tube. Li Yao could not help but click his tongue. Even if somebody crawled into such a tube by compressing their muscles and bones to the minimal size, there would be nothing they could do about the enormous insects. It was impossible for even the tiniest biochemical beasts to infiltrate the tube without alarming the insects. Elder Nether Spring is indeed a great player of insects. I'm afraid the defense of his place is even heavier than the Supreme Congress of the Star Glory Federation. Thankfully, Li Yao possessed Neltharion, a piece of magical equipment crafted in the zenith of the Star Ocean Imperium. Neltharion remained in its stealth mode while it floated in the middle of the tube and observed the entire ecological system. The little bugs on the wall of the tube, which looked like mosquitoes, were dancing without any pattern every second, capturing the floating particles in the air as their food. Some of the bugs would get caught in the spider web. When the number of prey was good enough, the colorful spiders would take action and devour all the food on their web. At that time, the bugs would calm down for several seconds, revealing a zigzagging gap. That was Li Yao's only opportunity. He waited patiently for the spiders to go hunting 3 times and calculated the average length of the gap among the bugs. Finally, when the spiders took action the 4th time, he steered Neltharion to pass through them. His speed could not be too high. Otherwise, he would affect the flow of the air and be caught. The black mist made by the bugs was like a bloody mouth that was closing slowly behind Neltharion. The teeth of the mouth almost bit Neltharian's rear. At the front, the entire tube was blocked by spider webs whose shining threads were smeared with fatal thick liquids. Thankfully, the holes on the spider webs were not even. Sometimes, when the bigger prey was struggling fiercely, they would tear the spider web apart. The colorful spiders, after swallowing enough food, began to mend the webs. Li Yao held his breath and looked for the biggest hole. It was a big test for his expertise of flying a starship, too. The hole that he found was almost the same size as Neltharion. One tremble during the pass-through might sabotage all his endeavors. Meanwhile, the colorful spiders were already crawling toward the hole, apparently planning to repair the biggest hole first. Easy. Relax. There's still a lot of time. There's still. Neltharion took a leap forward and successfully traveled through the web before the spider spurted out the first thread. Li Yao heaved a huge sigh in relief. He had been almost melted in the stomach of the lightning boa. In the exact same way, he breached the blockage of another 7 spider webs and finally reached the entrance of another ventilation tube. Li Yao watched through the bars. He could tell that it was an enormous lab or factory. The vast space had been divided into several different areas. Right below Neltharion was an area for weapons testing. One of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch, lean and with a head resembling that of a wolf, was holding a narrow, long, bizarre-looking firearm in his hand and aiming in a kneeling position. This is the sniper version of the Wild Wave 7 Storm Bolter. After a quick glance, Li Yao already determined that the soldier was using a very popular assault rifle of the Star Glory Federation. The gun could be turned into a general-purpose sniper rifle with reasonably good specifications after it was installed with high-precision plugins. However, other than the high-precision plugins, the very Wild Wave 7 was also tied up by thick veins and tentacles on the surface. 2 redundant objects that looked like lumps were attached to the magazine. There were also 2 crimson eyeballs protruding out of the scope. The gun seemed to have been contaminated, assimilated, and devoured by a certain abnormal monster. It was now a weird weapon that was half a piece of magical equipment and half a living creature, like the blood-sucking flying swords Li Yao had seen in the Mausoleum of Chaos. What was more terrifying was that almost 10 veins, or maybe synthesized nerves, grew out of the sniper rifle and pierced into the arms, chest, and temples of the soldier, as if he was already joined with the weapon. Li Yao pondered. Manipulating the magical equipment with one's own neurons? If that is the case, it will not require powerful telepathic thoughts to use the gun. The weapon's specifications will be significantly improved, too. Who? Furious wind was blowing in the test field. There were even artificial snowflakes that were seriously inhibiting the vision and senses of the sniper. According to the tutorial of the Federal Army, such a weather was most unsuitable for a sniper. But the soldier of the Nether World Watch stayed absolutely still. He remained in a kneeling position like a cold statue. Beep! Hundreds of meters away, a bluish spring suddenly spurted out and blossomed into dozens of stars in midair. Hew! 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 The soldier shot calmly. He even shifted a position every time he had pulled the trigger. In half a minute, he moved into 6 different positions. The interference of the wind and snowstorm was nothing to him. He barely missed any targets. The dozens of blue stars perished abruptly. Li Yao was secretly alarmed. The sniper version of the Wild Wave 7 assault rifle that has been secretly modified by Elder Nether Spring is significantly improved in terms of trigger speed, load capacity, stability, and anti-interference abilities. The comprehensive specifications must have been increased by at least 35%. The most dreadful part is that the weapon is shooting out not just bullets but also lethal poison. I'm afraid that the redundant objects that look like lumps next to the magazine are designed for exactly such a purpose. They are vesicles of poison. It was not hard for Li Yao to imagine the usage of such a design. At first, the highly penetrative and damaging bullets would damage the shield, shell, and plate armor of the target, exposing their most vulnerable body parts. Then, the poison or acid that came with the bullets would be able to destroy the internal organs directly. For both human beings and demons, it was certainly an extremely vicious weapon. Now that the sniper rifle has gone through such modification, the assault rifle that is simpler in structure must have been modified in similar ways, too. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who are embedded with demon cores all over their bodies are already tricky enough. It is going to be a nightmare if they are all equipped with such marvelous weapons. Li Yao secretly learned the specifications of the biochemical sniper rifle and committed them to memory before he flew Neltharion away cautiously. In the second test field, there was a tall, muscular soldier of the Netherworld Watch, who was tied up by more than 10 ammunition belts to which crimson grenades were attached. Li Yao noticed that he was wearing a special necklace on his neck that was as thick as a trunk. Inside the necklace was some sort of dark red drug. Chi. Chi. The needles on the internal side of the necklace pierced into the soldier's neck and injected all the drug into his body. Ho! The soldier let out an ear-splitting roar. The skin all over his body turned red before it broke apart in the end, revealing intense flames that were burning in his veins. Very soon, the soldier turned into a fire demon almost 5 meters tall. The color of the fire turned from red to white as its temperature grew higher and higher. He looked like a pile of melted steel. What was weird was that, despite such a scorching temperature, the soldier of the Netherworld Watch was not dead yet. Instead, he was charging at a heavy crystal tank that had been placed as a target. The heavy crystal tank, under the remote control of the staff nearby, fulminated and ran toward him at full speed, too. Boom! The soldier was like a crazy rhino. Every step he took would leave a deep footprint behind him. He rushed at his top speed and blocked the moving heavy crystal tank head-on like a shooting star. After an impasse of 3 seconds, smoke began popping up from the bottom of the heavy crystal tank before it was slowly pushed back by the soldier. Chi! The soldier leapt onto the vehicle. His 2 hands seemed to have turned into 2 fiery sabers as he stabbed into the plate armor of the crystal tank. Against the burning flames, the plate armor was pierced through and ripped apart by him easily as if it were nothing but a piece of paper. A hole the size of a basin was revealed. The soldier took off almost 10 grenades from the ammunition belt on his body and tossed all of them into the crystal tank before he blocked the hole with his own chest. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The crystal tank jerked up as if it had been installed with a spring. The entire turret flew up to the sky. The soldier of the Netherworld Watch was also blown almost 100 meters back by the immense blast. However, he simply stood up quickly and wiped off the smoke on his chest amid deep, scary laughter. One such monster is enough to cause a lot of trouble for a tank legion of the Federal Army. It will be very difficult for the tank legion to deal with the monster even if the legion has its own cultivators. If such monsters are used to attack the fixed firing points or to storm a city, they will be even more invincible. It is unlikely that a cultivator will be defending every firing point. What bothered Li Yao most was not just the formidability of the soldier of the Netherworld Watch but also the strengthening necklace he wore. Li Yao could see that, in the research room that was 1 glass wall away from the test field, there were dozens of necklaces of the same model on the table, with almost 100 different colored strengthening drugs next to them. The strengthening drugs and the necklaces could be paired freely. Other than the crimson drugs, there were also light gray, violet, and azure ones, each of which was emitting mysterious brilliance and dense spiritual energy. It meant that such strengthening necklaces could very likely trigger frost, poison, corrosion, and a lot of other effects besides the incendiary effect. If all the soldiers of the Nether World Watch are wearing strengthening necklaces, with the biochemical firearms, they will definitely be strong enough to crush any main force legion of the Federal Army. After observing dozens of research rooms and weapon test fields from the above, Li Yao was more and more shocked. Elder Nether Spring was much more stronger than he had expected. His declaration of the rise of the third life form was most certainly not a fantasy but a frightful future that was very likely to come true someday. In the pathway before Neltharion, several exhausted soldiers of the Nether World Watch, who had just finished their testing, were walking to the lift at the end of the pathway. Li Yao thought of something and tailed the soldiers into the lift, too. On the control panel of the lift was a verification rune array. One of the soldiers stuck his right hand to the verification rune array. It was not until a scarlet mystic ray scanned his hand and then turned green that the lift was activated slowly. Judging from the flashing crystals embedded in the lift, the Nether world was extremely large in scale. The building they were in right now had more than 50 floors. Just now, they were in the -3rd floor. At this moment, they reached the -12th floor. The -12th floor was a vast training camp where hundreds of soldiers of the Nether World Watch were doing high-intensity training. Even the most common soldiers who were only embedded with 3 to 5 cores were most carrying hundreds of kilograms on their wrists and ankles while they trained themselves under 3 to 5 times the standard gravity. Despite the burdens, the force of their punch was almost always profound. Sometimes, when intense brilliance burst out of their demon cores, they were even punching at a supersonic speed and exerting a force of more than 10,000 kilograms. Even an iron plate as thick as a palm might be broken through easily. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue after witnessing such strength. Maybe, the newly established crystal legions of the Star Glory Federation were enough to compete with them. But by the same logic, the soldiers of the Nether World Watch would certainly be equipped with biochemical beasts, too. The soldiers whom Li Yao had followed entered a dark chamber next to the training camp. The temperature of the dark chamber was extremely low. The room was enshrouded in dead silence as if it were a spacious graveyard. In the middle of the vague icy mist stood almost 1,000 deep sleep capsules of different sizes. They are the deep sleep capsules for the military of the Star Glory Federation. But they have undergone the same biochemical modifications. A lot of veins, biochemical brains and accessories whose usages are unknown have been added to them. The 4 soldiers found their own deep sleep capsules and lay in them. On the light beam on the surface of the deep sleep capsules, figures and runes were changing quickly. Observing through the hole, Li Yao noticed that the deep sleep capsules were soon filled with a blue gas, and frost began appearing on the eyelids and nose tips of the 4 soldiers. They had entered the hibernation state in the low temperature, too. I understand it now. After modification, those deep sleep capsules all boast a certain hibernation effect. But why? Li Yao tapped his head softly, deep in thought. Right. Demon cores are extremely unstable amalgamations of spiritual energy after all. They might leak or explode if anything goes wrong. Therefore, the soldiers must go into the hibernation state every once in a while to stabilize the spiritual energy inside the demon cores. There are 505 deep sleep capsules in this place. But it can't be the only camp of the Nether World Watch. There seem to be 2 to 3 similar camps nearby. Other floors must have similar facilities, too. Judging from my preliminary estimation, the head count of the Nether World Watch should be around 5,000, which is very suitable for a secret troop. If there are more soldiers, the assets and resources supplied to the North Pole will be too huge. The risk of the place being exposed will be much higher. Li Yao frowned at the thought. The individual combat ability of the Nether World Watch was much higher than the Grand Illusionary soldiers, not to mention the terrifying biochemical devices. Besides, the soldiers of the Nether World Watch were all intelligent creatures who had their own self-awareness. It was impossible that they would just give up their weapons and surrender the moment their command center was taken down. Although Li Yao was quite confident about his combat ability, the best he could do was fight 100 or so soldiers of the Nether World Watch. It was impossible that he could defeat all 5,000 of them. Besides, there was still Mad Medic Lu Wuxin, an expert in the Demon Emperor stage, and Despot and Swirl, two captains who were very close to Demon Emperors. Moreover, chances were that Elder Nether Spring had left some secret weapons in the place, too. This battle is going to be more complicated than the one against Xiao Xuanzi. However, Li Yao moved his eyes and flew Neltharion around the top of the rest area of the Nether World Watch. He traced the wires behind the deep sleep capsules and eventually located the destination of all the wires. Dozens of wires for different purposes were connected every deep sleep capsule. Some of them were responsible for the input of spiritual energy, and others were in charge of injecting high-nutrition materials into the users of the deep sleep capsules so that their body would recover during their sleep. More importantly, one of the wires connected the deep sleep capsules to the mainframe crystal processor. As he expected, the wires coming out of every deep sleep capsule joined together before they led deeper underground. Elder Nether Spring has utilized a lot of magical equipment from the Star Glory Federation in this secret base. Therefore, other than the biochemical brains, he must have a mainframe crystal processor that is of a high level and boasts immense computational ability. The deep sleep capsules should be controlled by the mainframe crystal processor. Assuming that the base is run by a central biochemical brain and crystal processor at the same time, they cannot be very far away from each other. Or rather, they are probably installed in the same place. As long as I find the two brains, I will be able to gain control over the entire Nether world and dig out all the secrets of Elder Nether Spring. It was a pity that the wires and their tubes were flawless. The tiny gap, if there were any, was entirely blocked by the synthesized nerves. Neltharion could not crawl into the tubes at all. Li Yao secretly learned the distribution of wires of the sleep area. He then waited outside of the lift patiently and entered the lift when other soldiers of the Nether World Watch were coming or going. Just like that, Li Yao wandered through most of the areas of the buildings over the next couple of hours. The building was in the shape of a pyramid. The lower he got, the larger the floor became. The part of the building exposed on the surface of the planet was just the tip of the iceberg. The top floors were the camps of the soldiers. The next few floors were test zones and weapon test areas. The interrogation chamber where the Fire Ant King was locked in was there, too. Then, the lower few floors were still the camps of the Nether World Watch, followed by the warehouses of the biochemical beasts. The lightning boa where Li Yao hid himself was stored in this place. Below the warehouse of biochemical beasts was another test area that was extremely large in scale and highly confidential. It was like a prison for the deceased. On the two sides of the cold pathway were independent prison cells that were sealed by the most solid crystals and hardened by crossed rebar. There were also dense rune arrays of the lightning class on the rebar, as if the warden was scared that the prisoners might escape. In the few prison cells that were next to each other, some creatures, whose skin was gray, whose eyes were black, and whose pupils seemed to be melting, were sitting or lying. Some of them were standard human beings, and others were demons with distinctive creatures. But both the human beings and the demons were weary and did not move for a long time. Even their chests were absolutely still. Li Yao could not help but wonder whether or not they were already dead. A few demons in white robes were pointing at them and writing something down. Right then, the gate of the life was opened again, and Mad Medic Lu Wuxin strode out with delight and satisfaction all over his face. Li Yao was dazed. He checked the time and realized that Lu Wuxin must have finished the first interrogation session with the Fire Ant King. I hope the Fire Ant King's nerves are strong enough for him to pass it. Without any fuss, Lu Wuxin spoke to one of the demons in white robes. Show me the combat status of experiment subject number 66778. Experiment subject number 66778 was a human being with thick eyebrows. Beside his left eye, there was a saber tattoo around his eye. Li Yao knew that it was a popular tattoo in the army of the Star Glory Federation, indicating that the human being was a saber expert. However, the man's face was gray, with death-like discoloration all over it, and he had not breathed for more than half an hour. More importantly, there was a big hole on the left side of his chest, through which one could see his back. He could not have been deader. Li Yao clenched his fists harder and harder. Although the man was dead, he did not want a federal soldier to be insulted by the enemy in such a way. A cage slowly dropped down from the ceiling. The barriers around the cage had barely been removed when the iron bars were ripped apart, and a dog-like demon beast with a scorpion tail dashed out. Scorpion Wolf. Li Yao recognized it at a glance. The Scorpion Wolf was not a high-level demon beast, but it was very fast, and there was lethal poison in its scorpion tail. It was also very vigilant and could be tricky to deal with. The Scorpion Wolf was a carrion demon beast. Seeing a body in the corner, it beamed with joy and barked before it lunged at the corpse of the federal soldier. However, the moment the Scorpion Wolf got close, the eyes of the federal soldier, which were pure black, seemed to be injected with crimson liquids, and his body suddenly jerked up in a rigid posture. Hiss! The mouth of the soldier reached his ears, and his jaw dropped to his chest. A cluster of venomous fog spurted out his throat and concentrated into a red pillar that pierced through the Scorpion Wolf from head to tail. Despite the agility of the Scorpion Wolf, it could not dodge at all and died miserably on the spot. However, after the attack, the soldier seemed to have used up the strength of his cells. His body withered at a visible speed, and his stomach collapsed like a swirl. He fell to the ground and quickly turned into foam. Is this all? Mad Medic Lu Wuxin sounded rather disappointed. Yes, the white-robed demon replied. This is the 133rd uncontrollable mutant of the subjects who have contracted Demon God 6. In the extreme state, the cells inside the mutant can live 3 to 5 days. When a target comes close, it will dissolve all the cells of the internal organs and transform them into immense energy, shooting it out in the form of high-pressure blood mist. The mechanism of the attack is similar to the cell obliteration cannon. Even an ordinary person can be granted a one-time combat ability equal to a cultivator. Such mutants are among the more brutal ones. However, the attacks can only be performed once or twice before the cells inside the mutant completely wither. As for the drawbacks, it's just like the other uncontrollable mutants. Their movements are slow, if they move at all. The speed of their withering is too fast. Also, they are not contagious enough. More importantly, their brains have been dead for a long time, and they cannot listen to our command. They may cause a temporary riot, but they cannot be utilized as a perfect weapon. Mad Medic Lu Wuxin sniffed and asked, "What about the experiments of Demon God 7? We are now testing Demon God version 6.8.1, the white-robed demon replied. In the second beta test of the version, the instant clean death rate was 65%, 32.5% of the subjects turned into uncontrollable mutants after death, and 2.5% of them received perfect evolution. A success rate of 2.5% is still too low, Mad Medic Lu Wuxin said coldly. It is not a batch of wild monsters that Elder Nether Spring wants but a well-trained, absolutely loyal, and formidable army. The success rate must be improved to above 5%. Understood, the white-robed demon said. Although we haven't made much progress in the improvement of the success rate, the manipulability of the perfect mutants is much higher than previously. Is that so? Mad Medic Lu Wuxin paused for a minute in thought. Let's go and check. At the end of the pathway, in an ultra-solid prison cell with double crystal walls, a handsome, furious demon was pacing back and forth anxiously. The moment he saw Mad Medic Lu Wuxin, the demon lunged at him like a crazy tiger, triggering thousands of electric arcs on the defense rune array. He was blown back brutally. More than 10 burnt scars were added to his body, but he felt none of it and simply pointed at Lu Wuxin, cursing with the utmost hatred. Li Yao was shocked. The demon had dense, golden hair. His nose that of a lion, and his mouth was broad. There was blue color deep inside his bright golden eyeballs. All the features were the signs of blue-eyed lions, the royal family of the kingdom of lion butchers. Elder Nether Spring was truly crazy enough. He even dared to kidnap a member of the royal family of the kingdom of lion butchers, which was his hardcore ally, and run experiments on him. The blue-eyed lion was more than infuriated. His veins were bulging out and his chest was fluctuating like an air bellow, but he was not killed in the attempt just now. The mad medic grinned hideously and narrowed his eyes. He cast his spells while he stared at the captive, deep brilliance beaming out of his eyes. A weird thing happened. The blue-eyed lion was roaring thunderously, but only a moment later, he lowered his arms, and his face turned indifferent, as if he had been hypnotized. He was looking at Lu Wuxin both admiringly and fanatically, like the zealots who were willing to die for their one true god. Then, his blue eyes were corrupted by bloody streaks, too. Thick veins protruded out of his body, which doubled in size. Countless bone spurts grew out of his spine, his arms, and his knees, decorating him in an armor that was brimming with needles. Inside the bloody mouth, the 2 upper canine teeth were almost 3 times their original length. Like the sharpest sabers, they were certainly able to pierce through a crystal suit. Hoochie! 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 After every breath, streams of dead gray mist would spurt out of his mouth, which surrounded him and did not disperse for a long time. Ho! The blue-eyed lion roared crazily and dashed forward, turning into hundreds of blurred shadows that filled the entire prison cell. Dozens of deep claw traces immediately appeared on the wall. Lu Wuxin's lips curled. The blue-eyed lion came to an abrupt halt. Then, he suddenly lowered his arms and bashed the wall hard with his head. Z. 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 Thousands of electric arcs burst out of the defense rune arrays, enlarging his pupils and making his golden hair stand up. But he seemed to have no sense of pain at all. He continued crashing into the wall and did not stop even though he was bleeding hard. Pa! The mad medic snapped his finger. The blue-eyed lion trembled violently as if he was freed from a nightmare. The bone spurs and the bulging veins retreated into his body, and his dirty eyes gradually cleared. His skull had collapsed because of the collisions, and he was writhing on the ground in pain. He did not even have the strength to curse anymore. Desperation filled his blue eyes, where the blood stains lingered. Indeed, not bad. Lu Wuxin nodded in great satisfaction. I did not feel the least resistance when I controlled him. Also, he was much more active than before. When I gave him a simple command, he would search his memory and experience to complete it on his own. Besides, his speed and strength have both been improved by at least 150%. An army made of such soldiers is one that Elder Nether Spring really needs. There's more than that, the white-robed demon declared proudly. The demon god virus of the latest version modifies the respiratory system perfectly. Right now, his saliva, his blood, and the air that he exhales all contain a huge amount of demon god virus. When the enemy is bitten, scratched, or touched his blood, or rather, when they are simply engaged in melee combat with him without protection, they will be infected by the demon god virus and become our weapons. However, the current version of the virus is still vulnerable under high temperature or low temperature, and it will be easily suppressed by the incendiary bullets and the frost rune arrays. We are hoping to improve that part of the virus in our next version. Most excellent, Lu Wuxin remarked. But we must hurry. It won't be long before the demon god virus is sent to a real battlefield. They were talking in lower and lower voices and seemed to be discussing a specific technological problem. Li Yao's heart became colder and almost fell apart like a piece of ice. So, that was the truth of the so-called third life form and the gods that surpass mankind and the demon race. As it turned out, such evolution had a success rate of only 2.5%. The remaining carriers of the virus were either killed instantly or turned into uncontrollable mutants whose brain was dead but whose cells were alive. Even the strengthened, perfect mutants were merely slaves of Elder Nether Spring's forces and would be at their mercy. This is too horrible. The blood, saliva, and breath of the perfect mutants all contain a fatal and highly infectious virus. Should it spread out on a large scale, countless creatures in both the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector will be killed, turned into monsters, or end up being their slaves. Damn. This is an even more dreadful future than the rule of the Imperium of true human beings. While Li Yao cursed silently, the white-robed demon seemed to have received Lu Wuxin's instructions and left. Li Yao would rather not keep Neltharion with the mad medic for long. Therefore, he simply followed the demon. As it turned out, the demon took the lift and went upward to the surface. Neltharion and the demon moved out of the building together. It was not until this moment that Li Yao finally got a general picture of Elder Nether Spring's nest. It was a freezing snow world with blowing wind outside. They were in a lone island, surrounded by an icy ocean that was full of swirls, surging tides, and colliding glaciers. Looking into the distance, Li Yao found that the horizon seemed to have become a forbidden abyss that was hidden in the dark mist. The lone island was the shape of a dumbbell. It was narrow in the middle and broader on two ends. They were presently at the south of the island. The part of the building above the ground was less than 30 meters tall and covered in thick snow and ice. It was impossible to detect it from the sky at all. Next to the building was a helipad for devilish warships. 3 inconspicuous enormous devilish warships were docked under the cover of the floating islands that pretended to be icebergs. Neltharion followed the white-robed demon to the north of the island. The north of the island turned out to be a vast camp of captives. The visible captives who were wandering in the yard in the freezing wind numbered around 1,000. There was no telling how many more were locked in the underground building. Li Yao adjusted the resolution of Neltharion and observed the captives carefully. They were not the newly captured soldiers of the Blade of Chaos. Despite the temperature of dozens of degrees below zero, they were still only wearing thin prison garb and training themselves hard with whatever facilities they had. Most of the captives were healthy and strong, and they were apparently split in 2 groups. The captives on the left side were mostly human beings, many of whom had popular tattoos of the Federal Army on their faces and arms. It was easy to tell that they had gone through harsh training in the military through their eyes and the way they walked. But their capability was much higher than any special force of the Federal Army that Li Yao had seen. Many of them were punching at a supersonic speed casually while they were yawning, tearing the air apart time and time again for almost 1 minute straight. Is this happening? Since when have the soldiers of the Federal Army become so tough? Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. The captives on the right side, on the other hand, were mostly the Claw clan and the Horn clan of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, but a lot of them were clearly the members of the Insect clan and the Feather clan, too. Together, they were almost a small coalition army of the demon race. The captives of different species had all been captured by Elder Nether Spring for his experiments. Most of them had already suffered a lot of wounds and were barely recognizable. Even so, there was clearly mistrust between the 2 sides. An invisible boundary seemed to be in the middle of the camp. Many captives were looking at the other side of the boundary with hatred. So, they are truly the soldiers of the Federal Army. They are my compatriots and comrades. I must find a way to rescue them all. After unearthing the terrifying experiments that Elder Nether Spring had been working on and discovering that so many of his compatriots and comrades had ended up being captives and experiment subjects, Li Yao was more infuriated and determined than ever. Neltharion did not enter the camp of the captives recklessly. Instead, it took a circle around the north of the lone island. The perimeter of the northern half of the island spanned approximately 10 kilometers, and the camp of the captives on the ground already had a coverage of almost 3 square kilometers. It was quite huge. 3 layers of obstacles had been established out of the captive camp. The first layer of obstacles was made of frost thorns that could resist extremely low temperature. They interweaved with each other like countless icy pitons and constituted a high wall more than 20 meters tall. Whenever a captive was close to the wall, the thorns would extend out and shake like vipers. Behind the frost thorns was a high-voltage electric web with bluish electric arcs flowing through thick wires. Occasionally, 2 electric arcs would collide, resulting in brilliant sparks. Behind the high-voltage electric web were clusters of weird demonic plants, which, at first glance, appeared to be organs of a certain enormous demon beast. They were almost 4 floors high and bright blue with translucent lumps growing on them that were pulsating like hearts. The giant petals on their top were like bloody mouths that had been widely opened. The sharp thorns around the petals were as sharp as tusks. Deep inside the flower, icy mist was spurting out and congregated into a vague cloud in the air. The weird demonic plants had been cultivated all around the captive camp with a span of hundreds of meters. The icy mist they generated enshrouded the captive camp and lingered. In Li Yao's experience, they probably possessed air-attacking abilities. The frost thorns, high-voltage electric web, and air-attacking demonic plants that could spurt icy mist. Even if a captive passed through the 3 layers of obstacles, they would still find themselves surrounded by a gloomy, creepy ice ocean that was thousands of kilometers offshore. They could not run away even if they had grown wings. However, they were still not the most powerful barrier of the captive camp. In the middle of the frost thorns and the high-voltage electric web, a bronze pillar had been established every few dozen meters. Together, they seemed to be hundreds of giants in heavy armor that were eyeing all the captives coldly. All the bronze pillars were carved with complicated, vintage runes. Li Yao thought quickly. Judging from the style and the method of engravement, they were all ancient runes from 40,000 years ago. The 108 pillars integrated into an ancient array. Right. It must be an ancient array that was set up by Ba Yanji's chaos demons in order to confine certain brutal demon beasts, or even, the ultimate one demons. Li Yao was greatly refreshed. Naturally, an ancient rune array was always made of ancient magical equipment and the most classical ancient spiritual stripes. Analyzing ancient spiritual stripes, dismantling the ancient magical equipment, and cracking the ancient rune arrays were all his specialties. It appeared that the ancient rune array was the pivot of the captive camp. If that was the case, he might be able to rescue all the captives after he destroyed the rune array. Steering Neltharion, Li Yao scanned every pattern on the 108 bronze pillars before moving into the captive camp prudently. All the captives, be they human beings or demons, were confined with silver shackles and manacles on their necks, wrists, and ankles. There was also the weight that they carried for their training. Every lock was embedded with shining crystals that were surrounded by sophisticated spiritual stripes. Although the locks were modern magical equipment that were newly made, the spiritual stripes on them were in the distinctive characteristics of the ancient cultivators and apparently belonged to the same system as those on the bronze pillars. It seems that the locks must work with the 108 bronze pillars. Judging from the pattern of the spiritual stripes, such devices can trigger super powerful electric arcs, but it's hard to say whether or not there are other mysteries to them. Li Yao was going to observe more carefully when a riot suddenly broke out at the front. As it turned out, some of the captives on the demon's side had trained themselves so hard that a few broken pieces of ice had splashed to the human being's side and hit the head of a captive precisely. There was grudge between the two sides of captives in the first place. Now, the tiny fuse immediately triggered an overwhelming fire. All the captives jumped to their feet and glared at each other across the invisible boundary, cursing and calling each other's name. Very soon, a brawny individual dashed out from each of the two sides. What was odd was that, the leader who walked out of the federal soldiers had a green face and long tusks. His body was dark, and his arms were exceptionally long, dangling down by his ankles and growing black scales. He also had a bone tail that looked like a long hammer in his back. He looked even more hideous than a Yiksha one. However, he was wearing a federal soldier's hat on his head neatly. Although the hat had been riddled with holes, he had managed to patch it up and wash it clean. At the center of the hat was a medal of the Federal Army. It was a red star surrounded by two silver dragons. The guy who strode out of the demon's side proudly, on the other side, turned out to be a handsome middle-aged man with a square face and broad eyes. Other than his chin that was slightly protruding and his canine teeth that bared out of his mouth, Li Yao could not see any features of demons on him at all. Are those two guys on the wrong side of the boundary? Li Yao scratched his head. Suo Chao Long. The Yiksha who walked out of the human captives and had a military hat on his head roared furiously, "What the F***ck is the meaning of this? You didn't take enough of a beating last week, and you want me to blow out your newly grown molars again, right? Tuhu, don't make a fuss here. My guys only splashed a tiny bit of ice by accident when they were training. Your people were yelling and cursing first." The leader of the demon captives, who was the square-faced, middle-aged man, chuckled aloud. "You are crying for help when you were hit by nothing but a few scraps of ice. What a bunch of losers. No wonder you collapsed all the way from the dark desolate domain to the giant blade pass without even having the courage to fight back at all." Ha ha ha. Tuhu, who appeared to be a Yiksha, laughed and spat on the ground brutally. His saliva was frozen quickly in the air and crashed into pieces when it hit the ground. Collapsed without having the courage to fight back. Exactly. I wonder, who was it that threw all their belongings and fled all the way north from the giant blade pass back to the dark desolate domain when my Flying Tigers Legion launched counterattack? Suo Chao Long, the leader of the demon captives, widened his eyes and bellowed, "It was the lowly black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons who fled. My Blood Lion Battalion is exclusively made of the toughest bronze blood soldiers and the noble silver blood demons. We only made a strategical retreat because of the burden of the scumbags. After we reached the dark desolate domain and were no longer burdened by the scumbags, did we not crush your Flying Cats Legion as easy as pie?" Crush? Tuhu's eyes, eyebrow, and nose scrunched together because of his fury. "You do know the arts of bragging well. You suffered as many losses as I did. In the end, we were fished up indiscriminately and brought to this freezing hell for the horrid experiments. Yesterday alone, yet another 3 of my brothers were killed. 3 best brothers. Pay." Suo Chao Long spat on the ground, equally noisily. "It was only because the Flying Cats Legion was biting us too hard and trying to perish together with us at any moment. That was 2F** King stupid. 2 of my subordinates were killed yesterday, too. The day before that, 4. Tuhu sneered. "You are merely answering for your own folly. When you invaded the Heaven's Origin sector, a noble silver blood demon such as yourself did not see this coming at all, did you?" Brutality beamed out of Suo Chao Long's eyes. "For the last time, it was not an invasion, it was a comeback. Our ancestors lived in the Grand Desolate Plateau 1,000 years ago. We are the rightful owners of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Even to this day, the relics of the demon cities left by our ancestors can still be found on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Do you dare deny it? It was the cunning, sordid, greedy army of the Star Glory Federation that invaded the Grand Desolate Plateau. You destroyed our home and annihilated the vast majority of our ancestors. Only the most fortunate 1% were able to flee to the Blood Demon sector through wormholes. If you are talking about an invasion, the federal citizens such as you are the really invaders. We are merely taking back our ancestral home 1,000 years ago. Your ancestors lived in the Grand Desolate Plateau 1,000 years ago, Han Tulu declared loudly, but the ancestors of human being owned the entire Sea of Stars 40,000 years ago. The traces of activity of human beings left 40,000 years ago can still be found on the Grand Desolate Plateau. There are countless exhumed relics that can prove that. How are you going to justify yourself? Suo Chaolong laughed coldly. Alright, let's leave the history aside. In the past 10 years, the crystal warships of the Star Glory Federation have been getting into the water like dumplings. Your productivity of crystal suits is even higher than a rabbit's fertility. Your military budget has been increased by 30 to 50% every year. Do not even tell me that you are actually peace lovers, merely trying to defend your own home, and you never plan to invade the Blood Demon sector. Suo Chaolong pointed at the medal at the center of Han Tuhu's hat. The one you've got is the Level 2 Red Star Medal of the Federal Army, right? According to the Military Credit Act of the federal government, those who receive a Level 2 Red Star Medal will be given 20 acres of Level 5 land in the Blood Demon sector. Hee hee. The Military Credit Act was passed 100 years ago. Right now, it has gone through dozens of amendments. Almost every blade of grass and tree of the Blood Demon sector has been divided. I know for a fact that a lot of cultivation sects of the Star Glory Federation are purchasing the future land on a large scale from the veterans who have enough military credit. There are even land futures and shares that are tradable on the market. If I may ask, how are you going to get your 20 acres of land if you do not invade the Blood Demon sector? If it is nothing but an honor, do those cultivation sects have nothing better to do than purchasing the ungrounded exploitation rights of future land? Therefore, just admit it. You want to swallow us as much as we want to swallow you. It's just that the Blood Demon sector took action first. Survival of the fittest is the law of the universe. Do not think that human beings are more righteous and lenient than demons. Blushing, Han Tuhu gnashed his teeth. Do not compare the great civilization of mankind to the atrocious civilization of demons. Suo Chaolong was amused. He pointed his canine teeth and said, after I was tortured dozens of times by the scumbags, I still managed to keep some of the features of the demons. As for you, are you even similar to a human being? Just look at your pathetic portrait in your pee. You are shameless enough to say, great civilization of mankind? Hey, Han Tuhu. I've been meaning to ask you a question for a long time. Do you really think you are even a human being? His words were obviously the last thing that Han Tuhu wanted to hear. Every red hair of the muscular man who looked like a yiksha was jumping crazily like flames, and the veins on his temples bulged out like a tightened longbow. He turned into a black hurricane and lunged toward Suo Chaolong. Boom! The two muscular guys collided brutally like two titans. Although they did not have magical equipment or weapons, their strength was unbelievably high. Every one of their attacks broke the sonic barrier and raised an overwhelming snowstorm. Now that the two leaders were fighting hard, naturally, their subordinates behind them would rather not idle by. They all cracked their knuckles and came at each other. What confused Li Yao most was that many soldiers of the federal arm were showing the distinctive features of demons along with inhuman roars. Meanwhile, many demons were surrounded by vague spiritual energy when their blood was boiling, and their muscles were bulging out. This is, rather chaotic. Li Yao did not even know how he should comment on the battle between the two teams of captives. Those captives were truly strong. Judging in the standard of the cultivators, even the weakest of them were in the high level of the refinement stage, and most of them were in and above the building foundation stage. As for the two leaders, namely Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong, they were even in the core formation stage. They're almost another Nether World watch. Li Yao pondered for a moment and basically sorted through the origins of the captives. The Flying Tigers Legion, commanded by Han Tuhu, and the Blood Lion Battalion, commanded by Sua Chaolong, were certainly the elite troops of the two parties in the war. At the end of the Battle of Dawn, the coalition army of the demon race that marched into the Heaven's origin sector collapsed. The Blood Lion Battalion was probably in charge of covering the retreat, and the Flying Tigers Legion was leading the charge and attacking them all the time. Both of them suffered heavy casualties in the dark desolate domain. But they did not know that the Battle of Dawn was merely Elder Nether Spring's scheme to get more test subjects. The Blood Lion Battalion and the Flying Tigers Legion, both of which heavily wounded, naturally became the best prey and were fished up by Elder Nether Spring. Eventually, they were secretly shipped to this place. Here, they had all gone through the harshest of experiments. Most of the soldiers had been killed. The lucky survivors who gritted their teeth through the multiple modifications were certainly the strongest of them. Because of the enhancement of the weird strengthening drugs and techniques, their capability had soared exponentially. That was why such tough captives existed. In the snow world, the captives, despite their lack of weapons, were fighting hard as if they were in crystal suits and biochemical beasts. Li Yao was shocked and curious. The captives are too strong to be trapped by the triple defenses of the frost thorns, the high-voltage electric web, and the demonic plants. There are bound to be more restraints. Odd. Why is the Netherworld Watch not stopping the fight between the captives? There are guards everywhere on the towers around. Right. They must be testing the battle data of the captives in a natural environment. The captives belong to two different groups that are at loggerheads. If they are in conflict, preferably with some of them killed, it will be easier for the management of the Netherworld Watch. Classifying the captives into different groups that were hostile to each other and placing them together was an old trick in the prison to balance the prisoners in the internal strife. The pressure on the guards would be significantly reduced. After a 5-minute-long fierce battle, there was blood everywhere on the snowy land. Finally, the guards of the Netherworld Watch in the towers blew their whistles lazily. Circles of electric arcs swirled fast along the spiritual stripes and spiraled from the bottom of the 108 bronze pillars. When they reached the top of the pillars, they spurted out quickly and hit the locks on the necks, wrists, and ankles of the captives precisely. Z. 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 The locks turned out to boast the ability of enhancing the power of the electric arcs. The electric arcs that were shot at them instantly split off into thousands more and covered all the captives like an overwhelming electric web. With the boost of the 108 bronze pillars, the electric arcs were being generated unceasingly at a higher and higher voltage. The uncanny attraction force grabbed all the captives. The captives who were relatively weaker were already foaming because of the electric shot. The leaders of captives that were mauling each other felt goosebumps all over their bodies, too. Stimulated by the super high-voltage electric arcs, they were not able to launch any effective attacks at all and simply punched each other like mobs on the street. In the end, they both collapsed and cramped while they were punching each other. The ground of the northeast corner of the captive camp sank down slightly and split apart, revealing a pathway leading underground. A lot of soldiers of the Netherworld Watch in heavy armor walked onto the field to clean up the mess. The captives had all been electrified into cramping shrimps on the ground and put up no resistance at all. Li Yao took the opportunity to fly Neltharion underground. He had basically grasped the functioning mechanism of the ancient rune array. To trigger such intense electric arcs, a great number of crystals of the lightning class must have been stored somewhere below the ground as the core of the array. He would need to find the core and sabotage it. Half a day later, Neltharion returned exactly the same way as it left. After a series of soul-stirring infiltration operations, it was finally back to the interrogation chamber where the Fire Ant King was being held. The Fire Ant King's body was expanding like a sea cucumber that had been soaked for too long. The venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle had been deeply embedded into his skin, which was now almost transparent. He was in quite low spirits, like a towel that had been completely dried. Mad Medic Lu Wuxin was not here, which was quite a relief for Li Yao. "Are you alright?" Li Yao re-established the communication with the Fire Ant King. For now, the Fire Ant King wrote rather lethargically. "But I may be not in 3 days. Lu Wuxin is 10 times more skilled than 8 years ago. He can directly stimulate my brain cells and search my soul. Within 3 days, I'm going to confess everything that I know, including the existence of you. So, cut the useless stuff and get straight to the point. What have you found?" "I have found out why Elder Nether Spring did not reach out to you for a frank cooperation in the beginning. It is because he never meant to create a third life form," Li Yao replied quickly. "What he has been trying to create is just a bunch of loyal slaves. Also, the death rate of the scary modification is shockingly high. It is above 95%, for both human beings and demons." Li Yao told the Fire Ant King everything that he had seen in the Demon God Virus Research Center honestly. The Fire Ant King listened attentively and gave no reply. However, Li Yao sensed that his somewhat devastated eyes were focused again. "What's your plan?" The strokes of the Fire Ant King were tough again. "At the north part of the island is a large camp of captives. Thousands of captives, including the soldiers of the Blade of Chaos, are locked inside. Altogether, there are 9 layers of barriers above and below the ground. However, I may be able to find a way to crack the most important one." Li Yao pondered while he said, "To achieve our purpose, the captives will be the key. It will be more convenient for me to rescue you if the captives are freed first and distract the Netherworld Watch's attention. Then, we will be able to find the mainframe crystal processor and the biochemical brain of the place and figure out Elder Nether Spring's entire plan. However, there are also almost 1,000 federal soldiers among the captives. They are all my compatriots, and I have to get them out. It is unnegotiable." "Continue," the Fire Ant King said. "The crucial part of our escape plan is the vehicle," Li Yao said. "To get out of the place, we will have to drive a devilish warship. But neither me nor the federal soldiers know the first thing about how to pilot a devilish warship." "It is not going to be a problem," the Fire Ant King said. "Many of my subordinates know how to pilot a devilish warship. If there is no other choice, I can try my best to steer one, too." "That's good." Li Yao nodded and said, "There's also one other problem. The 1,000 federal soldiers are too eye-catching in the Blood Demon sector. They will need a place where they can hide before they find a way back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Void Turmoil City at present is certainly in turmoil," the Fire Ant King said. "There is no way that we can return to that place. However, the Blade of Chaos has another few secret hideouts. We can stay in one of them and lay low for a while." Li Yao narrowed his eyes. "Should I trust you?" "If you have been speaking the truth, you should," the Fire Ant King said. "Like you, I do not want my compatriots to become walking dead or slaves that are at somebody else's mercy. Besides, you do not have a second choice other than to believe in me, just like I do not have a second choice other than to believe in the human expert that jumped out of nowhere, you. If you are with Elder Nether Spring and your appearance was but an excellent play that he drafted for the purpose to breaking into the secret hideouts of the Blade of Chaos, I have no choice but to step into the trap now." Li Yao laughed. The Fire Ant King did have a point. "All right. I have basically grasped the structure of the captive camp and the underground facilities. I will need 1 day to prepare the magical equipment and the weapons we need." Li Yao told him his whole plan. "In 1 day, I will fly the fully armed Neltharion into the depths of the captive camp to sabotage the pivot of the barriers and free all the captives. The riot of the captives will certain distract the attention of most of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. Later, I will crawl out of where I am hiding right now and rescue you. Following which, we look for the core secrets saved in the mainframe crystal processor or the biochemical brain. I will deal with the crystal processor, and you, the biochemical brain. Any questions? No, eventually, we will steal a devilish warship and blow up the remaining ones before we take off with all the captives. The critical problem is, how much of your capability can be restored? The Fire Ant King sniffed and said, if I activate all the strengthening drugs inside my body, my combat ability can be restored to near the Demon Emperor stage. However, there will be nothing I can do if the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle on my body is not cracked. A combat ability near the Demon Emperor stage is good enough. As for the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, we will have to try our luck. Please check your watch and activate all your strengthening drugs inside your body on time, Fire Ant King. Li Yao cracked his knuckles. Starting from now, in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds, we are going to make it big. An hour later, Neltharion returned to the warehouse of biochemical beasts, which was on the -26th floor of the Nether world. At this moment, Li Yao finally had the chance to crawl out of the super-corrosive stomach of the lightning boa. He did not forget to leave several souvenirs in the throat of the lightning boa. If the lightning boa was used by the Nether World Watch in a battle in the future, the outcome would certainly be very touching. Neltharion hovered above the warehouse of biochemical beasts and located 9 surveillance biochemical eyes in total. After calculating all their angles, Li Yao held his breath for half a minute before moving the button on the cover inch by inch with his magnetic magical equipment and Neltharion. Finally, he was out of the beast. Like a ghost, before the biochemical eye turned toward him, he dashed out of the biochemical beast container and hid in the narrow gap between 2 containers, breathing in silence. He had constricted his bones and muscles, making himself no larger than a cat, in order to leave enough space for his arm. His fingers were vibrating at a high frequency of more than 5,000 times per second. Very soon, the scent of something being burnt could vaguely be smelled. It was the scent of his skin being slightly roasted due to the high-frequency rubbing against the hair. It was Li Yao's warm-up. The warm-up is done. Now start the preparations. Li Yao blinked. Golden colors were flashed quickly in the depths of his eyes. Now that he was in the superlative height of the core formation stage, he could project whatever was his mind to his retinas. He could see hundreds of light beams before him. On the illusionary light beams, the map of the island above and below the ground, the 47 hypothetical structures of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, and the inventory of the 300 items that he was planning to modify and assemble were all displayed clearly and orderly. All the images were jumping and changing quickly on his retinas. Li Yao divided his computational ability into computation, analysis, and combination simultaneously. 1/3 of his computational ability was integrating the 3D map of the Nether world and simulating all the scenarios that he could possibly run into in the operation tomorrow by means of wargames. Li Yao assumed that the standard force of the enemy was 5,000 soldiers of the Nether World Watch and 3 experts in the Demon Emperor stage, Lu Wuxin, Despot and Swirl. Then, he improved the difficulty of the game by 30% on such a basis while he calculated his plan and countermeasures under various circumstances. 1/3 of his computational ability was trying to recall the refining style of Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang and the traditional style of the refining department of Deep Sea University. Although Jiang Shaoyang had made remarkable progress compared to the past, the habits and techniques that he had developed since childhood were too deeply rooted to be wiped out, even if they could be covered temporarily. Li Yao was now an expert in the superlative height of the core formation stage and a master of refining. But some of his habits still showed traces of the magical equipment graveyard where he learned the arts of refining in the beginning. What Li Yao was going to do was look for the familiar style that Jiang Shaoyang covered up before he found a way to counterattack. I have always felt that Jiang Shaoyang's refining style is quite similar to mine. Then, if I was going to craft a piece of magical equipment that was meant to confine the nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors, what would I do? Brand new structural designs were popping up inside Li Yao's brain. The bright golden lines seemed to be alive and were extending to infinity, cleaving, curling, connecting, and colliding. The last third of his computational ability was dedicated to the micro-adjustments on Neltharion with his hands. Neltharion was a training starship from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium with the purpose of raising captains of a warship. Theoretically speaking, Neltharion could do whatever tactical movements a real multipurpose exploration starship could, even including a barrage of the main guns. However, since Neltharion was too small, the crystals and ammunition that it could carry were quite limited. The main guns of the model did not boast much damage. One barrage was no better than a normal attack of a cultivator in the refinement stage. It was better to significantly enhance the power rune arrays of Neltharion and steer it at high-speed speeds in order to pierce through the enemy like a flying sword. Therefore, back when Li Yao was still in the Flying Star sector, he had already performed a full modification on Neltharion. Like with Sparkle, the unhelpful main guns of the model were removed, replaced by a tiny drill of mystic rays. The stealth and scouting abilities of Neltharion had been improved, too. Since the drill of mystic rays could dig through the toughest mother loads, it was certainly able to pierce through the head or chest of an enemy. What Li Yao was trying to do now was modify a secondary cannon below the body of Neltharion into a pen of mystic rays that could continuously shoot mystic rays of a low energy level. By controlling it remotely, Li Yao would be able to manipulate Neltharion to carve rune arrays from a long distance. Other than that, 10 oriented crystal bombs that were made of marrow crystals were held on the body of Neltharion, which was no larger than a finger. The bombs might not have been powerful enough, but if they were installed at critical locations, they would significantly interfere with the normal functions of a large magical equipment system. Those were all the weapons on Neltharion. Schwa. 11 minutes and 9 seconds later, Li Yao finished considering. His hands picked up almost 100 components as quick as a storm and started assembling them. His hands did not stop until more than 20 hours later. When he made up his mind to have an adventure in the Blood Demon sector by himself in the beginning, he had stuffed all kinds of magical equipment and crystals into his 10 cosmos rings. He did not expect that they would come in handy in such a place. He spent 3 hours modifying Neltharion and 5 hours making the tools to crack the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. In the remaining time, other than building the necessary ancillary magical equipment, he was fully dedicated to assembling and modifying the crystal bombs and almost used up all of the materials inside his 10 cosmos rings. I really can't wait any longer. After he put the last crystal bomb back into the cosmos ring, Li Yao finally struggled to stretch out his arms for the first time in the past day and night. He opened a bottle of medication drugs with his teeth, took half the drugs orally, and sprayed half of them onto his hands, which were now bleeding profusely. Burning sounds were echoing non-stop. Sensing the itching as the new flesh grew quickly, Li Yao felt his heart beating fast. His head seemed to be filled with crystal bombs, which were blowing up one after another. When he thought of the countless soldiers of the Nether World Watch that were about to be blown into the sky, their internal organs blossoming like fireworks, Li Yao could not have felt more excited. Li Yao slightly frowned. His telepathic thoughts entered deep into his brain, and he gazed at the mental devil. "You are trying to influence me without me knowing again, aren't you?" The mental devil blinked innocently. "Should I stop?" "Forget it." Li Yao licked his lips and wetted his throat that was about to be burnt with his saliva and blood. He let loose part of the restraints on his soul so that the strength of the mental devil could nurture the crimson left eye incessantly. "Today, you don't need to." 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 57 seconds passed. According to the calendar of the Blood Demon sector, it was 10:32 and 33 seconds a.m., March the 7th. At this moment, Elder Nether Spring was exchanging a secret agreement with Jean Tui, the new commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race, in a secret chamber of the headquarters of the pantheon of demons. After they exchanged a drop of each other's heart-tip blood and swore a blood oath, they both put on a mysterious, meaningful smile. With the full support of the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, the Red Tide operation has got off to a good start. It won't be long before the Heaven's Origin sector becomes ours. Jean Tui could not have sounded more excited. Yes. The Heaven's Origin sector is destined to be ours. Elder Nether Spring's eyes passed Jean Tui's shoulders and pierced through the thick eyes, staring at the future that was not far away. At the same moment, deep inside the icy, stormy ocean 100,000 kilometers to their north, in the middle of the savaging gales and turbulence, from the south of an inconspicuous lone island buried in snow, Neltharion flew out of the underground world quietly again, heading toward the north. The captive camp was exactly the same as the day before. The fierce battle yesterday did not leave many wounds on the muscular, monstrous captives. However, the two groups were even more clearly divided right now. Everybody was tormenting the hardest rocks with all their strength in silence. The air was so intense that it could have frozen at any moment. Li Yao saw Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, the two leaders of the captives, after only a quick look. The two of them were glaring at each other across the boundary, right in the middle like two roosters and cursing in the most profane language. Even the frigid wind was not enough to shut their mouths. They were also spitting noisily on the ground non-stop. Li Yao had thought to reach out to Han Tuhu in advance so that he could be prepared, but he eventually dismissed the idea after much deliberation. He did not know Han Tuhu very well. However, judging from his reactions the other day, he was certainly a bit radical and fractious after being modified into such a horrific appearance through the harsh experiments. It would be terrible if he showed any openings when he was not in a good mood. Li Yao had no doubt that countless pairs of eyes were gazing at the prisoners in places that he could not see. But Sua Chaolong's demon captives are in quite an awkward position for me. If possible, Li Yao had hoped to bring away part of the demon captives, too. The reason was simple. Since Sua Chaolong was the commander of the Blood Lion Squad, an elite troop of the coalition army of the demon race, he was certainly a noble of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. He was walking evidence to prove Elder Nether Spring's scheme. However, Sua Chaolong was apparently very hostile against human beings. As a silver blood demon, he was not particularly fond of the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons who also caused the crushing defeat of the Battle of Dawn. He was like an unpredictable time bomb. Li Yao was not sure what was on his mind at all. I can only play it by ear now. Steering Neltharion, Li Yao dived into the cold ocean. The previous day, he had examined the internal structure of the captive camp. Since it was large enough for tens of thousands of captives and guards to live in, the ventilation and drainage facilities were necessary for them to survive in the underground environment. Li Yao tried compromising the ventilation facilities, but the few tubes that he located were all guarded by highly sensitive rune arrays. So, he had to make plans with the drainage facilities. The tens of thousands of captives that were locked inside the camp would certainly produce a huge amount of bodily waste on a daily basis, most of which was directly discharged to the icy ocean through a canal below the surface of the ocean. Every drainage canal was more than half a meter in diameter and easy for an adult to crawl in. Therefore, Elder Nether Spring had deployed dense crystal wires on the exit of the drainage canals with defense rune arrays that could send powerful electric arcs and freezing coldness over to the web. If Li Yao damaged the crystal wires, the guards above would certainly sense it. The holes between the crystal wires were too small. Li Yao was not confident that he could sneak through them in Neltharion without alarming anyone. However, it was not a problem for him. He steered Neltharion deeper into the water, until he was 700 meters below the surface of the ocean. He waited patiently in a trench for a moment and discovered an eel that was more than half a foot long and almost transparent. Such eyeless bright blue demon beasts whose heads and tails were barely distinguishable were known as ghost head ice eels. It was one of the few demon beasts that could live in the icy ocean of the North Pole. Such a frigid place was not actually very suitable for their survival, but Li Yao estimated that the drainage and garbage that the Nether world discharged had certain nutrition, which attracted the ghost head ice eels to swim here in no fear of the coldness and the turbulence. Generally speaking, the ghost head ice eels like to live between 300 meters below the surface of an ocean and 800 meters, where there was no sunlight. But when they were hungry, they would also risk moving up to 100 meters below the surface of an ocean in search of food. The exits of the drainage canals that contained a lot of garbage were certainly among their favorite places. It was not unusual for the ghost head ice eels to crawl into the exits, only to touch the crystal wires by accident and be executed by the electric arcs and the frost. During his investigation yesterday, Li Yao had found half a bone of a ghost head ice eel in one of the exits of the drainage canals. He had pondered carefully and finally figured out the reason. Swoosh! When the ghost head ice eel in front of him opened its mouth, devouring the underground sand before it and sucking the nutrition, Neltharion turned into a streak of brightness and stabbed into its mouth. The ghost head ice eel jerked hard, but it had been slain by Neltharion instantly. Neltharion crawled into the mouth of the ghost head ice eel and swam toward one of the drainage canals with the demon beast as the best camouflage. When he drew close to the crystal wires, Li Yao did not dodge at all, he simply crashed into them as if there was nothing in front of him. Chi! 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 Deep blue electric arcs immediately burst out of the crystal wires, shocking the ghost head ice eel, whose transparent appearance was now dead gray, and turning it rigid. But Neltharion had taken the opportunity to crawl out of the ghost head ice eel's mouth and pass through the crystal wires successfully. According to my analysis, the great array made of 108 bronze pillars should be a variation of devil-taming thunderous array. If that is the case, the circuit of the spiritual energy of the array should be a reversed heptagon. The ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago did not know spiritual stripes as thoroughly as modern people do. When they established such a great array, they must have left a few very thick tubes so that the immense spiritual energy could flow inside without being hindered. So, the place that I'm going to need is here. A shining 3D structure of a rune array popped up inside Li Yao's head. Piloting Neltharion, he zigzagged inside the drainage canal, taking various turns, before he finally stopped in a seemingly unattractive corner. If his calculations were correct, this was the closest point to the pivot of the barriers in straight line. Schwa! 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 The mini drill of mystic rays was immediately activated as it dug into the cold rocks deeply. Li Yao absolutely trusted his calculations and drilled forward in the darkness very patiently. 27 minutes later, the pressure on the drill of mystic rays suddenly reduced, and a long, narrow tube appeared in front of him, in which highly compressed spiritual energy of the lightning class was running. I've made it. This is indeed the circulation tube of spiritual energy for the Great Array. Li Yao could not have been more excited. He activated the anti-thunderstorm spiritual shield on Neltharion and went against the current inside the circulation tube. After he dodged quite a few electric arcs, a few neatly distributed holes showed up in front of him. Neltharion leapt out agilely through one of them. He found himself in a vast underground space. A magnificent array was carved on the ground, which seemed to have confined thousands of bundles of lightnings in the place. Above the great array, 108 bronze plates were floating in midair. Dense rune arrays could be found on them, too. The bronze plates were connected to each other via electric arcs. There were so many complicated electric arcs that dozens of spider webs seemed to be overlapping. One could not help but feel dizzy when one observed them. But Li Yao could not have enjoyed himself more. It is indeed a certain variation of the devil-taming thunderous array. It has gone through micro-adjustments and enhancement based on the freezing air and the disordered magnetic field of the North Pole, which makes it even more powerful than the original version. The person who first established the Great Array was too extravagant. He has used 108 pieces of burning star purple bronze as the cores of the array. Well. I went through quite a lot of trouble to find just one small piece of burning star purple bronze in order to improve the electroconductivity of my saber. However, the Great Array seems to have been further modified? Right. It must have been done by Elder Nether Spring. The hundreds of rune arrays employed in the devil-taming thunderous array have been lost since a long time ago. Normal people would not be able to understand them, much less make use of them. Therefore, with the technology of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, Elder Nether Spring performed modernization on the devil-taming thunderous array. This is quite a mess and a great waste of the treasure. Li Yao sniffed and did not think highly of Elder Nether Spring's modifications. I'll show you what the job should be done. Li Yao knew that a lot of furious spiritual energy of the lightning class would leak out in the pivot of the devil-taming thunderous array and congregate into flashing electric arcs. Not only was the environment unsuitable for living creatures, even the surveillance devices, such as crystal cameras or the biochemical eyes, would be jammed or destroyed easily within half a day after they were installed. Therefore, he was bold enough to accelerate Neltharion while he scanned every detail of the Great Array. The Great Array is made of thousands of minor rune arrays, but its core holds the few critical rune arrays that will affect the whole immediately when they are modified. What I am going to do is slightly change the flow of spiritual energy inside the few rune arrays and put them into conflict so that the spiritual energy will overload and destroy the devil-taming thunderous array. Neltharion was like a sleazy rat spreading a fatal plague. With Li Yao's crazy calculation, the mini-bombs made of marrow crystals were deployed in the critical parts of the Great Array. After he planted 5 bombs, he also came up with a modification plan in his mind. The pen of mystic rays shot out an ivory ray of light that jumped agilely on the core runes of the Great Array. Li Yao wrote quite fast. Very soon, 100 spiritual stripes the width of a hair were added to the Great Array, constituting circuits of spiritual energy that were full of evilness. Chi! Chi! The lightnings were hitting Neltharion's spiritual shield non-stop. Work complete. Li Yao blew a whistle softly and returned the same way he had come. With a telepathic thought, the bombs of marrow crystals would be triggered, and the devil-taming thunderous array would likely be paralyzed. However, it would be better if he took action when the Great Array was fully functioning, in which case the odds of success would be much higher. Li Yao figured that it was time for him to greet Han Tuhu now. Beep! 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 When Neltharion returned to the drainage canal, however, Li Yao heard hasty buzzes deep inside the captive camp. Something serious seemed to be happening. Are you kidding me? After Neltharion crept out of the icy ocean and flew to the sky again, Li Yao was truly dumbfounded by what he saw. The human and demon captives were fighting again. This time, the battle was even more fierce than yesterday. The two parties were like sworn enemies. They were all mangling each other hard, scratching with their claws and biting with their teeth. Some of them were stabbing their enemy's eyes, while their enemy was kicking their groin. It was hard to tell which of them were humans and which ones were demons. This is not good. Li Yao was more than anxious. Judging from the fierce battle between the two groups of captives, they would not attack the guards even if he destroyed the devil-taming thunderous array. Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, the two leaders, were fighting with all their fury now. Their every attack would cause a minor earthquake inside the captive camp. Footprints that looked like craters covered the ground because of their sprinting. Z. 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 The 108 bronze towers released immense electric arcs one more time. 10 seconds later, all the captives except Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong were lying on the ground, cramping like shrimps. When the remaining electric arcs focused on the two leaders for 3 seconds, they also ended up foaming and bulging out their eyes. They, too, fell to the ground as if they were having a seizure. Li Yao was practically weeping. His plan could not be postponed. The hole that he had dug in the drainage canal would be discovered before long, and the Fire Ant King was definitely not able to endure a mad medic Lu Wuxin's torment on his brain cells, which had nothing to do with his willpower. Everything would be screwed if he waited until tomorrow. What could he do now? Li Yao regretted that he had not contacted Han Tuhu earlier and asked him to be patient. Dozens of soldiers of the Netherworld Watch appeared again, dragging the paralyzed captives back underground. Such fights seemed to take place every few days, and the guards were already familiar with the job. Right then, a shocking change broke out. When a few soldiers of the Netherworld Watch walked to Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, the two leaders, who should have been concussed because of their previous fight and also suffering from electric shock, jumped to their feet simultaneously. "Do it," the two of them bellowed at the same time while they accelerated to their maximum speed, which was 3 times higher than previously. They had been concealing their capability. After multiple rounds of genetic modifications, they had a higher capability than that of the normal soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. The soldiers had also been under the illusion that they were mortal enemies and thought that they were heavily wounded. Caught unprepared, the soldiers were hit precisely. Chi. One of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch was going to drag Sua Chaolong's legs, only to be strangled when the captive turned around abruptly. The soldier was struggling hard, but Han Tuhu moved behind him quietly and stabbed the sharp claw into the back of his head. The claw, stained with blood, pierced out of the soldier's mouth. He was killed instantly despite the enhancement of the demon cores on his body. Sua Chaolong and Han Tuhu looked at each other but did not say anything. Their hands moved fast and took off the armor and the weapons on the soldier within a breath. Their capability was higher than that of the Netherworld Watch in the first place. With the help of the weapons, they were even more daunting as they lunged to the flanks with a roar. "Control the gate. Do not let the gate be closed." Most of the other captives also jumped to their feet, roaring wildly with brutality beaming out of their eyes. Both the federal soldiers and the demons were tensing their muscles and veins. The most ferocious waves of spiritual energy spurted out of their bodies while they lunged toward the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch, who were utterly dumbfounded. The captives had all gone through extraordinary mutations after dozens of insane experiments. They had also seen their closest comrades being killed in the pain and suffering every day and knew that they would inevitably come to such an ending one day. They had all considered themselves to be dead people and, therefore, were fighting in the most desperate and fearless way. If they could not escape, they might as well get a clean death. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were terribly outnumbered. After slaying a few captives, they were soon swallowed and torn apart by the crowd, their weapons stolen. In the meantime, shocking changes seemed to be happening deep inside the captive camp below the ground, where roars, as if some ferocious beasts had just been let loose, were echoing. In a moment, a black tide surged out of the underground. More captives. The federal soldiers were mixed with the demon captives. There were also soldiers of the Blade of Chaos who had just been captured. They had different appearances, different bloodlines, and strength of different attributes, but they shared the same purpose. Get out of the place, or die valiantly in battle. For a moment, the alarms were all ringing. Ominous lights were flashing in the sky of the captive camp. The frost thorns were growing and waving the twigs crazily. In the corners, a few inconspicuous teleportation arrays gradually revealed themselves, shipping a large batch of fully armed soldiers of the Netherworld Watch to the area. Those soldiers were similar to the one whom Li Yao had observed in the weapon test field. They were all wearing strengthening necklaces that had stored drugs of multiple colors. The blades and weapons they carried were combinations of magical equipment and demonic artifacts, half of which was metal and half was flesh and blood. Z. 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 The 108 bronze pillars released powerful electric arcs and weaved a deep blue web again, locking every captive that was wearing the conductive shackles. However, the captives who had completely ripped off their disguises did not fall to the ground as they used to. The electric arcs did not work on them at all. Some of the captives were even devouring the electric arcs in great satisfaction, as if they could transform the electric arcs directly into spiritual energy. Boom! The furious torrent crashed into the newly arrived soldiers of the Netherworld Watch heavily. Most of the captives were unarmed, but they held the absolute advantage in numbers, with 3 to 4 captives attacking one soldier of the Netherworld Watch. Teeth, claws, tails, horns, the inhuman modifications had endowed them with natural weapons all over their body. Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, the 2 leaders, were cooperating so neatly, one on the left and the other on the right, that they seemed to be comrades who had fought side by side for decades. They made the arrowhead of the torrent. Even the elites of the Netherworld Watch were no match for the captives. Li Yao felt that his blood was boiling while he watched. There was hope again. He activated the mini-marrow crystal bombs without any hesitation. At the south of the lone island, the control center of the Netherworld was displaying the picture of the Great Prison Break precisely from almost 100 different angles, thanks to the most state-of-the-art magical equipment and demonic artifacts of both the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. Crystal processors were mixed with biochemical brains, and the light beams were working together with the neural electricity imaging system triggered by the biochemical brains. Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl, the 3 commanders of the Netherworld Watch, were watching the live stream rather casually. Master Lu, you are indeed a prophet. Those guys were truly hiding their strength, Swirl said with a smile. Of course. Lu Wuxin half lay on the seat comfortably, placing his legs on the desk, while he declared gloatingly, I am absolutely confident in my modifications. If those guys could survive dozens of modifications of mine, how could they be as weak as they previously demonstrated? However, they were all too dishonest. No matter how we tested them, they would not try their best. Even if they did, the potential deep inside their bodies could never be tested by us. Therefore, we might as well loosen the management on purpose and give them a few fake messages, fooling them into thinking that they had a chance for an unprecedented prison break. Look! How spectacular, how brave, and how brutal. All their potential is being triggered. Ha! Ha ha ha! Despot stared at the light beam and said coldly, I didn't know that even the high-voltage electric arcs would not be able to put them down. Those who are adapted to the environment survive. Those who don't, die. Lu Wuxin licked his lips and chortled. The death rate in the captive camp is very high. The guys you are seeing right now are the survivors of tens of thousands of captives. The weak ones who could not resist the high-voltage electric arcs were exterminated a long time ago. The survivors are the strongest of them. After my modifications, their cells have become highly adaptive. Maybe in the beginning, they really could not resist the high-voltage electric arcs, but after an electric shock every few days, the endurance of their cells has been gradually enhanced. It is safe to say that the electric shock was also a form of training. A very special one. Despot sniffed and said, that explains a lot. No wonder Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong have been restless enough to raise a riot every other day. Turns out they were training their anti-electricity abilities. There's more than that. I'm afraid that they were also communicating with each other and discussing their prison break while they were fighting. In the meantime, they could also learn each other's combat pattern so that their cooperation would be more flawless in the real operation, Swirl said in a smile. I anticipated that there would be a prison break. I also anticipated that the captives would be fearless of the electric shock. But I did not see it coming at all that Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, the 2 dangerous figures, would let go of their grudge and conspire with each other. With craziness shining inside his eyes, Lu Wuxin mumbled, Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong are two of my most immaculate masterpieces. Han Tuhu was born in a military family of the Star Glory Federation. His ancestors have been serving the army for 500 years. Finally, when it came to his generation, he was appointed as the commander of Flying Tigers Legion, the best rapid response troop of the Heaven's Origin sector. He was one of the best soldiers of the Star Glory Federation. Sua Chaolong, on the other hand, was a noble of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. His Blood Lion Battalion gained its fame through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. They were the representatives of the best warriors of the Blood Demon sector. The two of them are certainly not the muscly, brainless boors. My previous modifications have significantly developed their brains, too. Their wisdom right now is significantly higher than during the Battle of Dawn. Naturally, they made the best choice according to the environment and the conditions. It is safe to say that they are the perfect, ultimate warriors in my mind. Lu Wuxin rubbed his hands earnestly. Excellent. Excellent. If the soldiers that we manufacture in the end all boast combat ability, awareness, and wisdom as good as theirs, who will ever be a match for us? Indeed. Even the Netherworld Watch seems to be no match for them, said Despot jealously. Lu Wuxin smiled and said slowly, there's no need to be impatient. As I said earlier, the big riot is the final test of the specifications and the combat parameters of this batch of experiment subjects. The new weapons that we developed recently will also be tested to check if there are any flaws. After we have obtained detailed data and ensured the stability and safety, we will perform the same modifications on the Netherworld Watch so that you will all grow into the strongest warriors. Despot gnashed his teeth. I have always been the strongest. Forget it. Why are you bothered by the rats in the cage? Swirl flapped her wings softly, spraying hazy powder on Despot's body. Lu Wuxin turned around and asked a white-robed demon, how is our data collection? The parameters of the experiment subjects in a real-life combat have been fully collected. The comprehensive combat performance of every experiment subject has been improved by 77% on average compared to the regular tests. Moreover, we have discovered 155 new changes that we had not found before and 87 new techniques. The white-robed demon was wearing 2 biochemical chips. Endless data was jumping quickly on his retina. I think we are good. A lot of captives and soldiers of the Netherworld Watch have been killed. They are all the most valuable assets of the Netherworld and should not be wasted easily. Lu Wuxin waved his tentacles and commanded, change the devil-taming thunderous array to the intense magnetic field mode and end the test. Understood. The antennas on the forehead of the white-robed demon, which were responsible for the transmission of telepathic thoughts, shivered slightly. He typed quickly on the light beam. Then, it could be seen that, in the surveillance picture, the entangling electric arcs on the 108 bronze pillars suddenly dimmed, as if they were about to vanish. What's going on? Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, who were fighting a bloody battle in the captive camp at the north of the lone island, had no idea at all that they had been trapped in a pathetic test since the very beginning. They only felt that the electric arcs that were bombarding their bodies had suddenly weakened, which significantly reduced their pressure. Seeing that the electric arcs on the bronze pillars were dimming, they were both overjoyed. The goddamn barrier has run out of spiritual energy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of the place. Countless captives were shouting excitedly while they charged at the frost thorns unstoppably, their blood boiling. However, in the next second, the electric arcs that entangled the 108 bronze pillars turned from deep blue into pale white. They were shot toward the dense icy clouds in the sky of the captive camp, congregating into a ball of lightning that looked like a miniature sun. It was not until the ball of lightning ripped apart the icy clouds that everybody discovered 108 pieces of silver, round magical equipment floating in the sky of the captive camp like brilliant stars. As the ball of lightning transmitted the electric arcs toward the stars, continuously, the entire sky was brimming with glamorous runes. An invisible magnetic field slowly fell and enshrouded the entire captive camp. On the surface of the electromagnetic locks on the necks, wrists, and ankles of the captives, the spiritual stripes were shining splendidly again. In the next second, the locks all turned into the most powerful magnets. Bam! 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 The locks on the wrists and ankles of the captives collided brutally. Restricted by the powerful magnetic field, they were like steel that had always been welded and could not be split apart at all. The locks of several captives were even attracted to each other because the captives were too close, making them look like conjoined twins. Right now, their hands and feet were tied up. They could not walk or punch, and they could only wriggle forward like caterpillars. How could they draw out their combat ability at all? Even if some of them burnt their soul and bombarded their cells to exploit the craziest strength, managing to divide the electromagnetic locks on their body, they were still as slow and irresponsive as a snail because of the bondage of the powerful electromagnetic force. It was as if several muscular men were clutching their hands and feet. One moment of carelessness, and their hands and feet would be stuck again. Even the simplest tactical movement was now seriously difficult. Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, because of the confinement of the electromagnetic force, were panting like two oxen, as if they were fighting while carrying thousands of tons of weight on their back. Shwa! 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 A horde of soldiers of the Netherworld watched appeared in the teleportation arrays at the corner of the captive camp again. Wearing heavy armor, they pushed to the center like an iron city wall. Under the tremendous pressure, the soldiers of the Blade of Chaos, who were at the rear of the battle formation and commanded by Uchiba, the master of the Skeleton Island, were the first to collapse. The soldiers of the Blade of Chaos were still new to the place. They were unfamiliar with the environment and unused to the frigid weather. Furthermore, they had received no modification or anti-electricity training. Just now, they had been on the brink of unconsciousness because of the electrification and only managed to keep fighting with their willpower. Right now, their hands and feet were tied up by the electromagnetic force, and they could not split them apart. How could they fight any longer? The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch bashed them hard and knocked them into the crowd of the Federal soldiers and the demon captives. Very soon, everybody was faltering. It was a huge mess. In a moment, other than Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong, all the captives were attached together by the electromagnetic force. Well, Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong did not expect that the barrier array still had such an effect. Their eyes bulged as they struggled to raise their fists in fury. But with the interference of the electromagnetic locks, their speed and strength were only 1/10 of before. In the blink of an eye, they were blown to the ground with the special forks of the Netherworld Watch elites. Bam! Bam! The electromagnetic locks on Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong were stuck together, too, turning them into yet another pair of conjoined twins. Their fall marked the end of the magnificent prison break. The only things left on the ground were dead bodies and the screaming captives who were crying for help. Sua Chaolong and Han Tuhu were confined together, face to face. Sua Chaolong raised his head hard, and the air that he exhaled was frozen into crimson ice in midair. With a hideous face, he suddenly bellowed, "I said that the low-born chaotic blood demons were not reliable at all. Why did you have to bring them? If they hadn't been such a nuisance, some of us would have had a good chance to get out instead of being kicked back like losers. Shame. What a shame." Han Tuhu roared, too. "Our operation was too huge. They would have discovered it anyway. How could we not bring them?" Not far away, Uchiba, the master of the Skeleton Island, was grimacing and shouting, too. "Sua Chaolong, you are rather condescending at this moment. Look at yourself. Do you think that you are still a lord in the kingdom of lion butchers? Hee hee. My soldiers have never received anti-electricity training, and we are not adapted to the frigid wind yet. It was a miracle that we persisted for so long. You said that we would have the chance to get out as long as we endured the bombardment of the electric arcs, didn't you? You were merely fantasizing when you hadn't figured out the most critical measure of the enemy yet. How hilarious. Shut up. Grasped by desperation, Sua Chaolong hissed, his eyes blood-red. Yuchi-ba, I didn't know that you were one of the commanders of the Blade of Chaos. Are you not a noble silver blood demon? Why did you disgrace yourself by messing with the humble chaotic blood demons? Yuchi-ba sneered. Idiots who have been brainwashed such as you will never understand my dream. It is exactly because of idiots like you that we ended up like this. Everything is doomed. Bullsh*T. Sua Chaolong snarled. If the Blade of Chaos hadn't been inciting the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons in the front line to mutiny, the Battle of Dawn wouldn't have suffered such a crushing failure. Chances are that we would have taken the giant Blade Pass and marched into the central land of the Star Glory Federation. Everything would not be it is today. Han Tuhu cursed loudly. In your F*King dreams. The so-called Battle of Dawn was only because we were retreating to bait you into chasing after us. The best legions of the Federation that are fully equipped with crystal suits were never mobilized because they were waiting patiently to appear behind you and fish up all of you. If you hadn't run so fast, we would have devoured every one of you. Taking down the giant Blade Pass? Just wake up already, scumbag. Asshole. Hairless monkey. Now that their hope was gone, the captives in all the three groups were cursing each other aloud, letting out the depression and desperation in their hearts. Inside the control center of the Nether world, Swirl was blinking her attractive eyes. They are quarreling again. Is this another act? Unlikely. Lu Wuxin extended one of his tentacles into his mouth and chewed it while he smiled. They are sworn enemies in the first place. Just now, they were merely cooperating with each other while trying their best to hold back their disgust when there was a common purpose. Right now, their hope is shattered, and the purpose is no more. Knowing that they will have no more opportunities to get out, they naturally restored their original attitude and are venting the hatred that they have been suppressing for months. It is sort of a rebound. Hee hee. They are the best illustration for the word rabble right now. Swirl was deep in thought while she watched Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and Yuchi Ba on the light beam. No wonder Master Lu reserved the species characteristics of the experiment subjects and even enhanced their sense of belonging to their community. It was for the purpose of maintaining their hatred against each other. Exactly. Hatred is the greatest and most delicate power in the world. Lu Wuxin waved his tentacles and said, even if, when the world is fully under our control one day, we must retain the concepts of human beings and demons and ask them to loathe each other. The more they hate each other and the more fiercely they fight, the more indestructible our reign will be. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lu Wuxin burst into laughter. Swirl and Despot looked at each other and smiled, too. The control center was enveloped in a delightful vibe where everything was under control. Right then, the white-robed demon who was responsible for the devil-taming thunderous array suddenly stopped typing and exclaimed in shock. Deep inside the warehouse of biochemical beasts, Li Yao was so anxious that he almost bit his own tongue off. Crap. I was too careless. I did not expect that the devil-taming thunderous array would have a second mode. Right now, the flow of the spiritual energy has entirely changed. But I already blew up a few nodes of spiritual energy and altered the design of the few most critical rune arrays. If the devil-taming thunderous array were in the first mode, it would automatically stop functioning because of overloading. But what will happen in the new mode when the spiritual energy is overloading? Li Yao had no idea either. There was nothing he could do but wait helplessly while scratching his hair. In the north of the island, deep below the ground, in the pivot of the devil-taming thunderous array, the explosions of the mini-bombs of marrow crystals had already blocked a few very important circuits. Also, on the core rune arrays, the spiritual stripes that Li Yao had reversed were guiding a huge amount of spiritual energy of the lightning class in the wrong direction. After a few circuits, part of the spiritual energy returned to the crystals that it was released from in the beginning. It was an extremely dangerous, infinitely looping circuit. The incessant spiritual energy of the lightning class, after being triggered from the crystals and boosted by the devil-taming thunderous array, had mostly been transmitted to the 108 bronze pillars. But some of it took a turn back and bombarded the container of the crystals crazily. The shell of the container, which was carved with defense stripes, was showing cracks one after another. The electric arcs leaked into the cracks like fatal poison. Boom! 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 Thunder was roaring deep down the ground. On the ground, the exhausted captives were still insulting each other. Ba panted hard while he gnashed his teeth. God Chaos did not distinguish silver blood demons from black blood demons when he created the demon race. Why are you asking the low-level demons to be the cannon fodder for your ambition? Sua Chaolong, are you unwilling to admit your wrongdoing when death is knocking the door? Ha! 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 Sua Chaolong hooted. The bullsh *T chaos is just a fiend that the cultists came up with to fool the illiterate, ignorant country folk. I did not know that a silver demon such as you, Ba, would believe it, too. But wait. I'm afraid that you do not believe it in your heart and are merely using the idolatry to achieve your own purpose, are you not? There was no telling where Ba got his strength, but he struggled to crawl closer to Sua Chaolong. You may insult me, but you must not insult God Chaos. God Chaos is the creator of all demons, and one day, he will save all demons again. Sua Chaolong was laughing so hard that his snot was spurting out, only to be frozen on his lips. He shrieked, since your God Chaos is too awesome, why does he not show up and rescue the loyal believers such as yourselves? I am a demon, too, and I happen to be in need of some help. Why don't you ask for a miracle so that I can be saved? If you're useless, imaginary God can give me a sign right now and get my brothers out of this wretched place. Not only will I repent, I can even become one of his worship. Before he was able to finish his sentence, Sua Chaolong had already bitten his tongue. The entire earth suddenly shook violently, as if a ferocious beast had hit the island from the bottom of it, forcing the island to jump upward more than 10 meters before it fell down again. In the moment, everybody experienced the loss of gravity. Some of them were even almost 20 centimeters from the ground. Boom! Crack! An ear-splitting explosion burst out in the depths of the island. Despite the thick rocks, everybody felt like a crystal bomb had been detonated right beside their ears. Walla! 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 Dozens of bronze pillars suddenly fell back into the ground. The soil around them collapsed on a large scale, too. Dazzling lightning flooded out of the burrow like a spring of magma. Very soon, the saplings of lightning grew into magnificent trees. The collapses were expanding continuously. Eventually, dozens of collapses joined together and gave birth to a large hole almost 1,000 meters in diameter. A corner of the camp was seriously damaged. Within the range, all the frost thorns, high-voltage electric webs, bronze pillars, and demonic plants at the periphery vanished into thin air. If one were to look down from one side of the hole, they would see the different floors of the underground captive camp that looked like a honeycomb. A lot of captives had been locked too deep below the ground to escape to the surface through the narrow entrance with their fellows in the beginning. But right now, they were all bathed in the freezing, blowing wind and looking at the gloomy sky, as dumbfounded as rigid penguins. At the bottom of the giant hole, there should have been the pivot of the Great Array, a warehouse of crystals, and an area where a squad of the Nether World Watch and dozens of biochemical beasts were stationed, but the place had turned into a black hole of death because of the furiously flowing electric arcs. The capacity of a teleportation array was limited. The entire squad of the Netherworld Watch had been gathered, prepared to be teleported to the surface together. But before they had the chance to scream, they had been ripped apart by a dragon made of billions of electric arcs and devoured without leaving a single bone. Suo Chaolong, Han Tuhu, and Yuchi Ba looked at each other in bewilderment. Their lips trembled for a long time, and their throats seemed to have been stuffed with ice. They failed to come up with anything for a long time. Pa! 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 Whatever remained of the bronze pillars on the ground was in a mess and had lost the ability to spurt out electric arcs anymore. The magical equipment to restrict their movement was falling from the sky like hail, one piece after another. The locks of all the captives lost power. Their hands and their feet could be separated easily now. Suo Chaolong and Han Tuhu turned to look at each other, only for their noses to touch. Both of them shuddered hard and hurried to push away each other. Suo Chaolong stretched his limbs to warm up himself. His eyes turned from shock to confusion, from confusion to ecstasy, and from ecstasy to craziness. Gee, God Chaos has indeed given us a sign. It's a miracle. God Chaos is here to save us. Yuchi Ba was so excited that tears were rolling inside his eyes, leaving shining icy pearls on his rough face. Many avid believers of chaos were even kneeling and worshipping the giant hole. Now is not a good time for a celebration. Suo Chaolong spat hard, his saliva piercing into the ground noisily. He bashed his chest, and the muscles on his arms and chest expanded as if they were balloons. He roared at the top of his voice, "All the barriers have lost effect. The road to the outside of the captive camp is open, too. But do not hurry to run away now. Let's reinforce our brothers below the ground and look for the enemy's arsenal along the way. The enemy in the battle formation will march from the south of the island very soon. We must find sufficient weapons and form a stable defense line before their arrival. As long as we defeat them, we will be able to get out of the place. Brothers, let's go." Han Tuhu, the captain of the Flying Tigers Legion and a colonel of the Federal Army, roared. "Brothers, let's go." Yuchi Ba, the fifth elder of the Blade of Chaos and the master of the Skeleton Island, roared. "Brothers, let's go." Suo Chaolong, captain of the Blood Lion Battalion and a Silver Blood Demon, roared. In the surveillance footage, the crowd that swallowed the entire captive camp like hungry army ants cast the control center of the Netherworld into a weird silence. Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl were all wearing such a cold expression that somebody seemed to have stabbed icy pitons right into their skulls. What has happened? Furious magma seemed to be bursting out of every lump on Lu Wuxin's face. It seems that the devil-taming thunderous array overloaded and detonated a lot of crystals that were only refilled yesterday. The huge underground explosion destroyed all the barriers. The white-robed demon who was responsible for the devil-taming thunderous array stammered, grasped by desperation as if he had fallen into a swamp. Z. 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 Inside the control center, the lights flashed, and streaks appeared on the light beams. Even the biochemical brains were cramping at a much higher frequency than usual. Some of the smaller biochemical brains even exploded on the spot. Exclamations were echoing non-stop inside the communication channel. Many critical locations on the island were experiencing serious interference and instability of spiritual energy. Lu Wuxin's face was gloomier and gloomier. "Give me a summary of the losses." With a bitter face, the white-robed demon replied, "The devil-taming thunderous array is not just the pivot of the barriers but also the source of power for almost half of the facilities in the Netherworld because of the high-voltage electricity that it can trigger. The explosion not only blew up half of the captive camp, vaporizing a squad of the Netherworld Watch, but also seriously affected a lot of our magical equipment and demonic artifacts because of the super high-intensity electromagnetic waves generated in the explosion. Both our communication and the surveillance picture are being jammed. Even if we switch to the backup energy source right now, it is estimated that everything will only be restored in half an hour. Lu Wuxin rubbed his face hard with his tentacles and gnashed his teeth. What a genius design. Putting the sources of power of most facilities in the same place, huh? It can't be helped. The gloomy wind islands of the North Pole are too remote. It is very difficult to ship assets to this place. Also, because of the cold weather, every building needs heating, which is a great consumption on crystals, too. The white-robed demon argued, not very confidently, since the devil-taming thunderous array can generate tremendous electricity incessantly, there was no reason for us to waste such a precious energy source. Lu Wuxin glared at him. The tentacles all over his body were expanding and reddening like infuriated cobras. He seemed to be of a mind to strangle the white-robed demon at any moment. However, he finally calmed himself down after he took a long, deep breath. He waved at Despot and Swirl. Suppress the riot of the experiment subjects as soon as possible at whatever cost. Including killing every one of them? Asked Despot. Lu Wuxin hesitated. Many of them have gone through special modifications and are very important for our research. If possible, please capture them alive. Despot and Swirl exchanged a look. They both knew that such a command would be a terrible restriction for the Netherworld Watch's actions. However, they also knew the importance of the experiment subjects to Elder Nether Spring's plan. They both nodded and turned away, leaving. Wait! The moment before they left the room, Lu Wuxin suddenly shouted, with hideousness all over his face. I will bring the things, and go with you. In the underground of the Netherworld, inside the warehouse of biochemical beasts, the alerts were ringing more and more loudly. Dozens of soldiers rushed inside and activated the biochemical beasts before they sent the biochemical beasts to the ground via teleportation arrays. Above their heads, a vague streak of redness flashed past them at such a high speed that neither them or the biochemical eyes that were being jammed detected anything wrong at all. Li Yao sprinted in a zigzagging path. Every monitoring biochemical eye had been discovered by Neltharion in the investigation the day before yesterday. He moved forward, changing his posture all the time as if he were dancing, while he dodged the surveillance devices. Soon, he reached his destination, which was a lounge of the Netherworld Watch. Right now, the lounge was empty, but there were quite a few suits of the Netherworld Watch in the closet. Half a minute later, a soldier of the Netherworld Watch, who was wearing a black, leather cloak and a dark, anti-coldness mask, walked out of the lounge and strode toward the lift with his head held high after a turn. Although it was weird to wear such a huge mask indoors, considering that some of the soldiers were being asked to fight on the ground, the other soldiers might not grow suspicious of him. Beep! Beep! The door of the lift was opened, but there were 3 fully armed soldiers of the Netherworld Watch inside. They were whispering to each other and did not pay much attention to Li Yao. The control system of the lift needed verify the hand of the taker before they were allowed to select a new floor. The 3 soldiers' destination, on the other hand, was the -6th floor. If Li Yao did not scan his hand, he would have to go to the same floor as them. But Li Yao was not clear of the situation of the -6th floor, nor did he have a good reason to go there. If he hesitated for a moment, the 3 soldiers were likely to question him. With his back against them, Li Yao put his right hand on the verification rune array softly. Beep! Beep! The verification rune array turned green. Li Yao secretly took a breath in relief and selected the floor where the Fire Ant King was locked. The 3 soldiers, after hearing the familiar sound, did not even bother to look at him anymore. When he was at the warehouse of biochemical beasts, Li Yao had been thinking about how he should go upward. The ventilation tubes were teeming with bugs and spiders, which was clearly not an option. The lift was apparently the most convenient way for him to go up. The real critical problem was that he would need the fingerprint of a soldier of the Netherworld Watch. However, it was not really a problem for him. In the Stormy Sword, the tutorial of burglary composed by Feng Yuzhong, a renowned space pirate in the Blood Demon sector. A lot of methods about how to scan a fingerprint and how to fake one had been recorded. Li Yao had searched carefully in the warehouse of biochemical beasts. Eventually, he had retrieved a fingerprint that was of similar size to his and relatively intact. He had then duplicated the fingerprint on a biochemical slip made of the membrane of a demon beast with his incredible hand speed and microcarving skills before sticking the slip to his palm in the end. Finally, he had successfully fooled the verification rune arrays. Outside of the interrogation chamber where the Fire Ant King was being held, Li Yao was moving forward blatantly. Meanwhile, Neltharion was flying right ahead of him, and whenever soldiers of the Nether world who seemed vigilant showed up, he would change a route very naturally. Thankfully, the riot of the captives distracted most of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch as he had expected. The floor that he was on was empty, with barely any guards. The door of the interrogation chamber was locked. Li Yao's face remained unchanged. He took out a cluster of liquid metal that looked like sticky plasticine and inserted it into the lock. He pressed hard, and the liquid metal immediately melted in and became as tough as iron under the vibration of spiritual energy in different frequency. He turned the metal. After a clicking sound, the door of the interrogation chamber was opened. Li Yao put the liquid metal away and stuck his left hand to his ear while he nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. I understand. This place is no longer safe. The asset must be transferred immediately." While talking, he walked into the room. As it turned out, 4 tall and mighty soldiers of the Nether World Watch were standing in the corners of the room. Judging from the demon cores embedded in their bodies, they were all experts no weaker than the high-level demon generals. The 4 of them had been asked by Lu Wuxin to watch over the Fire Ant King and immediately reacted when the door was opened. But Li Yao's words confused them and made them look at each other in astonishment and hesitate for a moment. A moment of hesitation was enough to get them killed. Pooh! Li Yao shot a streak of blueness out of his mouth, which turned out to be a hollowed metal ball that was spinning rapidly. The blue brightness enshrouded the entire interrogation chamber instantly like water. The moment when the ball shining, Neltharion darted toward the soldier of the Nether World Watch that was furthest from Li Yao, triggering the drill of mystic rays to the maximum, and burst out of the back of his head through the center of the eyebrows. Cold brilliance flashed inside Li Yao's hands and circled around 2 soldiers' necks like 2 invisible feathers. Before they had the time to react, a long, red line appeared on their necks, extending and immediately joining its own tail at the back. The 2 of them slowly collapsed against the wall while covering their necks. But not a single drop of blood flowed out before their eyes stopped rolling. The last soldier of the Nether World Watch managed to unsheath his saber, the only guard able to draw a weapon. It was not until brooks of blood were flowing weirding in front of him that one would notice that his brain, vocal cords, and heart had been sabotaged by dozens of mica threads. Everything was finished within half a second. It was not until this moment that the door behind Li Yao was closed slowly. Shwa! Li Yao retracted the mica threads and shook off the blood. The soldier of the Nether World Watch collapsed to the ground, with dense spots of blood appearing on his face and his body. "It was you." The Fire Ant King, who was still bound to the operation table by the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, suddenly constricted his eyes and mumbled, "I did not expect that you would be such a young nascent soul stage cultivator. Who are you exactly?" "I've studied all the experts of the Heaven's Origin sector in the nascent soul stage before, and I don't recall reading your files. A human being, and a nascent soul stage cultivator, has successfully pretended to be a low-level demon and snuck into the Blade of Chaos. This is too dreadful. What do you want exactly?" Li Yao's eyes stopped on the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, unable to move away. He smiled and said, "Right now, I only want to crack this magical equipment." The Fire Ant King was dazed. "Here? There are security cameras everywhere. That's why I spurted out the blue pearl into the midair the moment I got in, Li Yao explained. The name of the magical equipment is Image Freezing Pearl. It has two functions. Firstly, after scanning the environment, it will interfere with all the surveillance devices, including both crystal cameras and biochemical eyes, so that all the monitors will only display the picture that the pearl captured. The Fire Ant King frowned and said, "So, the enemy will see a frozen picture where the 4 guards kept standing in the same place?" "Yes. Although the enemy may notice something wrong if we dawdle, it should be fine for several minutes." "Several minutes?" The Fire Ant King was rather shocked. The guy was meaning to crack a piece of magical equipment made by Jiang Shaoyang, one of the best experts in refining within the Star Glory Federation, in only several minutes. Judging from the aggressive magical equipment and the agile attacks just now, he must be a battle-type cultivator. Does he really know how to crack a piece of magical equipment? A lot of questions were popping up in the Fire Ant King's head. Li Yao's fingers shook fast and put on one cosmos ring after another. From the cosmos rings flew out hundreds of items and components like a storm. They floated around him, like an enormous fleet in the deep, dark universe. The second function of the pearl is that it will block all the waves that are sent to this place. Telepathic thoughts, spiritual waves, electromagnetic waves, demonic vibrations. Everything will be blocked. The venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle's controller is in Lu Wuxin's hands. But no matter what the mechanism is, he will have to send a wave to the reception rune array of the magical equipment in order to detonate it, right? It means that, as long as we block all the waves, he will not be able to detonate the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle directly. The Fire Ant King was overjoyed, but he grew suspicious again. So simple? Of course it is not so simple. All the tools and components that Li Yao would need were ready. His eyes were growing hotter and hotter. The streamlined form of the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle seemed more appealing to him than the graceful curves of a young girl. The item that he retrieved from his cosmos rings lastly was a warm, smooth jade. He rubbed the jade quickly inside his palm quickly as if he was washing his hands with soap. An amazing thing happened. Because of the super high-frequency vibrations of his hands, the soap was indeed diminishing in size like a bar of soap until it completely vanished in the end. In the meantime, Li Yao's hands were shining in brilliance as if they were made of diamond. Spiritual energy was flowing out of every pore, and flowers seemed to be blossoming among his fingers at any moment. Without resorting to any tools, Li Yao scratched the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle for a long time. The Fire Ant King almost felt creeped out, observing his fascinated expression. "Hey! This is an ultimate treasure of your Star Glory Federation. Are you really able to do it?" Li Yao licked his lips. Then, his hands suddenly clutched the shells on the two sides of the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle like two tongs and separated them brutally. I would like to know the answer, too. After a crack, the shell was opened. The movement was so violent that the Fire Ant King almost shouted. After the shell of the venomous scorpion was plucked, the components and ultra-tiny groups of rune arrays that were 100 times more precise than clocks and the crystal chips that were smaller than millet were all revealed. The magical equipment is only the size of a small beast puppet, but more than 125,000 components, which are controlled by more than 500 chips, have been integrated into it. There are approximately 100 defense rune arrays on the surface, but in fact, the magical equipment has more than 700 overlapping defense rune arrays. Jiang Shaoyang's masterpiece has indeed exploited all the possibilities for confining magical equipment. Li Yao put a rather unattractive mini crystal processor on his wrist. On a slot above the crystal processor was a long, narrow antenna. He aimed the antenna at the core part of the venomous scorpion and scanned cautiously for a moment. Very soon, glittering numbers were jumping out on the light beam of the crystal processor. 4 minutes and 36 seconds. 4 minutes and 35 seconds. 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Li Yao nodded in approval. There was great satisfaction in his eyes as he said, "As I expected." The Fire Ant King suddenly had an ominous feeling. "What is as you expected?" "The venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle has adopted a dual control system, as I expected," Li Yao explained. "Under normal circumstances, it will be remotely controlled by the controller. However, remote control through telepathic thoughts is prone to interference, especially on a battlefield where spiritual energy is surging everywhere. The connection between the magical equipment and the controller might be cut off at any moment. If the magical equipment loses its effect the moment it is jammed, will it really deserve to be called an ultimate treasure? Therefore, Solar Eclipse Jiang Shaoyang has prepared 2 different control systems for the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. Under normal circumstances, it will be remotely controlled. But whenever the spiritual waves are jammed and the magical equipment loses connection with the controller, it will automatically be switched to the countdown mode. If the connection between the controller and the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle is not restored in a certain amount of time, the magical equipment will be detonated automatically and blow up the prisoner being locked inside. The countdown can be set by the user at their will. Elder Nether Spring has set it to be 5 minutes. Right. There are only 4 minutes and 1 second left now. You really didn't have to waste your time explaining so much to me, complained the Fire Ant King. I'm not interested in magical equipment. Now, please focus your attention and figure out how to crack it. It's fine. I can sort through the plan in my head while talking. It does not affect me. Right. Didn't you ask me about the origins of the demon race before? We are both free at the moment. How about I tell you the whole story in great detail? No. Thanks, but no. We will have plenty of time in the future. Fine. Li Yao took a deep breath. His right eye seemed to have turned into a bottomless swirl, and his left eye was so red that blood might have dripped out at any moment. Dozens of mica threads that were thinner than a hair crawled into the interior of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle like little snakes. His actions were extremely gentle. None of the mica threads touched any component of the venomous scorpion. He was merely studying the structure of the venomous scorpion deeply and how the key rune arrays were carved. Behind him, thousands of components were congregating into towers as if they were sand, only to collapse in half a second, which indicated that one of the cracking plans had failed. 3 minutes and 32 seconds. 3 minutes and 31 seconds. The countdown went on. The venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle would explode in 3.5 minutes. Shwa! Deep inside the venomous scorpion, dazzling mystic rays were suddenly shining on one of the rune arrays. Li Yao cursed and moved fast. His hands turned into 2 clusters of gray mist, and all the mica threads were twitching crazily. For the Fire Ant King, the next half a minute was truly the longest 30 seconds of his life. After witnessing the guard being slain by the mica threads ruthlessly, he could not help but feel strange when the fatal weapons were cutting rapidly right next to his body at a speed more than 5 times the speed of sound. All the while, scorching metal scraps were spluttering out. The Fire Ant King had never thought that his life would be in the hands of a nascent soul stage cultivator one day, and such a young one. What was more terrifying was the countenance of the young nascent soul stage cultivator. Although he was cursing loudly and sweating hard, there was ecstasy deep inside his eyes that were in different colors. His lips curled up beyond his control. Excitement was leaking out of his every pore. Occasionally, he was even licking the corner of his mouth softly, as if he was not dismantling the most dreadful magical equipment but enjoying the most delicious meal in the world. As the dismantling work went deeper and deeper, his facial expressions were more and more abundant. He went from frowning to depressed, from beaming with exhilaration to bursting into fury. The Fire Ant King was not scared of death, but being pulled back and forth over the line of death was too much. Half a minute later, Li Yao took a long breath in relief. All the mica threads gradually slowed down. Did you make it? The Fire Ant King kept his voice normal, trying not to make himself sound too anxious. I didn't, Li Yao said admiringly. Jiang Shaoyang is indeed one of the best masters of refining in the Federation right now. He has hidden the Winter Thunder runes below the triple gold ring runes and thereby created a minor trap. He even increased the sensitivity of the Winter Thunder runes by more than 10 times. The slight vibration when I was manipulating the mica threads was detected by them, and the rune array was triggered. The entire magical equipment could have been detonated in half a second. Thankfully, I established a new circuit for the Winter Thunder runes temporarily and gave a false feedback that the triggering signal had already been sent in the mainframe chips. Otherwise, the magical equipment would have exploded. Marvelous. It's indeed marvelous. Jiang Shaoyang's design and microcarving techniques are the best I've seen. I assume that a lot of masters of refining in the Star Glory Federation were actually killed by the trap when they tried to crack the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. Ha ha ha. If I may remind you, fellow cultivator, there are only 2 minutes and 42 seconds left now. Li Yao nodded and scratched his chin, deep in thought. It is quite tricky now. Jin Xinyue did not just plant one array of the Winter Thunder runes in the depths of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, he was insane enough to deploy more than 20 of those arrays. Besides, 9 of them were connected to each other in a synchronic way, like 20 alarms that are hanged on the same rope. If the robe is slightly touched, the alarms will ring at the same time. With my maximum hand speed, I can crack 3 arrays of the Winter Thunder runes simultaneously at best. 20 of them is beyond the limits for any refiner. Staring at the glittering magical equipment, Li Yao seemed to be absent-minded. The thousands of components behind him were still like giants of living sand. They were condensing, collapsing, condensing again, and collapsing again. Time went by 1 second after another. Li Yao was still at a loss after an entire minute and did not do any further cracking work. The Fire Ant King observed the bouncing number on the light beam so hard that his eyeballs were nearly crawling into it. Li Yao finally extended his hands and placed them on the top of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. He closed his eyes while his spiritual energy leaked into the magical equipment like water. The Fire Ant King held his breath, worrying that his breath might be an interference for Li Yao. But out of his expectation, Li Yao remained in the same posture and seemed to have no intention of cracking the magical equipment at all. Behind him, countless components were being gathered and growing stubbornly again. This time, they persisted for more than half a minute. Like towers made of sand, they were more and more complicated and precise in structure until they turned into a bizarre piece of magical equipment in the end. However, right when the Fire Ant King was hopeful again, the magical equipment collapsed abruptly after a cracking sound. At this moment, there was only half a minute to go before the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle was detonated. I can't do it. Li Yao finally opened his eyes, with an expression that was beyond the description of any words on face. He said, half in frustration and half in excitement, Jiang Shaoyang's design is impeccable. This is truly a piece of magical equipment that cannot be cracked by brute force. I did not know that he had improved so much after only 10 years. How I hope that I can have a face-to-face competition with him again using the same materials, the same requirements, and the same magical equipment. The Fire Ant King did not know what to say. Behind Li Yao, most of the components had already been tossed away. Only several hundred of the simplest ones were still floating in midair sparsely. They were moving close to each other and biting each other, assembling a piece of magical equipment that was simple in structure and extremely hideous in appearance, to the point that it looked like garbage. One of the components, pulling a long crystal wire behind it, was connected to one of the slots of his mini-crystal processor under the manipulation of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts. The garbage shook violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. The Fire Ant King panted and sweated hard. More than 10 light beams were unfolded in front of Li Yao again, each of which was brimming with shining control runes. In that moment, his hands turned into 10 streaks of brightness, piercing through and ripping apart all the light beams. 19 seconds, 18 seconds, 17 seconds. The number on the countdown light beam was still decreasing, slowly but surely, and the Fire Ant King was almost grasped by desperation. Li Yao's hands were moving faster and faster. At first, there was a vague scent of something being burnt. Then, all 10 streaks of brightness were mixed with redness, with sparks spluttering right around them, as if countless crimson fireflies were all dancing crazily in midair. The Fire Ant King was greatly appalled. He knew that it was a sign that the hands were being ignited in the air because of the high-speed friction. It was like the 10 fingers of the young nascent soul stage cultivator had turned into 10 meteors that had broken into the atmosphere and were burning fast because of the friction. Crack! 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 Crimson waves were appearing on all the light beams. All the spiritual stripes and data were twisted and deformed. The Fire Ant King was even more dumbfounded. He did not expect that the hands of the young nascent soul stage cultivator could be so fast that even the spiritual waves that constituted the light beams had been jammed. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Pa! 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 The cloak of the Netherworld watch that Li Yao wore on upper half of his body was ripped into shreds starting from the sleeves, to the shoulders, and then to the chest. It was because the cloak could not withstand the prolonged high-speed movement anymore. The fibers were all aging and breaking apart. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Even the combat outfit that he wore close to his body, which could be extended to dozens of meters long and boasted a high durability and defense ability, was not able to hold on any longer. As if it were being cut by invisible blades, narrow cracks appeared on the outfit. The last 3 seconds. The 10 streaks of brightness were condensed again and returned into 10 fingers, except that they were now translucent and orange, as if they were 10 iron bars that had been heated in a furnace. 2 seconds. Li Yao bit his lips softly and turned on a brand new light beam. The Fire Ant King noticed that it was the control menu of a piece of certain magical equipment. The last second. The Fire Ant King's heart was suddenly beating faster than ever. He remembered a lot of things in that moment. The radiance of God Chaos, Elder Nether Spring scheme, the fate of the low-level demons, his own negligence and stupidity, the uncanny young nascent soul stage cultivators who jumped out of nowhere, and the future of Void Turmoil City that he had built from scratch. His own death did not matter, but what about the future of Void Turmoil City? How would the Blade of Chaos fare? What was the Elder Nether Spring's ultimate plan? What was his so-called the third life form, gods that were above human beings and demons, exactly? The Fire Ant King was finally dazed. He realized that the second was longer than it should have been. He looked at the light beam again, only to discover that the number on the light beam had been stopped on 1 stably. It seemed to be pulled by an invisible chain and could not jump to 0 no matter how close it was. You've made it? You have successfully cracked the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle? The Fire Ant King mumbled with mixed feelings. He was not sure whether he was alive or dead. Maybe, it was just an illusion created by the last bit of his remaining soul? No. As I said, Jiang Shaoyang's masterpiece is impeccable and cannot be cracked by brute force. Li Yao blew at his fingers to extinguish a tiny flame on his thumb. Maybe, if I had 3 days and 3 nights, would be able to think hard and deal with the magical equipment, hoping to crack it by brute force. But it is impossible to finish the job in 5 minutes. The Fire Ant King frowned. Then, how did you? I did not crack the magical equipment by brute force, I merely crafted a new controller for it. Li Yao shook the mini crystal processor on his wrist that was connected to the pile of garbage. The controller and the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle are now connected again, and the magical equipment was switched to the remote control mode. Naturally, the countdown stopped. The Fire Ant King was dumbfounded. You crafted a new controller? Is it even possible? Of course it is, Li Yao explained patiently. The fundamental things are always the same despite all apparent changes. No matter how the remote control is constructed exactly, the process is one in where spiritual waves of a certain frequency and certain attributes are sent to a certain reception chip of the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. Everything becomes simple from there. I can figure out the overall framework of the magical equipment by the leaking spiritual energy and redraw its structural design in my head. In the end, it is very convenient for me to locate the reception chip. After I locate the chip, according to the stripes on it, I calculate what attributes the spiritual waves it receives will have and how the spiritual waves will be vibrated. It goes without saying that, as soon as I grasp the attributes and the frequency of the spiritual waves, I will know the structure of the controller. The last step is the simplest one. I will only need to build a controller on my own and carve a few launchers with the mica threads to simulate the identical spiritual waves. Then, everything is done. Chapter 943 Fire Ant King's Amazement. Li Yao's explanation made the Fire Ant King open his mouth bigger and bigger until it was wide enough to stuff a watermelon inside. All in all, I have reverse-engineered a counterfeit controller. Since the real controller is already blocked, the counterfeit controller of mine is naturally determined to be the real controller by the venomous scorpion bone-biting lock. Li Yao was smiling cunningly. In the meantime, since it is crafted by me, there are certainly no verification methods such as blood examination or soul binding. Violent waves were surging in the Fire Ant King's heart. His understanding about magical equipment that he had held for decades collapsed in that moment. Are you kidding me? You figured out the basic structure of the ultimate treasure made by Jiang Shaoyang, who is almost the best refiner in the Star Glory Federation, in only 5 minutes by way of spiritual energy infiltration, and you can even sense the stripes on the crystal chip? How can anybody have such sharp senses? Also, what do you mean by carving magical equipment with the mica threads? Don't think that the demon race has no expertise in magical equipment at all. How can you build a crystal chip where 100 rune arrays might be established within a square inch with the mica threads? If he hadn't seen the crazy thing that happened next, the Fire Ant King would have burst out those questions. However, right in front of him, more than 10 crystal chips flew out from behind Li Yao while the mica threads that were as thin as hairs were engraving the tiny chips at a speed more than 3 times the speed of sound. As the powder fell, spiritual energy slowly spread out of the crystal chips. It really is possible to engrave crystal chips manually without resorting to any microscope magical equipment or even looking at them. The Fire Ant King could not have been more shocked. Moreover, 12 crystal chips are being carved at the same time. Li Yao dedicated 80% of his computational ability to the mica threads in order to carve the chips, but his hands were not idling by, either. He tapped softly on the control menu of the counterfeit controller, and the venomous scorpion bone-biting lock disconnected from the Fire Ant King after a few hisses of spiritual energy. The blade limbs and the tail that were all stained with blood retreated from his body. Although 9 shocking, bloody holes had been left, they were merely external injuries and did not affect his nerves and marrow. The Fire Ant King breathed hard, not sure how he should feel at present. The venomous scorpion bone-biting lock was an ultimate treasure, crafted by one of the best masters of refining of the Star Glory Federation, that no one in the Heaven's Origin sector or Blood Demon sector had been able to crack, not even when the refining department of Deep Sea University and that of the Grand Desolate War Institution collaborated. Such a treasure had now been bypassed by the guy in such a weird way in only 5 minutes. Not only had he bypassed it, he had even stolen the control of the magical equipment. What an unreasonable solution. Who is he exactly? The Fire Ant King slowly triggered the strengthening drugs that were hidden inside his body to drive away the poison Elder Nether Spring had left inside his veins. When the defense cells inside his body that had been hibernating were awakened and started attacking and swallowing the poison and the foreign cells, the vein shackles that constrained him quickly withered and broke apart, like thorns that had been burnt. But the Fire Ant King's attention was not on himself. He couldn't help but glimpse at Li Yao. He noticed that more and more components were appearing beside the young nascent soul stage cultivator. The tens of thousands of components were like a well-disciplined army that was continuously changing its battle formation and regrouping. Thank you for saving my life, fellow cultivator. The Fire Ant King pondered for a long time and chose a general way of addressing in the world of cultivators. Pausing for a moment, he said, although we are on different sides, I believe that most of the low-level demons are not willing to be driven into the Heaven's origin sector as cannon fodder. The purpose of the Blade of Chaos is to allow more low-level demons to live a life of dignity. At least for now, I don't see any unmediatable contradiction between the Blade of Chaos and the Star Glory Federation. Besides, the most dreadful enemy right now is perhaps not the pantheon of demons but Elder Nether Spring. If his scheme comes true, it will not only be the human beings of the Star Glory Federation that are going to be enslaved by him but also all the demons in the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, until Elder Nether Spring's scheme is foiled, I believe that there is a basis for our cooperation. Li Yao glanced at him and nodded solemnly before devoting himself to the operations again. The Fire Ant King could not suppress his curiosity any longer. What are you doing, fellow cultivator? I am performing modifications on the Venomous Scorpion bone-biting lock. In midair, more and more units were assembled. Li Yao pulled the ugly units with crystal wires and connected them to the Venomous Scorpion carefully. After the glamorous, streamlined Venomous Scorpion was attached to the units that were ugly and of a whole different style, it looked like it was growing a lot of obnoxious lumps. Li Yao installed the control chips that he had carved into the core parts of the units while he explained, Jiang Shaoyang's arts of refining are indeed awesome, but he is not best at crystal bombs after all. He has embedded a lot of marrow crystals of the highest level into the Venomous Scorpion, but the triggering pattern of the marrow crystals is not perfect. By my calculation, only 71.7% of their power would be activated. Although such a percentage is enough to blow up a nascent soul stage cultivator or a demon emperor, it is still insufficient for my plan. Therefore, I am perfecting his design by adding external circuits to the magical equipment. My ultimate purpose is to assemble a super-oriented crystal bomb with the Venomous Scorpion as the core. The Fire Ant King's jaw nearly hit the ground again. What was the guy saying? He declared that Jiang Shaoyang's triggering pattern was not perfect and could not fully activate the power of the marrow crystals. And he is modifying Jiang Shaoyang's magical equipment? If it were 5 minutes ago, the Fire Ant King would have made the call to stop any cooperation with the guy because he was apparently an out-and-out lunatic. However, at this moment, the Fire Ant King had no idea whether it was the guy who was insane, himself, or maybe the entire world. Li Yao was not troubled by the Fire Ant King's astonishment. He was wholeheartedly dedicated to the modification of the magical equipment. The Venomous Scorpion that Jiang Shaoyang designed was indeed an unparalleled artwork. Modifying the device was not only thrilling but also entertaining. Just because he could not crack the magical equipment by brute force did not mean that Li Yao could not fully release its potential by adding external units. Schwa. 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 As more and more metal lumps were installed to the Venomous Scorpion, the magical equipment seemed to have gone through a certain crazy mutation. Li Yao retrieved dozens of crystal bombs from his cosmos ring before he held his breath and connected them to the Venomous Scorpion with crystal wires. The Fire Ant King was rather confused. Why are you doing that? I have investigated the entire Nether world over the past 2 days. I discovered that the crystal tubes and the biochemical nerves of most of the core floors lead to the same location. According to their routes, I have basically drawn up the general map of the distribution of tubes for the building. Based on my analysis, most of the important crystal tubes and the biochemical nerves led to the 19th floor. It is likely where the mainframe crystal processor and the biochemical brains are kept, which means that the place is the control center of the Nether world. If Elder Nether Spring really has a confidential scheme, it will certainly be stored there, along with all the precious experiment data and virus files. Li Yao explained unhurriedly. However, the 19th floor is further divided into multiple divisions, all of which are heavily guarded by the Nether World Watch. The regular lift and teleportation array do not go there. The lift that does lead to the place has the strictest security measures. It is impossible for us to sneak in. If we attack it by force, it will be a great waste of time. When hundreds of soldiers of the Nether World Watch block the pathway, there will be nothing we can do. Even you are a demon emperor and I am a nascent soul stage cultivator. Therefore, I am preparing to, Li Yao pointed at the ground. Build a bomb and blow through all the floors between us and the control center so that we can reach it. Blow through more than 10 floors? The Fire Ant King could not help but suspect that Li Yao was a lunatic again. Elder Nether Spring is not an idiot. If his top secrets are stored inside the control center, the defense rune arrays of the highest level must have been installed on the floors in all the directions. No. Chances are that he has deployed defense rune arrays on every floor. When your bomb blows up the floors in the middle, it will run out of momentum very soon. There are no defense rune arrays in the world that crystal bombs cannot take care of. Li Yao licked his lips and said, if you ever meet one, that is because you don't have enough crystal bombs. The Fire Ant King was meaning to ask him how many crystal bombs he had brought with him. However, when Li Yao retrieved almost 100 semi-crystal bombs in a row and connected them together as if he were doing a magic trick, he shut his mouth very quickly. The guy is essentially a walking arsenal. Has he come to the Blood Demon sector to start a world war by himself? After Li Yao retrieved a piece of cylindrical magical equipment that was long and glittering, the Fire Ant King finally could not help but ask again, what's this? This is a cannonball for the main gun of the glory-level super-heavy crystal warships. It stores more than 500 kilograms of high-purity crystals that are controlled and triggered by 1,925 rune arrays. The designing purpose of the cannonball was to precisely bombard a planet named Spider Den from its orbit. Therefore, it boasts a high penetrability. With any luck, one explosion will be enough to blow up the most solid underground fortress into the sky. Li Yao touched the curved shell of the cannonball, with fascination beaming out of his eyes. I know that it is a cannonball for the main gun of a heavy crystal warship. I was asking you why you would carry such a thing with you. For fun, Li Yao replied. Li Yao hid the real reason because he did not want the Fire Ant King to think that he was too crazy. The reason real he carried the cannonball for the main gun of a heavy crystal warship, which had been added with even more gunpowder by him, was that he could take it out and die with his enemy when there was no other choice. It was a good habit that Li Yao had developed when he was still in the refinement stage. At that time, he had become fond of walking around on the battlefield with a box of powerful bombs named Hellfire Lightnings. It was exactly with an entire box of Hellfire Lightnings that he had slain an enemy beyond his level for the first in his life, which was a 6-armed Naga, in the Demon General level. Right now, his cultivation had soared. The level of his suicidal bomb naturally increased, too. As it happened, the penetrating bomb was perfect to open the iron can that was buried deep under the ground. However, the normal usage of a cannonball was to be fired by a main gun. Without enough acceleration, it could not deal much damage. If Li Yao were to place the thick, black bomb there and detonate it with simple triggering rune arrays, the best result he could expect was that the floor he was on would be blown into smithereens. It was impossible for the -19th floor, which was protected by multiple layers of defense rune arrays, to be affected. It was the critical reason Li Yao needed the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle. The Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle boasted the most immaculate restriction rune arrays of the Heaven's Origin sector, which had perhaps been polished by Jiang Shaoyang for an entire year. Demon Emperors and the Nascent Soul Stage Cultivators were all monsters with unbelievable vitality. Even if a crystal bomb was detonated right near their chest, they might not necessarily be killed. It was because the damage of the bomb would spread out, and only one tiny proportion of it was really aimed at their body. With the boundary of the restriction rune arrays, however, all the damage of the bomb would be focused on one point and would, therefore, significantly wreck the Demon Emperor or the Nascent Soul Stage Cultivator when it was detonated. To put it simply, the restriction rune array could be compared to an invisible membrane made of a magnetic field. After an explosion took place, all the energy would surge and shatter the items within the range of the membrane. As for the bystanders out of the membrane, no matter how close they were to it, they would not be harmed at all. Through such a method, it could be ensured that the target inside the restriction rune array was executed precisely, and there would be no damage to the surroundings. Such a usage was exactly what Li Yao needed. Li Yao prepared to slightly change the form of Jiang Shaoyang's restriction rune array through a series of modification. He was going to rip apart a hole that led downward inside the restriction rune array, which would envelop the entire cannonball like an invisible and yet firm bell. After that, he would use his other crystal bombs as a source of power. After the crystal bombs were detonated, because of the boundary of the restriction rune array, most of the energy would have nowhere to run but downward. When they pushed the cannonball through all the floors in the middle, the cannonball would be detonated and blow out all the spiritual energy so that the turtle shell outside of the control center would be wrecked. In short, Li Yao was going to craft a special turret and barrel for the cannonball. Crack! 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 Li Yao's expression became serious again. Sounds of gears biting each other were echoing from his joints. With a flash of a cosmos ring on his little finger, a pair of gloves that were weaved with soft crystal tubes appeared in his hands. A deep green liquid was flowing vaguely inside the tubes, which extended and wreathed his arms, as if it were a futuristic fluorescent arm suit. They were Ice Spirit gloves. The liquid inside the tubes was Ice Spirit Jade Marrow, a marvelous material that could release coldness stably no matter how high a temperature it was put into. Li Yao was trying to cool down his hands with them. Li Yao was not fond of the Ice Spirit gloves because it would reduce the keenness of his hands. However, when his hand speed was accelerated to the highest, the heat resulting from the friction with the air could easily turn into interference for the magical equipment being assembled. Having no better choice, he could only deal with the slight hindrance. Schwa! More than 150 light beams were triggered by the mini-crystal processor, which almost took up the entire interrogation chamber. On the light beams, all the structural designs were jumping at a speed of one picture every 3 seconds. The components floating around Li Yao split apart and danced crazily like blocks of ice that had been tossed into boiling oil. Li Yao's fascinated eyes turned blood red. In the end, he was gnashing his teeth as if he were a hungry tiger ready to lunge at a lamp, and he hurled the units into the heavy bomb one after another. He was throwing the units so violently that the Fire Ant King felt that his blood was freezing. He could not help but wonder whether or not the cannonball would explode then and there. Is he really a cultivator, not faked by a certain demon emperor? The Fire Ant King asked himself again. 3 minutes later, everything around Li Yao was cleaned. The last component fitted into the joint of 2 units perfectly, like the last piece of a puzzle. What a wild and straightforward puzzle it was. It looked like a vertical launcher for a crystal warship that had been put upside down. The front end of the cannonball was aimed down, half a meter from the ground, and fixed by multiple messy frames. The Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle, which had been utterly deformed, was now lying at the rear of the cannonball. The shell of the Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle had been completely plucked, and it was connected to the cannonball through hundreds of crystal threads. In order to give the cannonball a sufficient initial velocity, Li Yao deployed a circle of crystal bombs on the ground right below the cannonball. When the entire penetrating system was triggered, the circle of crystal bombs would blow up the floor first so that the cannonball would have some 10 meters to gain momentum. Nailed it. Li Yao took off the ice spirit gloves, which were about to be burnt, and looked at his work with great satisfaction. With the crystal cameras on his mini crystal processor, he took many pictures of the combinative magical equipment. When I am back in the Star Glory Federation where there is the signal of the spiritual nexus, I am going to send the pictures to Jiang Shaoyang and let him know that the magical equipment he produced has such a special usage. He will certainly be very excited. Li Yao thought to himself. The Fire Ant King opened his mouth, hesitating whether or not he should tell his new ally that the magical equipment he crafted just now really looked like a huge pile of garbage. However, when Li Yao tapped the light beam softly and activated the penetrating system, the dangerous mystic rays that were emitted from the overlapping frames and tubes decorated the garbage with a certain coldness and made it exude a beauty of violence. Fire Ant King, how much have you recovered your capability? Li Yao glanced and noticed that the wounds on the Fire Ant King's body had all healed. The Fire Ant King sniffed. Perhaps because he felt that he had been more or less eclipsed due to the series of shocks just now, right now, he bulged his eyes out and croaked like a frog deep inside his throat. His limbs and torso, which had withered, were expanding again. His mitochondria were burning crazily, and his demonic energy was surging out and twisting the air into colorful swirls. Ho! The Fire Ant King bellowed. More than 10 swirls crashed into him, enshrouding him in a hazy mist. When the hazy mist was gone, the leader of the Blade of Chaos who showed up in front of Li Yao again already possessed a brand new appearance. He was shorter than the previous Fire Ant King. The eye-catching crimson shell had mostly disappeared from his body and turned into red armor covering his scapula, chest, arms, abdomen, groin, and other critical body parts after melding with his flesh and blood. But the antennae on his forehead were longer and shaking slightly in the air. He was even more handsome than before. Other than his red skin, there was no difference between him and an elegant human expert. Hiu! 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 The Fire Ant King's arms and legs seemed to be still, but a dazzling light appeared in front of him as he was shaking off the wet interstitial fluid secreted because of the crazy mutations of his cells. His smile was full of hatred, which made his face more hideous than usual. I've chosen to activate all my potential with the strengthening drugs. At the cost of a huge amount of my vitality, the poison, venom, and barriers that Elder Nether Spring left on me have finally been devoured. I have even stimulated my cells with his poison and thereby gained even greater strength. The price is that I am going to be fatigued for a long time after the battle, but there's no time to worry about that now. I am back at the Demon Emperor stage for now and can maintain this at least until we march out of the place. Nether Spring, since everything began when we discovered a residence of chaos together years ago, let's just finish our grudge once and for all in another residence of chaos. Li Yao sighed. Before today, I never thought that I would be fighting side by side with a demon emperor. Let's go. The Fire Ant King was dazed. Where? To a shelter, of course. Li Yao blinked. Do you wish to explode with the cannonball, Fire Ant King? The gate of the interrogation chamber was opened again. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King strode out blatantly toward the other side of the floor, not even trying to disguise themselves. Perhaps because they looked too bizarre and they were walking in a too unconcealed way, the guards of the Netherworld watch around them all thought that they were dreaming. They watched as the two of them passed by and did not know how to react for a long time. Is this the Fire Ant King? Unlikely. Something must have gone wrong. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King talked to each other in a low voice while walking forward casually. Countdown, 8, 7, 6. It seems that my fellow cultivator is more focused in the arts of refining in your training, the Fire Ant King observed. You must be very careful when we're down there. Just leave all the tricky enemies to me. 4. 3. Crap. What's wrong? The Fire Ant King asked. I seem to have miscalculated. The bomb might be slightly more powerful than I expected. Chapter 945. What about another miracle? AOO. A biochemical beast, dozens of meters tall with dark gold hair all over its body like a primeval elephant, roared and stomped on the ground with the thick, forceful feet, blowing out invisible airwaves on the snowy world. Dozens of captives were blown away by the blast. The battle formation that had taken shape collapsed all of a sudden. The primeval elephant rushed among the captives unstoppably. Its thick trunk was waving left and right like a huge hammer, and the captives that were hit by it all suffered from broken bones or internal bleeding. With the primeval elephant as the arrowhead, the soldiers of the Nether World Watch in heavy armor pushed forward neatly like a wall. Any captive that was bold enough to attack the iron defensive line was like a tide attacking the seashore. No matter how huge their strength seemed to be, they were always slapped back brutally. As more and more soldiers of the Nether World Watch appeared around the captive camp through teleportation arrays, they gradually congregated into black squares, and the black squares piled on top of each other to form walls. The zone of activity for the captives was getting smaller and smaller. They had been heavily wounded and exhausted because of the bombardment by the high-voltage electric arc some 10 minutes ago after all. Besides, they did not have many suitable weapons, and their teamwork was far from flawless. They were merely fighting with their hot blood. When large teams of the Nether World Watch formed dominating battle formations and appeared in their sights, it was almost a declaration of the failure of the prison break. But they were still waving their hands and claws numbly. They were not fighting to survive but fighting for a valiant death. In the sky, a huge object slowly revealed itself, casting a shadow of desperation on them. A devilish warship had flown over to the captive camp. Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl, the three commanders of the Nether World, stood on the bridge and watched the riot below them coldly. Stun beetles, now. Despot waved his hands hard. Pooh! 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 Below the devilish warship, through the tubes that looked like genital cavities, dozens of wet, black balls were spurted out. They fell toward the captive camp like bombs and exploded when they were about 10 meters away from the ground, releasing black beetles that looked like crabs. The wings of the beetles were beating fast, triggering supersonic waves that were not audible to ears but would seriously jeopardize the central nerves. In the meantime, red and green colors were rapidly flashing on the translucent abdomen, stimulating the optic nerves of all the captives. The supersonic waves and the dazzling colors could lead to a serious stunning effect on living creatures. The soldiers of the Nether World Watch, on the other hand, had been prepared. They were all wearing special protective chips on their eyes and earpads on their ears. In the range of attack of the stun beetles, the captives who were relatively weaker were all staggering as if intoxicated. Some of them were even kneeling on the ground and vomiting, their combat ability reduced to 0. Sticky beetles, now. Despot said coldly again. Pooh! 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 This time, it was a batch of bright blue beetles that was spurted out. They were mostly the size of billiard balls, and there were hundreds of them. After they unfolded their wings at a low altitude, they automatically flew to the places where the captives were densest before they exploded and splashed out liquids that were as thick as yogurt. Under the blowing, freezing wind, the liquid solidified immediately, sticking a lot of captives together. Even when some of the captives managed to rip the yogurt apart, the threads of the liquids were still clinging to them, slowing down and deforming their actions. The blowing wind had already cooled the captives' hot blood. Under the suppression of the devilish warship, their morale was lower than ever. The enemy has lost hope. They are now lunatics trying to get themselves killed. Despot read the subtle change of the situation keenly. Take it slow. Try to reduce the casualties. Lu Wuxin sighed as he looked at the enormous hole leading underground right in front of the captive camp. With everything coming to this point, he could not enjoy the suppression no matter how spectacular it was. Kill them all. In the snowy world, Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and Yuchi Ba knew that they had no chance of winning, but they were not frustrated at all. Instead, like the final radiance of the setting sun, their fighting will was leaking out of their every pore. They were like infuriated volcanoes that were about to burst out their most brilliant life. Now that it was a dead end in the front, there was only one thing they could do. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Han Tuhu had gone completely crazy. Chunks of flesh and stains of blood covered his claws and his tail. He did not look like a Yiksha anymore, but an ancestor of Yiksha. Even the red star medal at the center of his hat seemed to be made of blood right now. It was shining as if a dragon was ready to lunge out at any second. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up, everybody. Continue killing. Kill them all. Han Tuhu burst into laughter. Warriors of the Star Glory Federation, we should be proud of ourselves. We are the first batch of soldiers to go on such a killing spree in the homeland of the Blood Demon sector. When our blood melts the snow and our souls return to our home, we will be able to chat with the predecessors who established the Federation with our heads held high. Pei. Sua Chaolong was nearby. His golden hair had been dyed red by blood. He was on a rampage, too. There were almost 10 flying swords and sabers protruding from his body, but he was still rushing forward unstoppably despite the bleeding. Clang! After a collision, the saber in his hand broke in half. He did not even bother to blink and simply drew out a flying sword from his chest, stabbing it into the soldier of the Netherworld Watch in front of him. He twisted the flying sword brutally, pushing his entire arm into the enemy's chest. Then, he kicked the bottom of a demon captive. Get up and go on fighting. Do you see it? The hairless monkeys are swaggering around right under our noses. Bring out the valiancy and bravery of the silver blood demons and show them how a real battle should be fought. Bam! The two of them threw themselves into the crowd of the Netherworld Watch time and time again and cleaned their surroundings easily. As it happened, because their moves were too mighty and they both chose where the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were densest, their blades crashed into each other as they cut open the skull of the same unlucky soldier. Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong glared at each other. Han Tuhu. Scorching flames were burning deep inside Sua Chaolong's eyes. Among the boneless troops of the Star Glory Federation, only your Flying Tigers Legion could make me get somewhat serious. Our battle last time was messed up by those scumbags. What a pity that I won't have a chance to fight against you anymore. If I did, would certainly swallow every soldier of your legion and leave none. I am always here if you want to fight. Han Tuhu drew out a flying sword from his ribs, which turned into a streak of white brightness surrounded by electric arcs and blew a soldier of the Netherworld Watch who was lunging at Sua Chaolong backward. If we cannot fight when alive, then we can fight in hell until we are contented. We are not going to die. The soldiers of the Blade of Chaos led by Yuchi Ba, although being ruthlessly butchered same as others, actually possessed the highest morale among the three groups there. That was because the underground explosion just now had given them a sign of the power of God Chaos. Yuchi Ba roared at the top of his voice, "Warriors of the Blade of Chaos, just now, God Chaos demonstrated his power. It is our turn to demonstrate our determination. Show those guys the sharpness of the blades of God Chaos." Sua Chaolong rolled his eyes. He hated the babbling traitors of the demon race even more than he hated the federal soldiers. Yuchi Ba waved his saber while laughing. Sua Chaolong, have you not witnessed the power of God Chaos with your own eyes? Did you not say just now that you would be a believer of God Chaos as soon as he gave you a miracle? Sua Chaolong blushed but shouted in rebuttal. That doesn't count. It was just an explosion of a malfunctioning rune array from 40,000 years ago. How can you convince me that it is a miracle of chaos? Hee hee. It will only count if. Sua Chaolong suddenly stopped talking and crouched into the size of a cat, dodging the attacks of 2 soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. Then, he jerked up again, and his sharp blade drew an almost perfect arc that flashed past the enemies' necks. If such an explosion takes place for a second time. Sua Chaolong licked the blood on his blade and finished the sentence. After saying that, he looked around somewhat anxiously. Shouting and yelling were still everywhere. The tough performance of the few experts was not enough to reverse the failing fight. Many captives had been beaten back underground, and the surface of the earth had been filled up by the blackness of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. Look! Sua Chaolong said miserably. No gods are going to save us. Not the gods of demons, not the gods of human beings, and not the so-called God Chaos that you believe in. They are all unhelpful. Our doom is inevitable. However, killing so many enemies before our death is definitely worth. Sua Chaolong bit his tongue heavily for a second time. Han Tuhu, Yuchi Ba, and countless other captives and soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were all blown into the air. The 1 second when they were airborne was extremely long. They seemed to be bugs that were frozen in amber. Looking far ahead, they could see that large rocks were soaring into the sky like fireworks and blossoming. The intense smoke was rising slowly in the shape of a mushroom, as if a volcano that had hibernated for 10,000 years had been awakened at that second. Then, they heard a deafening noise rushing out from underground, like a dam had collapsed and a flood was raging. Han Tuhu. Sua Chaolong. Sua Chaolong, Yuchi Ba stuttered, are you sure that you are not a loyal believer of chaos? Cough. Cough. The floor where the interrogation chamber was located seemed to have just experienced a hurricane before it was sabotaged by magma again. 1/3 of the floor had collapsed. Countless soldiers of the Netherworld Watch turned into charcoal before they had the chance to scream, and the charcoal was burnt to ash in 0.1 seconds. Even the ashes were blown away to all directions. They had been completely vaporized. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch that were still alive all suffered serious internal injuries because of the blast. Just like fish that had surfaced too quickly in a deep ocean, their bodies were expanding fast, with drops of blood leaking out of their pores. Their brains were shaking violently at a high speed inside their skulls, and they could still hear humming noises. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King coughed hard as they got to their feet again. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they discovered that both of them were now blocks of charcoal, and the demeanor of a nascent soul stage cultivator and a demon emperor was entirely gone. Let's go. The Fire Ant King knew that they were too short on time for him to complain. Lu Wuxin might reinforce the control center with the main force of the Netherworld Watch at any moment. Every second they had right now was extremely precious. Hiu. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of brightness and darted toward where the interrogation chamber used to be. The place appeared to be a furnace that had just exploded. The high temperature of almost 1,000 degrees melted all materials into translucent glass. They looked downward from the edge of the collapse, only to discover that the 10 or so floors below them had been entirely pierced through, as if a cone-shaped well whose bottom could not be seen was there. Miserable screams were echoing non-stop from the floors below, as if the hole was the entrance to hell. After glancing at each other, the two of them both jumped down and accelerated to their top speed. Even if the bottom was really the hell, they would still march forward unstoppably. As far as their eyes could reach, almost every soldier on every floor had been shocked by the explosion and was staggering while holding their head. Li Yao took the chance to retrieve a lot of crystal bombs and smoke grenades from his cosmos rings. In a moment, the entire Netherworld was enshrouded in hazy fog, seriously jamming the sight of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch. The continuous explosions of the crystal bombs blew up countless architectural materials and blocked the hole that pierced through all the floors. Although the ruins were not solid enough, the enemy would still have to waste a lot of time in finding the hole that was buried below the ruins after they came back to themselves. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King broke into the -19th floor. With Li Yao's thorough survey of the entire nether world and his precise calculation, the distance of the explosion had been delicately manipulated. The cannonball had not been detonated until it reached the -18th floor. The torrents of metal shrapnel at super high speeds were like meteors that pierced through the defense rune arrays and left a hole the size of a basin. For the super experts who could freely control the muscles and bones all over their bodies, such as Li Yao and the Fire Ant King, such a hole was good enough. What was even better was that the intense stun that the cannonball burst out heavily wounded all the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch on the several floors nearby. They suffering from brain concussions, and their stomachs were uneasy. They did not have any combat ability for now. The elites of the Netherworld Watch, including Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl, had been distracted by the riot of the captives. Never could they have foreseen such a dangerous person like Li Yao lurking deep inside the Netherworld, even being able to crack the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle. Right now, inside the control center, it was mostly the operators of the biochemical brains and the crystal processors. Even though they had luckily survived the blast, their combat ability was close to zero in the eyes of Li Yao and the Fire Ant King. The few experts in the Demon King stage were still stunned because of the explosion and became the primary target for the duo. Shwa! Shwa! Li Yao and the Fire Ant King turned into two streaks of redness and drew devastating lines of death in the vast control center. Most of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch had been slain before they realized what was going on. 10 seconds later, there was nothing but dead silence inside the control center. The two of them finally took a deep breath in relief and observed the brain and heart of the Netherworld. Since a lot of crystal processors and biochemical brains, which required an enormous space to cool down, had been stored in the place, it was like a very special temple. At the center of the place was a humongous biochemical brain that was more than 20 meters in diameter, which was essentially a huge mountain of meat. Countless biochemical nerves extended from the depths of the brain and connected to various smaller biochemical brains. Then, thinner biochemical nerves protruded out of the smaller biochemical brains and docked to the heads of the operators of the Netherworld Watch. Outside of the biochemical brain, a circle of crystal processors had been deployed, which had triggered almost 100 light beams to help manage the biochemical brain. Outside of the control center, hasty footsteps and sounds of weapon were drawing close. The soldiers of the Netherworld Watch that were guarding outside finally came back to themselves. Hearing the miserable screams inside the control center, they rushed to the rescue. The Fire Ant King dashed to the top of the biochemical brain, his thick tail waving here and there behind him. Suddenly, a bone spur appeared at the end of his tail and pierced into the main biochemical brain brutally. Rattling noises were echoing non-stop, as if he was injecting something into the biochemical brain. While communicating with the biochemical brain, he shouted, "I am trying to hack the biochemical brain right now in order to gain control over the defense system of the Netherworld. Can you hold back the enemy for 1 minute? If not, 30 seconds. Li Yao turned to the door of the control center, which was now wide open, and took a deep breath, falling on one of his knees. His left arm suddenly bulged to 3 times the original size before it suddenly began burning furiously. The crystal in his hand was like a rising sun. After a bellow, he launched the cell obliteration cannon. The 10 or so soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who were about to get into the door were pierced by the attack instantly. The attack continued moving forward and led to an intense explosion outdoors. What did you say? Li Yao had been too focused on the activation of the cell obliteration cannon to notice what the Fire Ant King was saying. Nothing. Keep it up. Chi. 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 His tail was piercing deeper and deeper into the main biochemical brain, and the main biochemical brain was shaking more and more violently. A soul-stirring battle seemed to be continuing unseen. A moment later, the Fire Ant King cursed. I almost breached the defense of the main biochemical brain, but it has deployed a dozen new barriers with the computational ability of the crystal processors nearby. Do you know how to crack the barriers of crystal processors? Li Yao kicked a soldier of the Netherworld Watch that was as gigantic as a behemoth while he planted 3 crystal bombs into the gaps of the enemy's armor with his toe. The soldier knocked back a few of his companions behind him like a cannonball. When he rolled to the narrowest place at the door, where the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were densest, he exploded. Li Yao glanced at the types, distribution, and flow of the tubes of all the crystal processors around the main biochemical brain. Then, he raised his left hand again and shot the cell obliteration cannon 7 times in a row, blowing 7 crystal processors into smithereens. I know a thing or two, Li Yao said. They are really cracked now. 10 seconds later, the Fire Ant King gained control over the defense system of the Netherworld temporarily. An iron gate weighing dozens of tons fell from the main pathway. Almost 100 defense rune arrays were shining and melting together at the same time. It was the security mode of the highest level for the control center and designed to be activated only when the Netherworld was under large-scale attacks. After it was activated, even if a demon emperor was on a rampage outside, it would still take them at least 20 minutes to blow up the defense rune arrays. Right now, the only loophole was the hole in the ceiling. However, the hole was too small and could only allow one individual to pass through at a time. Whoever dared to enter the room through the hole would essentially be feeding themselves to Li Yao and the Fire Ant King. Ha! The Fire Ant King laughed. As it turns out, quite a few teleportation arrays have been hidden in this place, some of which even lead to the docks of the devilish warships. Of course, Li Yao said. In case of a large attack, the important figures in the control center must find a way to get out of here as quickly as possible. They cannot wait and do nothing before they are captured. The secret teleportation arrays are definitely necessary. The Fire Ant King cracked his knuckles. Excellent. In the 10 minutes to come, the control center will be ours. He closed his eyes and focused his attention on the main biochemical brain, searching for Elder Nether Spring's most confidential plans and files. Li Yao, on the other hand, was observing the advanced crystal processors nearby, his eyes shining. Valiant Warrior 9, Haiyan 7, Rapid Dragon 4. Well. All of them are the top-tier crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation that only the large sects and crystal suit centers have the privilege to purchase. Huh. What's this one? A Light Devil 3? I remember that it is the mainframe crystal processor in several large war bases of the Federal Army. It is a top secret of the Federal Army, too. Besides, when I left the Federation 10 years ago, it was only Light Devil 2. Elder Nether Spring does have a lot of connections. He can get access to such a cutting-edge mainframe crystal processor. Right. The Venomous Scorpion Bone-Biting Shackle is already a piece of magical equipment of national importance. Also, judging from the details of the key chips, it was refined by Jiang Shaoyang himself. Therefore, such magical equipment could never be manufactured, and there is only a limited number of them. But now, Elder Nether Spring has got one of them. How did he do it? It was not a good time to ask questions now. As a crazy fan of crystal processors, with so many state-of-the-art crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation in front of him, there was only one thing Li Yao could do. Take them all. Like locusts passing through a farmland, Li Yao took out all his cosmos rings and stored all the crystal processors that were smaller in size. As for the mainframe crystal processors that were larger, he simply dismantled the most critical computation chips and the storage chips and packed them all. In a moment, all the super-advanced crystal processors that Elder Nether Spring had gathered over more than 10 years were looted by Li Yao. Looking at the empty control center, Li Yao couldn't have felt more satisfied. He then deployed a lot of crystal bombs sordidly on the debris of the mainframe crystal processors that he could not take away, ensuring that not even half a cooling rune array would be left for Elder Nether Spring. Finally, he turned around and checked the Fire Ant King's progress. The Fire Ant King's tail was thicker and thicker. Round watermelons seemed to be flowing from the main biochemical brain into his body. In the end, after quivering for a moment, a bright gray ball that looked like an egg surfaced on the prefrontal cortex of the main biochemical brain. He's got it. Li Yao was refreshed. He knew that the structure of the biochemical brain differed from the structure of the crystal processor in that the former was made up by a lot of biochemical units for different functions. The gray egg that had just shown up now was apparently the memory and storage unit for the biochemical brain. The top secrets of the Nether world were definitely stored inside the unit. Let's go! Li Yao roared at the Fire Ant King. The bombarding noises outside of the defense rune arrays were getting more and more intense, mixed with the sound of a certain hardworking drill. Li Yao extended his telepathic thought out of the room through the hole in the ceiling and perceived that hundreds of soldiers of the Nether World Watch had gathered outside of the control center. Hold on a second. The Fire Ant King stored the memory unit of the main biochemical brain away but did not remove his tail. Instead, he continued communicating with the main biochemical brain with his eyes half closed. What are you doing? Li Yao was baffled. I am communicating with the demonic plants outside of the captive camp and trying to control them, the Fire Ant King answered casually, his voice so hollow that it sounded like from somewhere far away. The demonic plants are a certain frost mutation of storm flowers. They can spurt out spores that contain a huge amount of freezing spiritual energy, which makes them the most fatal air defense weapons. Many captives have the ability to fly. Elder Nether Spring must have deployed a circle of frost storm flowers outside of the captive camp in case they flew away. However, right now, it is a devilish warship that is flying in the air. Li Yao was slightly dazed, but then he noticed the situation at the north of the island. While the Fire Ant King and he were on a rampage in the depths of the Nether world, the elites of the Nether World Watch seemed to be in a dilemma, not sure whether they should suppress the riot of the captives first or reinforce the control center immediately. The devilish warship was still floating in midair and only shifted its direction to the Nether world. The Fire Ant King's soul power crawled into the depths of the main biochemical brain through the nerves on his tail. Then, with the vibration and enhancement of the main biochemical brain, it flowed toward the frost storm flowers at the north of the island along the biochemical nerves. He and the demonic plants seemed to be integrating. Li Yao was surprised. You can control the demonic plants? The Fire Ant King smiled. Have you forgotten who I am? Li Yao was dazed. Then he suddenly recalled the countless communities of demonic plants that he had seen when he arrived at Void Turmoil City. On the devilish warship in the sky of the captive camp, the faces of Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl could not have been more terrible. A huge explosion has taken place inside the Nether world. The test field for new weapons has been entirely wrecked. Several floors below have been penetrated. A lot of soldiers have been killed or wounded. The center of explosion is the interrogation chamber where the Fire Ant King is locked. Not good. The control center has been compromised. Our connection to the control center has been cut off. The maximum defense mode has been activated by the control center. We are locked out and cannot break in at the moment. Bad news came one piece after another, piercing into their heads like rusted nails. What was most critical was that they did not know what was going on exactly even to this moment. At first, Lu Wuxin thought that the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle on the Fire Ant King had detonated. However, the explosion of such a piece of confining magical equipment should not have been so powerful. When the news that the control center had been compromised came over, he was so shocked that he immediately wanted to reinforce the base. However, the second earth-shaking explosion was like a dosage of a super exhilarant for the captives who were rioting. Not only were the soldiers of the Blade of Chaos charging fearlessly, the rest of the captives were also growling as if they had been possessed by the god of killing. On the Netherworld Watch's side, their morale had hit rock bottom. The first explosion could have been a coincidence, but the second explosion was undeniable evidence that mysterious, new enemies were around. The things that the Netherworld Watch had been doing were highly clandestine. Now that their secrets risked being exposed, the psychological burden was fatal for them. The black wall that used to be as tough as iron gradually displayed gaps and vulnerabilities. A lot of soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were apparently more inert than before. They looked back frequently, hoping to get more information from the twisted mushroom cloud above the Netherworld. Anybody with some common sense about battles knew that, if they were given the order to retreat, the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch might collapse on the spot. Lu Wuxin was breathing hard. Every scar on his face, which looked like a centipede's, was jumping up, making his face even more hideous. "Let me go there." Despot suddenly rose up. "I'm going to solve the problem in the Netherworld with my own squad." "Wait." Swirl suddenly stopped him. "Don't. Nobody knows exactly what is going on in the Netherworld. Since the enemy has compromised the control center and cut off our connection, they must have taken over the defense system. All the pathways in the Netherworld will be closed now, and the lifts are not functioning. How long will it take to march into the control center even if you go in recklessly? Besides, considering the trouble they have caused, do you know what level the enemies are in? Our combat ability is maximized only when we attack together. You will be merely committing suicide if you go alone. Aim our main gun at the dock and prepare to launch." Despot was dazed. "What?" Swirl smiled coldly, with mysterious brilliance beaming out of his eyes. "Whoever they are, whatever they are here for, they will have to escape from the control center in the end. Do you think that they will be silly enough to kill their way out? No, they won't. They will certainly make use of the secret teleportation rune arrays we have deployed in the control center. Therefore, aim at the dock and adjust the launching units. Lock onto the exit of the secret teleportation arrays. Prepare all the acid cannons, the venom cannons, and the demonic ray cannons. If there is even the slightest anomaly on the teleportation arrays, blow them up immediately." Despot rolled his eyes and bashed his breastplate. "Good. That's good. You have indeed seized the critical weakness of the enemy. There is no way that we can take back the control center before the enemy causes even greater damage. If so, we can only focus on the here and now." Swirl bit her lips softly, with coldness all over her face. "Ask the troops on the ground to inject a larger dosage of berserker drugs. Suppress the riot of the captives at all costs. There is no need to care about the lives of the captives now. Kill them all. As for the mysterious intruders inside the Netherworld, unless you have decided to hide below the ground like rats for the rest of your lives, you are certainly going to escape via the secret teleportation arrays, aren't you? Also, your purpose will be to capture a devilish warship, or you will never run away from the lone island in the middle of an icy ocean. Wait. Control center. Control. Not good." Desperation suddenly appeared on Swirl's face, as if somebody had stabbed her in the chest. At the same time, ear-splitting alarms were ringing. Before anybody realized what was going on, the devilish warship shrank like a scared insect and dodged hard. However, it was too close to the source of attack. The devilish warship happened to be floating right above almost 1,000 frost storm flowers. The demonic plants, which were as ugly as the internal organs of animals, were active in the first place, prepared to launch fatal attacks at the captives who flew to the sky. Therefore, when a lot of spiritual energy was condensed inside them, the devilish warship did not send out a warning. Lu Wuxin and the rest of them failed to notice that the demonic plants were slightly adjusting their direction and angle. 1,000 frost storm flowers expanded crazily at the same time, with cracks of ice appearing on their surface. Then, with an ear-splitting sound, they spurted out 1,000 torrents of frost spores toward the devilish warship, which was only one step away from them. The spores were the essence of their life. The storm flowers spurted out their seeds in such a way so that their offspring could flourish in the vast land. The larger their shooting range was, the bigger the territory of the storm flowers would be. Even the wild storm flowers could spurt their spores several kilometers away. The frost storm flowers there, whose genes had been modified over almost 100 generations, were as good as the flying swords of the cultivators in regards of their shooting range and strength. Caught unprepared, the devilish warship did not even have the chance to turn on the shield before it was hit by 1,000 pale white torrents of ice. The middle part of the warship was immediately frozen by the extremely low temperature, which significantly compromised its integrity. It was no longer able to withstand the weight of the front part and the rear part of the warship and was emitting cracking noises, showing signs that it might break apart at any moment. The biochemical nerves between the bridge and the engine unit were also frozen, torn apart, and shattered by the low temperature. The devilish warship, which had gone out of control, hissed and plummeted, swirling, before it hit the battle formation of almost 1,000 soldiers of the Nether World Watch precisely. Dozens of unlucky soldiers were smashed into pulps of meat before they had the opportunity to scream. The remaining soldiers, who were in a hurry to run away from the crash, could not maintain the solid defense line at all anymore. Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and Yuchi Ba were utterly dumbfounded. Looking at each other in confusion, they observed the collapsing defense line of the Nether World Watch and the devilish warship, which was crumbling in deep blue, icy fog, feeling that they had to be dreaming. Is this yet another sign of your god Chaos? Sua Chaolong asked. At the same time, when the devilish crashed, Li Yao and the Fire Ant King appeared next to a piece of enormous floating ice through the secret teleportation array. The dock was right ahead of them. Right now, the dock was in chaos. The 10 or so guards were looking at the north of the island, where black smoke was popping up non-stop, in a daze. 3 enormous devilish warships were placed in the middle of the half-buried dock like 3 topsy-turvy whales, not prepared to take off at all. Naturally, the guards were no match for the 2 of them and were cleared in a moment. Out of their expectations, they discovered the sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos behind the 3 devilish warships. After carrying a lot of goods from the Mausoleum of Chaos to the island, the sky-hunting warship had been docked in this place. Elder Nether Spring seemed to plan on modifying it and use it for the Nether World Watch. The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and decided to break into the sky-hunting warship. Although its size was significantly smaller than the 3 devilish warships, the Fire Ant King was more familiar with it after all, since it was his own warship. Besides, a smaller size meant that the operation would be easier. It was still very difficult for him to manipulate a large, strange warship alone. Looking at the dense, black spots that were flying close not far away, Li Yao asked anxiously, "Can you drive it without help?" They were the soldiers of the Nether World Watch who had come to the dock to fly the devilish warships. The 2 of them had to activate the sky-hunting warship before the soldiers arrived. It would be troublesome if the sky-hunting warship was destroyed. It's only several kilometers from the dock to the captive camp. It shouldn't be a problem. The Fire Ant King gritted his teeth and said, "However, I will need several minutes to activate the main biochemical brain of the sky-hunting warship." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when almost 100 demon beasts that looked like hybrids of jellyfish and octopi crawled out of the seawater. They were waving their crimson tentacles with sucking discs and could also spurt out intense air currents, allowing them to both swim rapidly in the ocean and fly temporarily in midair. They could even glide to the surface of a warship and stick to it. Such demon beasts were named 8-clawed vine pots. They were the guards in the ice ocean. Not only did they boast high corrosive and penetrative abilities, once there were enough of them, they could also trigger high-intensity bioelectricity, which could seriously affect a warship and reduce its performance. The Fire Ant King's expression dropped. The two of them were terribly outnumbered after all. The Fire Ant King himself also needed to focus his attention on the devilish warship and could do nothing about the incoming enemies. Li Yao sucked in the cold air. Sneaking into the control center was only the first step. To rescue all the captives would be the real fight. All that was coming next would be head-on battles where tricks were useless. How long do you need to activate the warship? The Fire Ant King thought for a moment. 5 minutes. All right. I'll give you 5 minutes. Go now. The cosmos ring that he wore on his right middle finger was shivering slightly, as the crystal suit stored inside could not hold its hunger any longer. It was like a flying sword that was roaring in its sheath, ready for battle. In the past, Li Yao had only been fighting on his own. He had been surrounded by countless enemies and had to conceal his identity. But right now, his identity had been seen through by the Fire Ant King. Also, the two of them were making such a scene and rescuing so many federal soldiers. It seemed unnecessary, and impossible, to conceal his identity any longer. Then, he might as well fight to his heart's content. Golden brilliance was swirling fast around his black and red pupils. Spiritual energy leaked out of his pores like invisible flames, making his messy hair stand up and change the color of its tips. Spluttering electric arcs were also dancing above his head. The Fire Ant King spat hard and said even more gravely, "Not good. The enemy seems to have sent out another tough expert, who has given me tremendous pressure although he hasn't shown up yet. The guy seems to boast a certain weird metal attack ability, too. My auditory nerves have been compromised, and I seem to suffering from an auditory hallucination because I'm hearing eerie, violent music. Wait. It is not a hallucination. Violent music is truly playing. Do you hear it? What kind of terrifying monster has Elder Nether Spring tamed that can possibly utter such a shocking so? The Fire Ant King's voice came to an abrupt halt, and he gazed at Li Yao's abdomen with a pair of weird eyes. Li Yao's face remained unchanged. He said casually, "Yes. It's from my stomach." Why is music coming from your stomach? I like to play some music to lighten up the mood while I'm fighting. Boom. 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 From the debris of the devilish warship, Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl, who were more than infuriated, leapt up and floated in midair. The scene on the ground, however, made their heads so dizzy that they almost fell down again. Because of the crash of the devilish warship, the battle formation of the Nether World Watch had been disrupted into a mess. They were being ruthlessly butchered by the captives, whose morale could not have been higher. But more soldiers of the Nether World Watch had been blocked in the narrow part of the island by the debris of the warship and could not reinforce them. For the captives, after they killed every soldier of the Nether World Watch, they would be able to loot the enemy's weapons and armor, thereby doubling their own combat ability. Under the roars of Sua Chaolong and Han Tuhu, the two commanders, the captives who were about to collapse were rallied once more. Before Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl realized what was going on, fulminations burst out from the dock at the south of the island. The sky-hunting warship they had captured from the Blade of Chaos had now soared into the sky and was flying toward the captive camp in a crooked trajectory. Countless eight-clawed vine pots were hovering around the vehicle, only to be ripped into threads by lines of fire shot from above. Many soldiers of the Nether World Watch were jumping to the sky, hoping to break into the sky-hunting warship. However, they were all riddled with holes, their blood raining down, by the black daggers that looked like feathers without exception. It's impossible. Where are those guys from? Lu Wuxin roared aloud. How can there possibly be a whole team of soldiers lurking inside the Nether World and even capturing a warship by chance? Where are our devilish warships? Activate them and shoot the enemy down. Before he finished his sentence, an intense explosion broke out on the dock in a boom. A piece of floating ice the size of a hill was hurled into the sky before it smashed the ice ocean heavily. Black smoke was continuously popping up, like a big face that was grimacing at him in midair. It was obvious that the remaining 3 warships could not take off for the time being, if they were not completely wrecked already. Swirl pointed at the top of the sky-hunting warship and exclaimed, "Look over there. Somebody is on the warship." Lu Wuxin and Despot enhanced their sight and both exclaimed in shock, too. What is that? Could it be, above the sky-hunting warship, in the middle of the blowing wind, a deep black crystal suit that looked like a devil walking on the earth was standing majestically. Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl had never seen such a weirdly shaped and yet dominating crystal suit before. The deep black shell was almost transparent, as if it had been carved out of the purest black jade, without the tiniest gaps on it. On the surface of the crystal suit, along the lines of the muscles, dark red stripes had been embedded. They congregated into circles on his joints. Dark red rune arrays were shining inside the circles with mysterious brilliance. 6 dragon heads, which were also a deep red, extended to the front from the back of the crystal suit across the shoulders, with 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The dragon heads were dashing up and down, blowing out soul-stirring balls of light. For the soldiers of the Nether World Watch who were unfortunately hit by them, obliteration was their only outcome. An even thicker metal dragon, in the meantime, was hovering on the right arm of the crystal suit. The 2 sides and the forehead of the dragon head were embedded with 3 bloody marrow crystals, which were emitting a dangerous glimmer. On the 2 sides of the crystal suit, the black wings condensed by spiritual energy extended all the way to dozens of meters away. The wings were not adornments but lethal magical equipment. They could split into black daggers and tear the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch apart quietly at any time. The 16 6-barreled Vulcan machine cannons that were circling around the crystal suit launched almost 100 lines of fire, constituting a storm of bullets that swept the area nearby. All the demon beasts and soldiers of the Netherworld Watch were minced into powder when they got into the range. It was not a crystal suit but a battle fortress with immense firepower. Behind the black crystal suit, a blood-red cloak, hundreds of meters long, added fresh colors to the dark, gray clouds. It had also cut open 6 bleeding wounds in the pupils of Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl. What is this crystal suit? Why have I never seen it before? Strong. It is too strong. The demon generals of the Netherworld Watch are being slaughtered as if he were chopping vegetables. Where does the music come from? Am I suffering from a mental attack? Is it an auditory hallucination? All 3 of them were petrified. Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, Yuchi Ba, and all the other captives discovered the sky-hunting warship, which was staggering close in midair, too. After they noticed that the sky-hunting warship was opening fire toward the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch nearby mercilessly, they were all startled for a moment. However, the next second, cheers and applause as loudly as a hurricane burst out from the captives of the Federal Army. A crystal suit. It's a crystal suit. A strong cultivator has arrived. Li Yao's magnificent shadow was flashing deep inside their eyes while their tears flowed out. Han Tuhu was even more dumbfounded. He could not begin to understand why such a strong cultivator would show up in this place. Also, what was the crystal suit all about? As the commander of a major legion in the Federal Army, he was quite familiar with the most cutting-edge crystal suits of the Star Glory Federation. Yet, he had never seen a crystal suit in such a form before, which had combined elegance, brutality, and dominance. It had reached the peak of speed, firepower, and strength. It was even more daunting than the crystal suits that many nascent soul stage cultivators wore. Of course, the capability of the newcomer, his pitiless attacks, and his overwhelming spiritual gasp proved that he deserved to wear the crystal suit, too. Who is he exactly? Tuhu thought hard for a long time but failed to come up with such a nascent soul stage cultivator and such a crystal suit in the Star Glory Federation. But that did not matter for the time being. What mattered was kill them all. Tuhu burst into laughter and charged forward unstoppably. In that moment, the situation in the battlefield had been completely reversed. Not only had many captives capturing the weapons and armor of the Nether World Watch, they were even seizing control of several biochemical beasts. More importantly, under Li Yao's crazy barrage, the sky-hunting warship finally breached the blockage and broke into the captive camp. All the doors were immediately opened. Evacuate immediately. Li Yao's voice tore through the sky like thunder. The warriors of the Blade of Chaos who know how to pilot the sky-hunting warship get on board first and activate the weapon system. The rest of you, stabilize the defense and retreat step by step. Lu Wuxin, Despot, and Swirl were so anxious that they had no time to think about the battle formation right now. Leading hundreds of personal guards, they dashed to the sky and marched toward the sky-hunting warship. Stop them. Just you? Li Yao darted out of the sky-hunting warship and stopped in the front of the hundreds of elites of the Nether World Watch. His wings of spiritual energy were stretched out to the maximum and blocked all of them like two giant hands. The blood-red cloak was flapping in the wind and soared up, turning into a torch that was burning through the sky. The dominating aura formed a heavy field in the hundreds of square meters nearby where the thin air seemed to have turned into seawater. The two casual words were already enough to make a lot of the elites of the Nether World Watch grunt. They felt that their heads were dizzy, and their backs were prickly. The vibrations around the gold core deep inside Li Yao's stomach were also exploding inside their hearts like heavy drums. It was the real strength of the superlative height of the core formation stage. Do you have my permissions to go there? On the surface of the helmet of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, which was as smooth as a mirror, 4 rows of crimson crystal cameras had been installed in the shape of a diamond, covering Li Yao's real eyes and making him appear even more unpredictable. His words seemed to be echoing behind the head of every soldier. Even the experts such as Despot and Swirl could not help but shiver in chill. Who is he exactly? I did not know that there was such an expert among the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Star Glory Federation. Behind Li Yao, a lot of warriors of the Blade of Chaos had successfully boarded the sky-hunting warship. In the meantime, the federal soldiers and the demon captives were also changing their battle formation, preparing to evacuate. Lu Wuxin gnashed his teeth and roared, even though he is in the nascent soul stage, he is all by himself here. Kill him. He slapped his tentacles and claws. 10 or so loyal soldiers of the Nether World Watch, boosted by the berserker drugs, charged at Li Yao with burning fighting will. On the other hand, Lu Wuxin stepped back quickly and observed the battle calmly. Li Yao sneered. The black wings dispersed into streaks of black gas and retreated behind him. They entangled his right arm along his shoulder blade and extended forward. In front of his right arm, the feathers were condensed into a super saber more than 10 meters long that was surrounded by black gas. It was the feathered dragon saber, the main weapon of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit and a perfect combination of a saber of spiritual energy and one with a real entity. Made of thousands of shining feathers and the sharpest daggers, the saber dispersed into black tornadoes one moment and twisted into a whip hundreds of meters long the next. All the incoming soldiers were wreathed in the black fog. In a moment, the black fog dispersed, and all the soldiers of the Nether World Watch had been ripped apart. Meanwhile, Li Yao turned into a streak of blackness and sprinted toward Lu Wuxin, Despot, Swirl, and hundreds of elites of the Nether World Watch. Shwa. Outside of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, streaks of brightness appeared out of thin air and consolidated into a shell that looked like glass, adding a new layer of protection that was even sturdier to the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. Inside the glass, complicated, glamorous spiritual stripes were appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The Unparalleled Extension. It was a special version of the Unparalleled extension designed for the Mystic Skeleton battle suit that had been co-produced by Li Yao and the Ares Laboratory, the best research institute of Ares extensions in the Flying Star sector. Mystic Skeleton with Dragon King, unparalleled in the universe. That was the ultimate form of the latest version of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. The super bendable steel that the Unparalleled extension adopted boasted the amazing ability of absorbing hostile attacks before returning them. It was most suitable for a group fight where one was against many foes. Li Yao was like a burning scalpel that cut into the softest tofu. He did not dodge the attacks of the regular soldiers of the Nether World Watch at all and simply absorbed the energy with the magnificent performance of the super bendable steel. Then, he returned the attacks to their sources. There was no need for him to wave his saber. The rushing aura of his saber was enough to cut a lot of the enemies in half. In his eyes, the hundreds of soldiers of the Nether World Watch all turned into rapidly jumping numbers. Dozens of virtual battles were being fought inside the depths of his brain simultaneously. He improved his computational ability to the maximum while he calculated the entire battle. He moved, baited, and pushed the enemies, sometimes even hiding behind the ignorant ones, occasionally with the help of smoke grenades and flash bangs, in order to buy more time for the captives. Asshole! Despot roared and raged forward among the soldiers until he reached Li Yao. An unprecedentedly dazzling ball of lightning was condensed between his long horns and slashed at Li Yao in the shape a long, narrow saber of electric arcs. With Li Yao's speed and agility, he could have dodged the attack, but he did not move at all and simply sprinted toward the saber. He was going to cripple Despot. Li Yao was very clearly that, although he seemed to be on an unstoppable rampage right now, it was at the cost of an unbelievable amount of spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was gushing out like water in a broken dam. It was impossible for him to maintain the state for long. Therefore, he had to seize the time to cripple one or two experts on the enemy's side. Boom! The saber of electric arcs slashed the left shoulder of the Unparalleled extension brutally. The shoulder, which looked like diamond, was immediately covered in cracks. Despite the double protection of the Unparalleled extension and the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, Li Yao's left shoulder still suffered a minor fracture. However, a lot of the energy of the electric arcs was stored in the super bendable steel, too. Shwa! Shwa! Lu Wuxin and Swirl, in the meantime, jumped out from behind Despot. The two of them had been reading Li Yao's combat style carefully instead of fighting. Then, they hid themselves behind Despot's brawny body, waiting to launch a fatal attack at Li Yao. Swirl's weapon was a colorful soft sword that was brimming with blood-breathing veins. Lu Wuxin's weapon, on the other hand, was a hollow needle that was hidden deep inside his tentacles. There was also a long soft tube behind the needle that was connected to one of the suspicious lumps on his body. In their plan, even if their attack missed the target, it would certainly be enough to force the enemy to retreat. Then, the three of them would naturally launch a series of incessant fatal moves that would cast the enemy into an ocean of destruction. But outside their expectations, Li Yao did not dodge at all and simply continued charging forward, allowing the Unparalleled extension to be pierced through by the two new attacks. He stomped on the air hard. A powerful flame burst out of his feet, giving him immense counterforce, while he grabbed the feathered dragon saber and drew a perfect upward arc, crashing brutally into the second saber of electric arcs that Despot shot out. However, the huge blast that Despot expected did not happen. The feathered dragon saber split apart into black feathers before the collision and dispersed. Despot felt extremely uncomfortable now that his attack had missed the target. His body was leaning forward slightly. Li Yao's right arm that was entangled with a dragon happened to be pressing his chest. The 6 dragons, which were raging on his back previously, had moved to the right arm at who knew when and constituted a drill that was revolving at the highest speed together with the 7th dragon. Ah! Feeling the severe threat of death, every piece of shell on Despot's body was standing up. He tried his best to crouch a little bit. As a result, the drill of mystic rays that was aimed at his heart previously moved upward an inch. Boom! An unbelievably furious pillar of light, mixed with the demonic energy absorbed from the attacks of Despot, Swirl, and Lu Wuxin earlier, was blown out from Li Yao's palm, piercing through and vaporizing Despot's left scapula and left arm. Even his enormous heart was exposed to the air, beating unsteadily. Before Lu Wuxin and Swirl's counterattack, Li Yao had already kicked Despot's chest hard and dashed out of the siege through the gaps of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch as if he were smoke. Hoochie! 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 Li Yao floated in midair dozens of meters away from the Nether World Watch, breathing hard and eyeing them coldly. Below the crystal suit, a pearl of blood was leaking out of every pore over Li Yao's body. He felt that the world was dimming, and ear-splitting buzzes were echoing in his ears. They were all the signs that his spiritual energy was going to be exhausted soon. However, when thousands of black feathers condensed behind his back and the two fierce wings were flapping again, none of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch dared to take a step forward. Looking at the shocking wound on Despot's body, Lu Wuxin and Swirl were also breathing hard. He can't hold on any longer. Lu Wuxin gnashed his teeth. Even though he is a nascent soul stage cultivator, he cannot have been unharmed by our fierce attacks while performing such an aggressive move. That's right. Go forward now and finish him. Swirl shrieked. Leading the charge, she drew close to Li Yao with her personal guards. Li Yao raised his right arm again. The 7 dragons were revolving fast one more time. However, the brilliance that was spreading out of the dragons was much dimmer, and the speed of the rotation was much lower than before. Right then, boom! A bomb of acids exploded on the left flank of the soldiers of the Nether World Watch, turning into a cluster of highly corrosive fog. The expressions of Lu Wuxin and Swirl both dropped. What they had feared most became reality. As more and more captives of the Blade of Chaos escaped into the sky-hunting warship, they had completely grasped the weapon system of the warship and fully carried out its combat ability. Right now, the mysterious enemy had the fire support of a warship. What was more dreadful was that a streak of brightness darted out of the sky-hunting warship and stood side by side with Li Yao. It was the Fire Ant King, the master of Void Turmoil City and the leader of the Blade of Chaos. How? The arrival of the Fire Ant King gave Lu Wuxin and the rest of them an even bigger surprise than the grand entrance of the mystic skeleton battlesuit did. Lu Wuxin's eyeballs nearby bulged out of their sockets, the blood vessels nearly tearing apart. He could not figure out how the Fire Ant King had gotten rid of the venomous scorpion bone-biting Shackle at all. The so-called best confining magical equipment of the Star Glory Federation did not deserve its name. Besides, a demon emperor had now joined hands with a nascent soul stage cultivator. Such a combination could not have been more dreadful. One demon emperor plus one nascent soul stage cultivator did not equal 2 super experts. With the coverage of each other, they would have a huge amount of time for their rest and the cooldown of their weapons. Their combat ability would be more than tripled. It was quite a subtle situation right now. The Nether World Watch still had the advantage in numbers and average capability. At the south of the island, a lot of well-trained soldiers were still in battle formation and fully supplied, ready to fight. More soldiers, on the other hand, were now trapped in the Nether World. But since the teleportation array and the lifts had been turned off by Li Yao, they had to crawl to the ground through the emergency channel like ants. However, as time went by, they would certainly reach the ground. In the meantime, another batch of soldiers was attacking the control center in order to reactivate the teleportation array and the lifts. On the captive side, after the fierce battles just now, they had suffered heavy casualties and were merely fighting with their resolution. They were running out of momentum. There was no way that they could persist for long. However, in terms of elite warriors, the captives were now at an advantage. Li Yao boasted an ultimate core. After he put on the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, his combat ability was higher than the middle level of the Nascent Soul stage. The Fire Ant King remained stagnant in the Demon Emperor stage for decades and had abundant combat experience. On the Netherworld Watch's side, Swirl was merely close to the Demon Emperor stage by the boost of Demon Cores. Although Lu Wuxin was in the beginning level of the Demon Emperor stage, he was best at medical arts and modification, so he was nowhere near as good at fighting as the Fire Ant King. Besides, Li Yao had also controlled a powerful warship that could provide fierce fire support at any time. A subtle dilemma was thus created. But in the very next second, it was broken by crazy roars. The sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos did not stop in midair. Instead, it leaned toward the ground slightly, and the captives rained down their fury, which had been suppressed for a long time. They were not attacking Lu Wuxin but the defense line before the other captives. The Netherworld Watch, which had been traumatized by Li Yao's stunning performance, was already frightened. The defense line that could barely hold itself together in the first place collapsed completely under the barrage of the sky-hunting warship. The captives under Suo Chaolong and Han Tuhu's command took the opportunity to launch a countercharge. Li Yao had never been a commander, and he did not know much about military tactics. The Fire Ant King did not have much experience in commanding the regular army in battle either. Therefore, the two of them only thought to stall the Netherworld Watch by themselves so that the captives could evacuate. However, it had never occurred to them how long it would take for the 1,000 captives to retreat to the sky-hunting warship. To retreat, they had to attack first. Suo Chaolong and Han Tuhu, as two best mid-level commanders of the army in the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector respectively, knew the point clearly. They seized the timing of the battle keenly. While Li Yao was on a killing spree in midair, they asked the lightly wounded to retreat to the sky-hunting warship carrying the heavily wounded, and they gathered all the weapons and armor that they had looted and launched a suicidal countercharge together with 100 or so soldiers who were still able to fight. Their situation was changed in the blink of an eye. It never rains, it pours. Today, luck was truly not on the Netherworld Watch's side. Right when the first defense line of the Netherworld Watch was collapsing completely under the countercharge of the captives, the devilish warship, which had crashed and broken in half because of the frost storm flowers, finally exploded. The immense blast consumed almost 100 soldiers of the Netherworld Watch who were passing by. The narrow and long area in the middle of the island was entirely enshrouded by fire, blocking the north of the island from the south. Naturally, there were a lot of experts in the Netherworld Watch who were adept at flying. However, it was difficult to keep a neat battle formation in the air. The battle formation was of paramount importance in a battlefield. The lone soldiers without teammates and cover were merely chopping their own heads off and feeding themselves to their enemy if they were exposed to a hostile warship. Kill them. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King both had sharp eyes. Although they did not realize the importance of attack in the beginning, they soon discovered the Netherworld Watch's weakness when they saw Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong lunging forward like hungry dogs. The two of them looked at each other and turned into two streaks of brightness simultaneously, piercing into the battle formation of the soldiers in midair. Wave the saber, concentrate the energy, blow it out, and explode. Li Yao triggered almost 100 black auras of saber around him. After countless slashes, mysterious redness was flowing in the auras. It was not Li Yao's spiritual energy but the blood and broken souls of the soldiers of the Netherworld Watch that had been restricted to his weapon. As if possessed by the god of killing, the more soldiers he killed, the crazier he became. While his spiritual energy was consumed at an unbelievable speed, he was suddenly caught in a brand new vibe. In the end, he did not need to wave his saber at all and could freeze a soldier of the Netherworld Watch with nothing except his dominating killing intent. Schwa. Suddenly, the area in front of him was empty. His killing intent, almost tangible, could not find the next target. There were no living soldiers of the Nether World Watch and only clusters of dense blood mist in the hundreds of square meters nearby. Lu Wuxin and Swirl did not have the courage to challenge him anymore. They escaped at the early opportunity to the south of the island ere the battle formation of the Nether World Watch was still tight. Hoochie! 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 It was not until this moment that Li Yao sensed that his windpipe and lungs had been seriously torn apart because of high-speed breathing. His shoulders had also been severely worn because he had waved his saber thousands of times in only several seconds. Fractures were everywhere on his arms due to the heavy collisions. His heart was also on the verge of exploding because of overloading. The Fire Ant King slowly stopped next to Li Yao. He was also breathing rapidly, and his limbs were trembling as hard as Li Yao's. After all, the Fire Ant King had been tortured by Lu Wuxin and only struggled through the battle by the boost of the strengthening drugs. The two of them looked at each other and decided to stop chasing. At the south of the island, the battle formation of the Nether World Watch was not disrupted, and the defense line was still flawless. A lot of biochemical beasts had been deployed, too. If they marched close recklessly, it was likely that they would be mired in combat. Also, the captives who were in the middle of a countercharge were displaying signs of fatigue as they moved to where the devilish warship exploded, too. They were too tired and had been fighting too hard after all. At first, they were electrified by the super high-voltage electric arcs. Then, they fought against the long swords and iron armor of the Nether World Watch with bare fists. Some of them had multiple flying swords and battle sabers stuck in their body. When they were charging, they were leaving a path of blood behind them. Their intestines were sometimes flowing out because of the explosions, but they simply stuffed them back and continued moving forward. Many of them collapsed while they were charging forward, never to stand up again. Some of them grabbed the enemy's neck after they stabbed their blade into the enemy's chest, turning into a grey statue together with their enemy. Besides, 3 devilish warships were still parked in the dock. Li Yao's cosmos rings were not bottomless, and there was only a limited number of crystal bombs that he could produce. Inside the Nether World, in order to blow his way into the control center, he had used up too many crystal bombs. After he arrived at the dock, the remaining crystal bombs had been far from enough to blow up the 3 devilish warships. Therefore, he had deployed all the crystal bombs that he had left on the floating ice that was the camouflage around the dock. He detonated the ice and drowned the dock. Such damage was only temporary. The enemy would repair the dock very soon or simply board on the devilish warships in the deep sea. If the enemy had the powerful fire support of the devilish warships, it would be quite a disaster. The sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos was no match for the devilish warships of the Nether World Watch in terms of both firepower and tonnage. Let's retreat. Under the cover of Li Yao and the Fire Ant King, Han Tuhu and Sua Chaolong commanded the survivors to board the sky-hunting warship in order. After the sky-hunting warship took off again, the two of them still floated in the sky of the island and locked onto the enemy at the south with their sharp killing intent. When the sky-hunting warship was 100 kilometers away, the Fire Ant King retreated first. He was only supported by strengthening drugs after all, and his recovery would be very difficult if he was overly exhausted. Li Yao was faced with thousands of soldiers of the Nether World Watch at the south of the island by himself. The red cloak that looked like furious burning fire was still jabbing at the sky like a vivid arrowhead, declaring to the Nether World Watch, "I am right here." Looking at the blood-red arrowhead in the northern sky, Swirl struggled to say, "The captives have escaped." "I know." Lu Wuxin gnashed his teeth. The world was spinning around in his head even to this moment. 20 minutes ago, he had received yet another piece of devastating news. Before the enemy left the control center, they had played a dirty trick by turning off most of the defense rune arrays of the Demon God Virus Research Center, which was in the deepest part of the Nether World, allowing all the uncontrollable mutants locked inside to flee. Right then, it was unimaginable what was happening deep below the Nether World. Lu Wuxin had to mobilize a lot of soldiers to the Nether world to take back the control center and suppress the uncontrollable mutants. What could he do when faced with such a mysterious yet cunning nascent soul stage cultivator? Send several hundred soldiers to chase after him? It would be a joke. The only outcome by doing so would be that the enemy would kill dozens of soldiers with his high speed and then run away. Who could follow a nascent soul stage cultivator wearing a super crystal suit above the ocean where there were absolutely no obstacles? Therefore, Lu Wuxin could only watch Li Yao flying up and leaving. It was not until the fire-like cloak vanished over the horizon that he suddenly shuddered and vomited a mouthful of black blood. One person has almost overturned the Nether world. Who is he? Who is he exactly? Li Yao lurked in the cold ocean 300 kilometers away from the lone island for 3 hours. If a devilish warship was deployed to chase after the sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos, he would sneak into it and find a chance to kill commanders such as Lu Wuxin or Swirl. The decapitation strategy had always been his favorite. However, there was still no sign of a devilish warship after 3 hours. Maybe, the uncontrollable mutants below the ground were enough a headache for Lu Wuxin. 3 hours later, Li Yao summoned Black Wing and accelerated to the highest speed, catching up to the sky-hunting warship of Blade of Chaos, which was now hiding deep inside the ocean. However, the warship was caught in a rather weird atmosphere. The vast hold of the warship was designed to store the biochemical beasts and the debris from the Mausoleum of Chaos. It was certainly the opposite of incommodious. Even 1,000 captives should not be enough to fill it. However, the captives on board were not in a joyful mood after surviving a disaster. Instead, intense hostility could be felt. They were divided into 3 groups targeting each other. It seemed a tiny spark would be enough to blow up the entire warship. Han Tuhu, Suo Chaolong, and Yuchi Ba were even more vigilant. Every nerve in their brains was like a tightened violin string. Li Yao's arrival froze the anxious atmosphere for a moment. He was still wearing the blood-stained mystic skeleton battlesuit whose stink filled up the room. The captives of the Federal Army were eyeing the crystal suit with such envy and admiration that fire was almost spurting out. A crystal suit, the greatest manifestation of the modern cultivation technology. It was now the greatest pillar for the lone army in the Blood Demon sector. The demon captives, on the other hand, were deeply frightened and awed. Although the master of the crystal suit had just saved them, the sharp black feathers and the crimson crystal cameras where no emotions could be seen still made them shudder. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, Li Yao frowned. He asked the Fire Ant King without hurrying to take off the crystal suit, "What's going on?" There was helplessness on the Fire Ant King's face. What else can it be? The 3 forces are in conflict. None of them likes the others. Just now, they were only teaming up in order to escape from the captive camp. Now that they are out, the tension has inevitably intensified. Suo Chaolong is an old acquaintance of mine. We have made a lot of deals on strengthening drugs. He gave quite a few favors and was even made use of by me several times. You must know the bad temper of silver blood demons. You know that he wasn't talking very nicely in his shock after he discovered that I was the leader of the Blade of Chaos. He is also worried that the Blade of Chaos will do bad things to the silver blood demons. Naturally, they are defending themselves. Same goes for the captives of the Federal Army. They are scared that they have entered another cage after they just got out of one. So, they are highly wary, too. After all, the 3 parties hate each other's guts. It's a total mess now. Wait. Li Yao raised his hand. The silver blood demons hate the federal soldiers and you hate the silver blood demons, and the federal soldiers hate the silver blood demons. That's easy to understand, but is there any grudge between you and the federal soldiers? Of course. The Fire Ant King sniffed. The federal soldiers are not distinguishing high-level demons from low-level demons. In their eyes, all demons are the same. In the Battle of Dawn, the low-level demons, as cannon fodder in the coalition army, led the charge and fought against the federal army. The troops purely made of silver blood demons such as Suo Chaolong's Blood Lion Battalion, in comparison, were never deployed until the retreat phase. So, technically speaking, the low-level demons and the federal soldiers are old nemesis. How can they not hate each other? So complicated? Li Yao felt that his head was aching. He found that he had been too optimistic before. Integrating the three forces who hated and distrusted each other was 10 times more difficult than rescuing them from the Nether world. The most critical problem is that neither the federal soldiers nor the silver blood demons know why we are rescuing them. The Fire Ant King looked at Li Yao. Honestly speaking, I don't know the reason myself either. Who are you exactly? What are you here for? Li Yao sighed and pointed his fingers at his forehead, starting to take off the mystic skeleton battle suit. He had thought hard for a long time about how he should explain the complicated matter to all three forces. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Truth was the most powerful weapon. Faced with such a strong and frightful enemy as the Imperium of true human beings, he could not keep binding everybody to his tank with continuous lies. Such a tank was destined to be feeble and likely to collapse at any moment. Greetings, everybody. His facial cover split apart and vanished into his cosmos rings, revealing a face that was too young for his capability. Li Yao blinked and smiled. My name is Li Yao. His words detonated the freezing atmosphere in the warehouse. The name of Li Yao made Han Tuhu's pupils constrict violent. He stared at the mystic skeleton battle suit that was disappearing from Li Yao's body in suspicion, as if he was recalling something. He then observed Li Yao's face for a long time with an ever-changing expression that was mixed with bewilderment and ecstasy. He asked in disbelief, Li Yao? Vulture Li Yao? Li Yao was the dazed one now. Do you know me? As he recalled, he had never dealt with the Flying Tigers Legion 10 years ago. Han Tuhu suddenly rose up to his feet, the calmness of a commander of the federal army gone. He stood straight and saluted at Li Yao respectfully. As the commander of the Flying Tigers Legion, Han Tuhu had a title of colonel. But now he was saluting Li Yao, perhaps not because Li Yao had just saved his life but because his name was Vulture Li Yao. Behind Han Tuhu, all their soldiers of the federal army stood up, including the heavily wounded ones who were supported by their comrades. Whispers were echoing among them non-stop. Is he the Li Yao? That's right. I've seen his 3D picture before. He does look familiar. Isn't he dead already? How did he show up in this place? Was he captured for experimentation like us? It's rather unlikely, isn't it? Only the experts such as Major Li deserve to wear such tough a crystal suit. Li Yao was confused. Wait. What do you mean by Major Li? Am I missing something? He was indeed a veteran of the Star Glory Federation, but he was just a regular soldier at best and far from a major. Han Tuhu took a deep breath and regained the serenity of a commander. Pondering for a moment, he asked, if I may ask, did you crash into Skeleton Dragon, a ferocious demon from 40,000 years ago, with a starship left by the Star Ocean Imperium and leave the Heaven's Origin sector with it through a space jump? Li Yao nodded. That's right. The enthusiasm in Han Tuhu and the soldiers' eyes was even hotter. Li Yao felt that he would be melted by them. Your story shocked the entire Federation after the exploration squad brought it back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Everybody knew that, if Skeleton Dragon had recovered and teleported itself to the Heaven's Origin sector in a certain way, it certainly would have been a catastrophe. Chances were that the Federation would have been destroyed. Therefore, after all the details were investigated, the federal government granted you the title of Ultra-Level Federal Hero. You are the first ultra-level federal hero of the Star Glory Federation since 138 years ago. Also, the Federal Army announced that you were back in service again as a major. Major Li, you are a hero that everybody in the Star Glory Federation knows. You are the first to march out of the Heaven's Origin sector into the Sea of Stars as a representative of the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao felt goosebumps rising all over his body. As he recalled, according to the tradition of the Star Glory Federation, ultra-level federal hero was the highest honor that was always granted to the sacrificed. Even counting the years of fierce battles when the Star Glory Federation was just established, only 9 people had ever received such an honor, and all of them had been granted it after they were dead. The federal government must have thought that he was dead and decided to boost morale by publicizing his story. A living ultra-level federal hero walking on the street? That was too scary. As for Suo Chaolong's silver blood captives, after they heard Vulture Li Yao and Boneyard, the color drained from their faces, and they shuddered after pondering for a moment. It's the fiend. 10 years ago, it was not just Skeleton Dragon that Li Yao had killed on Boneyard. Before that, he had already wiped out the demon squad that Wang Ji, a prince of the kingdom of lion butchers, was the leader of with an Ares extension named Dragon Scale. The demon squad was exclusively made of experts from the younger generation of the Blood Demon sector. It was the most fabulous team made of descendants of noble families. As it turned out, they had all been annihilated by Li Yao. There were no survivors. After Li Yao's title of ultra-level federal hero spread, the Blood Demon sector had naturally learned of his atrocities, too. From then on, Vulture was like a devastating curse that haunted countless demons. Many demons gritted their teeth and swore to avenge their family. But more demons were secretly shocked and awed by Li Yao's toughness. How tough could the man be, considering that he had finished a ferocious demon from 40,000 years ago cleanly? Today, Suo Chaolong had witnessed Li Yao's formidability in person. He had to admit that the guy was overwhelmingly strong. A bewildered brilliance was flashing deep inside the Fire Ant King's eyes, too. Skeleton Dragon was possibly one of the ultimate weapons produced by Chaos. Naturally, the Blade of Chaos had studied the things that happened on Boneyard 10 years ago, too, and he had heard the name of Vulture Li Yao. However, according to his analysis, Li Yao at the time was merely in the building foundation stage. It was with the help of a crystal warship from the Star Ocean Imperium that the guy secured his victory. The Fire Ant King did not think that Li Yao was a real expert himself. He did not see it coming that the guy whom he had been collaborating with was the building foundation stage cultivator from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, from the building foundation stage to above the nascent soul stage? Such a speed of training was too appalling. It was even more terrifying than any genetic modification. The Fire Ant King thought of something. Fellow cultivator Li, it seems you must have experienced incredible adventures after you vanished into the Sea of Stars with Skeleton Dragon, right? Han Tuhu's eyes glanced between the Fire Ant King and Li Yao's face before he asked solemnly again, judging from the situation here, you haven't reached out to the Federation yet, have you? So, you did not come to our rescue by the order of the Federation. Then, what is going on here exactly? We are totally confused. Suo Chaolong and all the other silver blood demons blinked and pricked up their ears, too, waiting for Li Yao's answer. Looking at the captives, who possessed all kinds of bizarre appearances but were equally wary and anxious, staring at him eagerly, Li Yao suddenly had the feeling that it was all a farce. Silver blood demons, the Blade of Chaos, federal soldiers. The three forces hated each other's guts, yet he was trying to unite them? It was crazy. Taking a long breath in relief, Li Yao said slowly, what I am going to say next may sound absurd and lacking evidence, but please don't be hasty. If you have any questions, wait until I'm done. I can explain the whole thing, and I can also explain. His eyes stopped on Suo Chaolong, a silver blood demon who appeared to be a brawny human being, and Han Hutu, a commander of the Federal Army who looked like a crazy devil. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Everything that has happened to you. Han Tuhu nodded. I'm all ears, Major Li. Suo Chaolong made a gesture of please, too. Whatever the grudge between them was, the guy had saved the lives of himself and his many brothers after all. Aside from the rescue, Li Yao's terrifying capability alone was enough to win his respect. Li Yao scratched his messy hair and calmed himself down before he said, the whole thing is too complicated. I have to explain from the beginning. 10 years ago, I unearthed a crystal warship from the Star Ocean Imperium on Boneyard and jumped into the depths of the Sea of Stars together with Skeleton Dragon. Later, I discovered a new sector that was governed by human beings. What? Hearing that, Han Tuhu could not help but jump to his feet, overjoyed. A new human sector? All the federal soldiers were simmering. Everybody knew what the discovery of a new human sector meant to the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. The Silver Blood demons commanded by Suo Chaolong and the low-level demons commanded by the Fire Ant King, on the other hand, looked greatly distressed. Whatever internal conflicts they had, they belonged to the demon race after all. A new sector of human beings was certainly not good news for the Blood Demon sector. Suo Chaolong opened his mouth, meaning to question Li Yao, but he lost confidence before he let his doubt out. It had been long confirmed that Li Yao jumped to the depths of the Sea of Stars with Skeleton Dragon. But right now, he announced his grand return with such a leap of his capability. It was evident that he must have gone through a lot of adventures. When Li Yao went on a rampage on the lone island, Suo Chaolong had observed his crystal suit carefully. The mystic skeleton battlesuit had been completely deformed by adopting multiple materials and technologies that did not exist in the Heaven's Origin sector. Its overall style was vastly different from that of the crystal suits of the Star Glory Federation. The leap in capability could have been because Li Yao discovered an ancient relic. But a brand new super crystal suit could only be supported by an enormous industrial system. It could never have been made by a random craftsman. Now, the Blood Demon sector was in great trouble. The faces of Suo Chaolong and the Fire Ant King dimmed, but they were more and more confused. If the Heaven's Origin sector had the support of another sector of human beings, it could have attacked the Blood Demon sector directly. They did not understand why Li Yao ran into the Blood Demon sector by himself. Was he there to mock them? Li Yao saw Han Tuhu's excitement and Suo Chaolong's frustration. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's not as simple as you imagined. Brothers of the Federal Army, don't feel happy too early. Forget it. I'll just continue the story. You will understand everything when I finish." He hid part of his experience in the Flying Star sector, but he told the stories of Iron Plateau, the Temple of Immortals, the Immortal Cultivators, the Apocalypses, the Dark Forest Theory, the Star Child, and the Imperium of True Human Beings exactly as they happened. His monologue did not stop until more than an hour later. At first, Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong had a lot of questions and almost could not wait to interrupt him. But later, they were both bewildered, covered in cold sweat. Possession through an apocalypse? The Dark Forest? Immortal cultivators who regarded ordinary people as ants? The Imperium of True Human Beings, which was in control of the prosperous area of the 3,000 sectors and thereby boasted a much higher capability than themselves? Compared to the unimaginably large concepts, the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector at the edge of the universe was like a fight between kindergartners. That was my experience in the Flying Star sector, Li Yao licked his dried lips and concluded. At this very second, while we are taking to each other, the expedition army of the Imperium of True Human Beings is marching toward us maliciously by way of incessant, short-distance jumps. By the most optimistic estimation, they will arrive in the Heaven's Origin sector in 200 years. By then, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will have completely melded, which means that neither you nor we can shun the barrage of the expedition army. Before that, and maybe only a few years from now, a weird, minor apocalypse will arrive. As of now, we are still unaware of the nature of the strike. Maybe, it will be an attack by an intelligent entity of energy, like the Star Child in the Flying Star sector. Maybe, it will be even more uncanny and unpredictable. But it is unquestionable that the minor apocalypse will reduce, if not rid, our ability to resist the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings. That is the first thing that I wanted to tell you all. Now, you may think about it calmly. Is there an inconsistency in my story? Did I make it up for a certain purpose? The federal soldiers, the Blade of Chaos, and the Silver Blood demons all fell silent. There was too much information in Li Yao's words. Even an hour was not enough for them to digest. Everybody remained numb for 5 minutes before desperate whispers echoed in the corner. Sua Chaolong, on the other hand, was rolling his eyeballs weirdly. Li Yao keenly sensed what he was thinking. He calmly said, "I know what some of the demons here are thinking. You think that, since the Imperium of true human beings is so formidable and their primary target is the cultivators, can you make use of the Imperium of true human beings to destroy the Star Glory Federation? Of course, it is a realizable possibility. However, as terrifying as the Imperium of true human beings might be, it is a nation of human beings after all. It is not hard to infer their attitude toward demons. What will the immortal cultivators regard the demons as when they regard ordinary human beings as ants? I estimate that, after the Imperium of true human beings conquers the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, if you are lucky enough to survive the battles, the best outcome you can expect is to be sent into the sunless mines and toil until you die. The bottom line is, in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, we are all the same. Insignificant bugs that are hiding at the edge of the universe. No more. Sua Chaolong cursed silently. He knew that Li Yao was right. Besides, seeing that everybody was scratching their head and whispering to each other but unable to find out any inconsistencies in the horrifying story, Li Yao gritted his teeth and threw out an even bigger bomb. Now, I'm going to tell you the second story, one that might be even more shocking for you. I do not know how I should comment on the story. I only want to tell it exactly as it happened. You can think about what it means exactly yourselves. Everybody was startled. What could possibly be more shocking than the Imperium of true human beings and the cruel, dark forest theory? Li Yao glanced at the Fire Ant King and took out Chaos Ba Yenji's hidden star box. He had made a simple adapter yesterday during his spare time and connected the hidden star box to his mini crystal processor. In such a way, the picture of the key memories of Ba Yenji would be able to be displayed in front of everybody by means of 3D projection. Every one of you, regardless of whether you are a Silver Blood demon or a federal soldier, has gone through brutal torment in Elder Nether Springs Laboratory and made to look vastly different. I don't know whether or not you had doubts before. How did a Silver Blood commander such as Sua Chaolong turn into a human being? And why does a commander of the federal army such as Han Tuhu look like an out-and-out demon? Sua Chaolong and Han Tuhu both shuddered. They looked at each other and breathed fast. They had been pondering the question in pain for the past half-year but did not have the courage to face it. Shwa! An enormous light beam was triggered to the ceiling of the warehouse. As the image and shadow fell slowly, everybody found themselves in the palace of the Ultimate One sect, a cultivation sect 40,000 years ago. Ba Yenji's magnificent image showed up in front of everyone. He is chaos. Li Yao said one word after another. He clipped the most critical parts of the memory pieces to accelerate the pace, displaying the discovery of the mysterious Black Spring, the reason of the demon race's birth, the process of the demon's conquest, and the division of the Ultimate One demons and the Chaos demons. All the captives were wearing a complicated expression. The modeled picture dissected their faces into different areas that were different colors, hiding their real countenance. This is the origin of the demon race, Li Yao said. Demons originated from human beings, for the purpose of living a better life in the barren world in the era of doom. Or rather, demons were just another form of human beings in the era of doom. However, the whole event got out of control in the end. Silence. Silence. Silence was the only response. You've got to be kidding me. Out of Li Yao's expectations, the first one to jump to his feet was, of all people, Tuhu, the commander of the federal soldiers. He took off the military hat above his head and clutched the red star medal at the center of the hat so hard that it deeply pierced into his flesh as if they were melding into one. Human beings and demons share the same origin? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Mankind boasts a great, brilliant civilization, and demons are no better than wild animals. A bunch of inhumane, insane wild animals. Veins were bulging out of Tuhu's face like a spider web. His ugly bone tail was flapping rapidly, creating rippling sound waves in the air. Pointing at Suo Chaolong, he shouted desperately, "They can't be human beings. They can't be our own kind. They are just demon beasts infected by the demon god virus. They've grown a tiny bit of pathetic intelligence so that they can copy our lifestyle like monkeys in a circus. It is a fact that everybody knows. Cut your bullsh *t. Who are animals?" Suo Chaolong jumped to his feet and pointed at Tuhu, too. His face was flushed, and his hot blood was almost spurting out of his fingertips. The demons are the descendants of the Pangu clan from the primeval era, and human beings are just a tool that the Pangu clan created to mend the 3,000 sectors. But you tools forgot your mission and betrayed the Pangu clan. You are just a bunch of traitors. Are you even qualified to accuse us of being animals? Animals are animals after all. Even if you learn the language of human beings and mimic our social system, you are still animals deep down in your bones. Tuhu gnashed his teeth. Look at what you did when you invaded the Grand Desolate Plateau. How many towns have you destroyed? How many people have lost their homes? How many innocent people were killed miserably by your claws and teeth? It's flattery to call you animals. You are fiends. Vicious, unscrupulous fiends. Invade the Grand Desolate Plateau? Burning, killing, and pillaging? Ha ha ha. Tuhu, do you know what I hate you human beings most? Your hypocrisy. Suo Chaolong roared. 1,000 years ago, 9/10 of the entire Heaven's origin sector was home to the demons, including the entire Grand Desolate Plateau. My ancestors lived on the Grand Desolate Plateau for generations. They were the owners of the Grand Desolate Plateau. They farmed and hunted on the Grand Desolate Plateau and established splendid cities. Who first invaded the Grand Desolate Plateau? It was you, human beings. Who first slaughtered ruthlessly and atrociously on the Grand Desolate Plateau, burning magnificent cities to the ground and butchering millions of demons until there was no survivor? It was you, human beings. Do you deny it? No, you won't. In the eyes of the evil human beings such as yourself, killing demons is not a crime but an ultimate glory. Right in the War Museum in the Giant Blade Pass, the proof of your invasion, massacre, and destruction is still being exhibited as antiques. Even the piles of bones of the demons have been built into high towers as a demonstration of your strength. I am the rightful native of the Grand Desolate Plateau of the Heaven's origin sector. What's wrong with me taking back my ancestral home together with my brothers? Tuhu spat on the ground hard and said, "Do not just tell the story on your side. You said that the Grand Desolate Plateau was the land of the demon race 500 years ago. Why didn't you tell me how many human slaves were killed from exhaustion when you built your splendid cities? Besides, your ancestors were ambitious enough to join hands with the Far East Demon Kingdom, trying to suffocate the newborn Star Glory Federation while she was still in the cradle. Human beings love peace, but we are never scared of wars. It was a justified war. Why shouldn't we be proud of it?" Suo Chaolong bulged his eyes and roared with laughter, holding his belly. "You love peace? Self-defense war? You are making me laugh my ass off. When the Star Glory Federation was established, you only occupied the land the size of a palm at the center of the continent of the Heaven's Origin sector, but now, the entire Heaven's Origin sector is your territory. It has been more than multiplied. You are peace lovers? Great. Was your additional territory freebie when you bought your magical equipment? The two of them were cursing more and more furiously. The federal soldiers and the silver blood demons behind them were eyeing each other coldly, too. The hair, scales, and shells on their bodies were all standing up, indicating that they were ready for a fight. Although they had no blades, their sharp claws and venomous tusks were the best weapons. Unfortunately, many federal soldiers boasted such weapons right now, too. Shut up, the Fire Ant King roared. His demonic energy suppressed everybody on the spot. Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong looked at each other in fury and waved their hands to stop their subordinates from taking action. They still had the last bit rationality in their minds and understood the consequence of an internal fight right now. Fellow cultivator Li has offered us too much information right now. I think everybody should calm down and think everything through in order to find the best solution for yourself, your brothers, your family, and your compatriots. Do you agree? Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong were both breathing rapidly. They could not help but turn to their subordinates behind them, who were all heavily wounded. Soldiers were the most tired after fierce battles. The blood of many of them was running dry, and they might not be able to open their eyes again after they closed them. They could barely hold a pair of nail scissors right now, much less a weapon. The two of them fell silent at the same time. They looked at each other and nodded, gnashing their teeth. Agreed. Han Tuhu and Suo Chaolong took their subordinates back to their respective chambers. To avoid the intensification of the conflict, the Fire Ant King placed one group of them at the front of the warship and the other at the rear. Did I go off half-cocked? Li Yao asked the Fire Ant King with complicated feelings. The Fire Ant King eyed him for a long time with a weird expression until he felt a bit creepy. In the end, the Fire Ant King observed, "So, your real purpose is to convince the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector to let go of our hatred against each other for now and fight against the Imperium of true human beings together?" Li Yao nodded. That's the only choice. The Fire Ant King sighed and said softly, "You know, I thought that you were not a lunatic." Li Yao was going to explain, but the Fire Ant King waved his hands and said lethargically, "Everything you've said is too much of a shock to me. Give me some time so that I can calm down." You'd better calm yourself down and carefully examine your sanity. Schwa. In the personal cabin that the Fire Ant King had specially prepared for him, Li Yao rubbed his face hard with clean water until his cheeks were burning. Maybe because he had changed his appearances a lot by manipulating his facial muscles in the past 10 years, the face that was appearing in the mirror was rather strange to Li Yao. So strange that it was almost no longer the Li Yao from 10 years ago. His face was still plain and did not have too many distinctive characteristics. However, below his eyebrow, which was as dense as a black blade, his deep right eye and his blood-red left eye were equally mysterious, as if they were leading to a black hole inside his brain. Li Yao could not tell what was on the mind of the guy in the mirror. Am I wrong? The particularly young face in the mirror reminded him of himself from more than 10 years ago and how he had been deeply moved by the sacrifices of the 7 cultivators when he was engaged in a beast tied on a crystal train north to the Grand Desolate War Institution. It is our responsibility to slay the demons and devils. Don't stand in my way while I'm busy saving the world. At that time, the world had been black or white. It was simple and straightforward. At that time, he had only meant to grow into a strong, unstoppable cultivator who would sweep across the blood demon sector and exterminate all the demons. If the Li Yao at that time encountered the Li Yao right now, his reaction certainly would have been the same as Han Tuhu's. It was the cultivator's responsibility to slay demons and devils. However, what were demons, and what were devils? And what did the real demons and devils look like? There is no distinction between humans and demons, deities and devils in this world. There are only winners and losers. Of 10,000 people, only one can be the winner, and the remaining 9,999 are all losers. Those words had been replayed just now in the ceiling of the warehouse. Along with the words was the gloating, all under my control smile of the leader of the Ultimate One sect. Li Yao suddenly had an urge to return to the battlefield 40,000 years ago and punch the leader of the Ultimate One sect right on his nose so hard that his nose would kiss the back of his head, exactly as he had done to Jiang Tao one of the dregs of cultivators, in the anonymous station on the Grand Desolation Plateau after the 7 cultivators sacrificed themselves. Maybe, people like Jiang Tao are the so-called winners? The thought suddenly popped up in Li Yao's head and gave him a chill. What if the winners had never vanished over the past 40,000 years? What if they had always stayed at the peak of the world, despite the changes of their identities and appearances, looking down upon the living creatures who were no better than ants for them from the high stance? What if the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector was nothing but the biting and mauling of 2 losers, who would only roll into the abyss of doom together? Li Yao suddenly thought of the bug fight. It was a form of entertainment popular both in the Heaven's Origin sector and in the Blood Demon sector. After locking a few brutal bugs into a transparent box and stimulating them with special drugs, the bugs would immediately start attacking each other until there was only one survivor. Li Yao suddenly wondered, when 2 bugs bit each other's critical parts at the same time, could they realize that existences that were far stronger than themselves were enjoying their battle of death with great amusement in a much greater world than the box that they were in? We are not ants, not monkeys, and much less bugs. Taking a deep breath, in the mirror, Li Yao saw his slightly shaking eyes gradually stabilizing again. His eyes were as transparent as the finest jade, just like his belief, which was more determined than ever. He knew that he was now walking on a road of fire and thorns, and he would perhaps never see the end of it. However, he had already become used to such a way of life. Taking another deep breath, Li Yao quickly sorted through his messy thoughts. He planned to take a brief rest and go chat with Han Tuhu after everybody calmed down. But it did not occur to him that Han Tuhu, the commander of the Federal Army, would visit him before he went over. Chapter 954 Han Tuhu's Questions. After a few hours of calm consideration, Han Tuhu was wearing an entirely different expression from before. He gave Li Yao the feeling that he was trying to suppress part of his brain and forcing himself to become a precise machine without emotions. "I'm sorry, Major Li." Han Tuhu held the military hat in his hand and touched the red star metal that was already glittering because of rubbing with his thumb. "I was too sentimental just now and lost the calmness that a commander of the Federal Army should have. Meaningless passion and fury can only lead to misjudgments and the eventual doom of the troop. I must apologize for my loss of control." Li Yao did not know whether Han Tuhu's change in attitude was good or bad. Looking at the shining red star on the metal, which turned into 2 sparks in his deep eyes, in a daze, Han Tuhu hesitated for a long time before he said, "In fact, many of our brothers have speculated much of what Major Li said just now. After all, his long tail that looked like a hammer extended to his head across his shoulder and tapped his ugly skull like a thick arm. Who would not be suspicious after they saw what a wretched appearance they had been turned into? At first, we thought that it was just the enemy's scheme and that our change resulted from a new virus. But we were not the only guys who mutated. Very soon, we got in touch with the silver blood demons such as Sua Chaolong who were locked together with us. While we were becoming more and more like demons, Sua Chaolong was getting more and more similar to a human being. If an unknown cultivator was faced with Sua Chaolong and me right now, could he say for sure which one of us is a human being and which is a demon? What was the change all about? I'm afraid that Sua Chaolong must have been questioning himself like I did every night. I felt as if 10,000 ants had found their way into my brain and were biting it every second. I wanted to find out the answer, but I was scared of the real answer. I could only fool myself by coming up with all kinds of impossible reasons. I hate Suo Chaolong so much right now, not because he is an officer of the demon race, but because I am jealous of him. I'm jealous of his appearance right now. I'm jealous that an evil demon possesses the face of a human being. I believe that he is more or less the same. I can read his eyes when he looks at me, which are exactly the same as mine. Han Tuhu's countenance was indescribable. Major Li, did you know, although you saved us, you have proposed the trickiest conundrum in the world for us? Before, neither I nor Suo Chaolong thought we could really escape that dark island of horror. We merely wanted to die a hero's death before the devastating answer popped up and drove all of us mad as glorious soldiers of the Federation or pure silver-blood demons. But you showed up and rescued us. You have also clearly displayed the answer that we were unwilling to confront before us. Li Yao listened quietly. He had a feeling that Han Tuhu did not need a reply. The guy only needed to release the darkness that had filled his heart for half a year. As he expected, after finishing everything, Han Tuhu stared at the ceiling for a long time in a daze. Then, he took a long breath and turned into a completely different person from a moment ago. Major Li, if you want a ceasefire, or even a collaboration, with the Blood Demon sector, technically speaking, you will have to solve a few critical issues. Li Yao was dazed. Major Han, are you willing to let go of your hatred and work with the demons? I am not willing to. Han Tuhu seemed to be crawling out of the swamp that had trapped him for half a year. An officer of the Federal Army that was so shrewd that it was almost cruel was waking up in himself. He shook his head and said, even if everything you said is true, and human beings and demons do share the same origin, so what? 40,000 years is enough to make the same race evolve into two different branches. Besides, even within the same race, irreconcilable conflicts might break out, too. Race is never the sole reason for a war. It is never even the most important reason. Take the Imperium of true human beings, the greatest threat for us right now, for example. It is a nation of human beings and shares the same language and origin as us, but it will not show any mercy when it destroys us. Therefore, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I cannot let go of my hatred for the demon race. I believe that the other soldiers of the Federal Army will not let go of it in a couple of years, either. However, Han Tuhu's eyes were sharper and sharper, as if a scalpel was ripping apart the gloomy cloud that had been covering his brain. I am a soldier, and it is my responsibility to defend our homeland, the Star Glory Federation, and every citizen of our nation. I will fulfill my duty through whatever methods possible. If I can achieve the purpose by destroying the Blood Demon sector, then I will destroy it even at the cost of my life. I will kill every demon in my way, no matter who their ancestors are. However, if the Federation can only be saved if we cooperate with the demons, I will also make the right choice without any hesitation. Even if the choice will be despised and disparaged, and even if I loathe it myself, I will still do the right thing nonetheless. So, please tell me something first. How good is the Flying Star sector's war capability? You mentioned that they once attacked a planet named Spider Den. Does it mean that their starships are advanced enough to bombard a planet? If we have the reinforcement of the Flying Star sector, can we conquer the Blood Demon sector quickly in 1 to 2 years? Han Tuhu added, believe me, every general and politician of the Star Glory Federation will ask the same question. Li Yao pondered for a long time before he replied. According to my observation, it's very difficult. The Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are vastly different. Human beings there are basically in a starship civilization. Their troops exist in the form of exo-societies. There is not a regular army that is large in size and directly under someone's command. Besides, the Spider Den that they dealt with was also just a base of disorganized space pirates. It was exactly because of the lack of a regular army that they had to activate such a dangerous weapon as the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. Besides, the Flying Star sector has just gone through a war that lasted several years. They are still recovering from their losses. It is one thing to ask the Flying Star sector to send a fleet to help the compatriots of the Heaven's Origin sector defend their home, but it is a whole other thing to ask them to send hundreds of starships across the universe to attack a world of demons where the environment is harsh. After all, the Blood Demon sector is not a small resource planet like Spider Den, and it is not some unruly mob like the space pirates that dominate the place. It is a well-functioning, highly efficient government with a strong regular army. A powerful fleet of starships can indeed suppress a planet, but suppression and conquer are very different. You must understand it better than I do, Colonel Han. More importantly, the technology to support super long-distance space jumps is not mature yet. Every starship from the Flying Star sector must consume tremendous resources. To teleport the enormous fleets of the Flying Star sector to the Heaven's Origin sector will be unbelievably costly, at least in the few years to come. Even if the citizens of the Flying Star sector bring out every penny in their pockets, it might not be enough. On the other hand, the demons of the Blood Demon sector, brainwashed by the Four Pillars system, believe in the pantheon of demons and their theories of obliteration, rebirth, and immortality. Their fighting will and combat ability are both very high. If they are defending their home, they will be at an even greater advantage. Even if the enormous fleets of the Flying Star sector jump to the orbit of the planet and even bombard the Earth into wasteland, so what? Don't forget that the environment of the Blood Demon sector is very rough in the first place. Demons here are already used to the Badlands. When that happens, they can always hide themselves below the ground or in the ocean and start a guerrilla warfare. The army of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector will be stuck in the Blood Demon sector at the cost of tremendous resources and casualties of soldiers and cultivators. Crystal suits, crystal warships, and cultivators who are in the high-intensity battles are all money guzzlers. They will consume astronomical resources on a daily basis. The resources, the soldiers, and the cultivators will all be of paramount importance for us in the war against the Imperium of true human beings. I believe that the Federal Army must have drafted plans of total attack, too, and calculated how many resources and lives we would have to pay in order to conquer the Blood Demon sector, didn't it? Han Tuhu smiled bitterly. The General Staff of the Federal Army has indeed come up with several war proposals against the Blood Demon sector. By the most optimistic estimation, the Heaven's Origin sector, after resisting the enemy in home defense for 5 to 10 years, will be able to establish 50 legions fully equipped with crystal suits by exploiting all the resources in our territory. Then, we will launch a counterattack with the 50 legions as the main force and march into the Blood Demon sector. It is predicated that we can annihilate the main force of the coalition army of the Blood Demon sector in 5 years and conquer the Blood Demon sector in 20 years. At that time, the General Staff estimated that all the soldiers that will be lost in the 20 years of war is 130 million. In other words, the entire Federal Army will be buried in the war and replaced by new soldiers. By the most optimistic estimation of the General Staff, the total war will set the national economy of the Star Glory Federation backwards by 50 years. It is predicated that the GDP will hit rock bottom in the 18th year of the war, which will be 65% of the present day. Also, after we completely occupy the Blood Demon sector, the descending curve will not go up again until it lingered at the bottom for 10 years. We will not get any positive benefits from the war until at least 50 years after. That is why I want to confirm with you whether or not we can significantly shorten the time with an ally who boasts a powerful fleet. At the very least, Li Yao said, it is impossible for us to conquer the Blood Demon sector in 1 year, annihilate all the rebellions in another year, and collect the resources of the Blood Demon sector to make up for the losses in the far in yet another year, even with the help of an ally. Han Tuhu gave no reply. His glittering eyes suggested that he was quickly calculating with all of his brain cells. I've got it. 5 minutes later, when white mist was popping up from his forehead, he nodded and said solemnly, "You're right. It is impossible to conquer the Blood Demon sector quickly. Then, we have only one choice now. You've convinced me, Major Li. I can cooperate with the demons temporarily like we did in the Nether world. Of course, that is, if the demons are willing to cooperate with us, too, although I do not have high hopes for that." Li Yao felt excited. He had finally made the hardest first step. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Colonel Han." I thought, Li Yao did not know how he should express his complicated feelings. "You thought that I would label you to be a traitor of the Federation who conspires with foreigners, didn't you?" asked Han Tuhu. Li Yao scratched his hair and nodded. "More or less." Han Tuhu smiled. "I never thought that way. However, after such a choice is made, I'm afraid that many people in the Federation will label us as such. But it doesn't matter. It is perhaps the greatest glory for a soldier of the Federation to be grouped together with an ultra-level federal hero. I believe that people will understand us one day," Li Yao said. Han Tuhu smiled again. He said casually, "I want to tell you a story, Major Li, about the Battle of Dawn." The Battle of Dawn was the first full-scale, strategic attack against the Heaven's Origin sector. Different from the previous outbursts of beast tides, it was the regular army of the Blood Demon sector that was deployed, including almost all the main forces of the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. In the Battle of Dawn, the Federal Army was completely eclipsed. Both strategies and tactics were a mess. The troops were marching all the time, but they still suffered a series of defeats, until the entire Grand Desolate Plateau was lost in the end. Even the Grand Desolate War Institution, Major Li's mother school, was burnt to the ground. The enemy moved forward all the way to the Giant Blade Pass, the boundary of the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Heartland. It was doubtlessly the most humiliating battle in the past 300 years. The entire Federation was in a panic, dominated by pessimism. However, at that time, nobody knew that the Federal Army collapsed so fast, partly because it was really collapsing and partly because the failures were intentional. A highly confidential plan, codenamed Giant Crab Operation, was being carried out. It was true that we were not well prepared for the first overwhelming attack of the Blood Demon sector, and we suffered tremendous losses at the beginning of the battle. However, after 10 years of groundwork, the Federation had established 16 legions that were fully equipped with crystal suits. More than 70% of the soldiers in the legions were armed with the Mystic Skeleton Battle Suit, which was partly designed by you, Major Li. The assault team and the officers were even fortified with crystal suits of more advanced models. With the 16 crystal suit legions, we had the capability to stop the coalition army of demons at the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. We could have simply driven them back into the Blood Demon sector. However, after the General Staff evaluated the situation of the battle, a very risky decision was made. They planned to fake a defeat and tempt the enemy deeper so that we would be able to swallow the main force of the coalition army. Not a living soul was going back to the Blood Demon sector. Many towns were abandoned by us, and many faults in our strategies were made on purpose, in order to mislead the coalition army of demons into making a wrong judgment about our capability and intentions. Both the soldiers and the civilians paid an extremely high price just so that the Grand Desolate Plateau would become a graveyard for the coalition army of demons. While the coalition army of demons marched forward unstoppably on the Grand Desolate Plateau and finally reached the Giant Blade Pass at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau, their supply line was longer and longer, and even the toughest soldiers of the demon race were showing signs of fatigue. In the meantime, 12 of the 16 crystal suit legions of the Federation were moving to the rear of the coalition army of demons from their flanks quietly, like the two pinchers of a giant crab, hoping to cut off the connection between the enemy and the Blood Demon sector and keep them in the Heaven's Origin sector forever. The plan was like a dance on a razor blade. It was highly risky. Naturally, it was a top secret. In order to hide the plan, and to explain why the Crystal Suit Legions did not show up on the Grand Desolate Plateau, the General Staff and the Department of Defense made quite a good play. The Federal Army pretended that it was preserving the strength and merely defending passively in panic. The Speaker of the Department of Defense was also asked to spread out talk such as, "Crystal Suit Legions are not built easily and should not be wasted." Ostensibly, the 16 Crystal Suit Legions were all mobilized to the major cities in the inland, especially those around the capital, as if unwilling to be deployed. My Flying Tigers Legion was one of the earliest legions in the Federation to be equipped with crystal suits. We were moved back to the capital city. But nobody knew that the real Flying Tigers Legion was marching clandestinely in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The crystal suits that showed up around the capital city were but vivid models and 3D projections. The strategical deception was very successful. The coalition army of demons knew nothing about our real purpose. They thought that they could break through the giant blade pass as long as they worked a little bit harder. Therefore, they continued their bombardment despite the difficulties of their supply. But the citizens of the Federation were fooled at the same time. All the citizens burst into fury as the Federal Army continued to retreat. During that period, the Federal Army was a target for everybody. Countless furious citizens were cursing. For 10 years, the nation had been in the highest warring state, and the military budget had been multiplied. Everybody was offering whatever money they had to establish the 16 Crystal Suit Legions. They claimed to be invincible, but where were they exactly when a real battle broke out? Many celebrities were posting through various social media platforms. Why were the Crystal Suit Legions still cowering in the major cities in the Heartland, and the situation on the Grand Desolate Plateau was so urgent? Had the crystal suits been installed with power rune arrays or not? Were they nothing more than fixed turrets? A lot of citizens were mailing turtle shells and soft shrimps to the Department of Defense and the General Staff, scorning our gutlessness. When the soldiers in military uniform walked on the street, they were often surrounded by angry citizens, who would question what they were fighting for. Did they only care about the officials and big shots living in the capital city and around? Were the citizens on the Grand Desolate Plateau nothing to them? The most serious incident was that the students of the 1st Military Academy and the 2nd Military Academy, along with the students of the 9 elite universities, started a demonstration. At that time, Admiral Zhang Xiqian, a speaker of the Department of Defense, declared by the order of his supervisor in the media that there were still issues regarding the performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, and it would be best to ask them to defend the cities to avoid unnecessary losses. As a result, Admiral Zhang Xiqian was vilified as a capitulator. One of his personal residences was even burnt to the ground by the angry students. As for me, as a commander of a leisure legion stationed in the capital city, I was naturally slandered, too. Titles such as Traitor of the Federation are nothing new to me. Right. Leisure Legion was a nickname that the public gave the Crystal Suit Legions at that time. I remember that, half a month before the giant crab operation was put into action, I appeared in the capital city to participate in the parade to celebrate the establishment of the Federation. It was also part of the strategical deception. I was going to fly into the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau at night and lead the Flying Tigers Legion to become the first Crystal Suit Legion to charge at the enemy. According to the plan, once the 2 pincers of the giant crab closed, my Flying Tigers Legion would pierce into the feeble part of the link between the coalition army of demons and the Blood Demon sector as quickly as possible in order to cut off their connection. It was not hard to imagine that the enemy would definitely try their best to re-establish the connection to their homeland. The troops from the Blood Demon sector would reinforce them crazily, too. The Flying Tigers Legion would suffer attacks from both sides and endure the most pressure. It was very likely that the entire legion would be wiped out. Everybody, from me to the cook, was prepared to be sacrificed. At that time, my only son was studying at the 1st Military Academy in the capital city. The General Staff gave me half an hour's leave so that I could meet him, who was also participating in the parade, when it was over. Naturally, he did not know anything about the giant crab operation, nor did he know that it was going to be the last time we would meet. However, do you know what he did after he met me? Li Yao was deeply engrossed in the story. He asked, what did he do? Tuhu seemed to be laughing. The little brat tossed a handful of calcium tablets toward me heavily the moment he saw me. He said, why are you shameless enough to join the parade? You should grow a spine. Then, he left without even looking back. From the beginning to the end, I never had a chance to speak to him. Li Yao was silent for a moment before he asked softly, did the giant crab operation work out? Of course not. Tuhu smiled bitterly. However, it was not because of our problem, but because something went wrong within the coalition army of demons. According to our plan, as long as the coalition army of demons continued attacking the giant blade pass for 3 days, no more, the siege would have been completed. Even if my Flying Tiger's legion was to be wiped out, I would not let a single pest of the coalition army of demons escape to the blood demon sector. But nobody expected a mutiny of the low-level demons in the front line. The mutiny of the low-level demons caused the collapse of the coalition army of demons. Their main force made the decision quickly. They abandoned all the cannon fodder in the front line and ran back to the blood demon sector as rapidly as possible. The incident was far beyond our expectations. We could only shift our strategy temporarily and attack them in advance. It was why I followed Suo Chaolong for thousands of kilometers and eventually caught up to him in the dark desolate domain. Then, we both ended up as captives. It's funny when you think about it. We planned carefully for more than half a year. We paid countless sacrifices and shouldered the most vicious curses. We were so close to victory, but our plan failed because of the enemy's own problem. But this is how a war goes. You never know what will happen next. Li Yao sighed. Right now, your son must understand your reasons and feel sorry for what he did. You didn't get the point of my story, Major Li. Tuhu put the military hat on his head squarely again and soothed all the crinkles on it. He then moved the red star medal to the center of the hat. What I'm trying to say is, I do not care whether the brat or any other people understand or feel sorry for me. It doesn't matter even if they despise and detest me forever. I don't need their sympathy. I only want them to live on. Tuhu's eyes were filled with the most freezing heat like magma frozen in frost. Intense smoke of war was leaking out of his every pore, and he marched forwardly quietly in the smoke like a black shadow by himself. The black shadow was etched into Li Yao's heart and made him even more determined about his belief. The road ahead of him had never been clearer. Li Yao took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Thank you, Colonel Han. You have given me a good lesson. I know what to do now." Tuhu laughed and rose up. "You've convinced me, but it is far from enough. Human beings and demons are in vastly different circumstances right now. Time is on the Star Glory Federation side. The cultivation technology of the Heaven's Origin sector is developing much faster than the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector. Even in the past 10 years of war, which were the hardest for us, we have managed to establish 16 crystal suit legions despite the pressure. In the decades to come, we will only become stronger. It is needless to say that a new sector of human beings has been discovered right now. Even though the assistance of the Flying Star sector is merely symbolic, the exchange of knowledge between two different worlds and two different systems of cultivators will certainly lead to the most brilliant sparks and make the technology of both worlds develop exponentially quicker. We have the whole future ahead of us. As long as we have a rest of 5 to 10 years, our technology and comprehensive capability will be far higher than those of the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, peace at present is in the interest of the Star Glory Federation. It is also the biggest reason I'm willing to agree with you. But what about the Blood Demon sector? As of now, Their comprehensive capability and the number of super experts are still higher than those of the Heaven's Origin sector, but the gap is being reduced at a visible speed. It is the greatest motivation for the Blood Demon sector's assault. They have to seize the most critical window right now. After the precious 10 years or so pass, they will stand absolutely no chance. Moreover, right now, with the help of the Flying Star sector, our comprehensive capability is improving at an even higher speed. It is possible that we will surpass the Blood Demon sector within several years. If you were the leader of the Blood Demon sector, would you be willing to stop the war now? Let's play a mind game. Imagine you are Jean Tuyi, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army and the incumbent leader of the Blood Demon sector. One day, a nascent soul stage cultivator named Li Yao suddenly shows up and tells you everything about the Flying Star sector and the Imperium of true human beings. What will you do? You have two options. Firstly, you choose peace. You sign a truce with the Star Glory Federation. You wait and watch the communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector getting heated and the technology to support super long-distance space jumps growing mature, to the point that a universal bridge will be established between the two human sectors, which leads to the boom of the cultivation techniques and technology. In a few years, the Blood Demon sector will be left far behind. Then, the demons of the Blood Demon sector will be the meat on a chopping block, and you can only count on the integrity and mercy of human beings. Alas, the history of the past 500 years tells you that mankind has never been a merciful species. In fact, we are probably not. Secondly, you bet everything and start a strategic war before the large-scale communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector begins and the technological boom happens. You will try to crush the Star Glory Federation before the reinforcements of the Flying Star sector arrive. At the very least, you will fight for better conditions for your negotiation even if there will be a ceasefire eventually, in order to maintain the mutual deterrence. Jean Tuyi, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, these are your only options. Which one will you choose? After a brief silence, Li Yao shook his head. The Blood Demon sector will definitely fail if they wage a strategic war right now. So what? Tuhu said coldly. You will be killed either way. It is better to make a great gamble with all the wagers you've got while you still have a chance than to wait and get killed. If I were the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, would gather all the troops I have unhesitatingly the first second I learned of the existence of the Flying Star sector and start planning the ultimate war against the Heaven's Origin sector. The future of the Blood Demon sector depends on the war. Li Yao could not help but observe, however, under the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, we cannot afford to consume so many resources to fight a lose-lose war. Even if we successfully annihilated all the demons of the Blood Demon sector after decades, so what? We will still be smashed into smithereens by the Imperium of true human beings. In a mysterious smile, Tuhu replied unhurriedly, as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons, I have every reason to believe that the so-called Imperium of true human beings is non-existent. It is a great strategical deception. Li Yao was dazed. What? Tuhu sneered. Assume I am Jean Tuyi. I have received reliable intelligence that the Heaven's Origin sector has discovered a new world of human beings and that the two sectors are about to communicate on a large scale. The news has been verified to be true through various sources. My think tank has also concluded, after calculation, that the Heaven's Origin sector will surpass the Blood Demon sector in terms of military power and comprehensive capability within 10 years should the large-scale communication be established. As time goes by, the gap will only be greater, and there is no way that I can catch up to them again. My only choice is to start a final and ultimate war without considering the cost. However, at this moment, I've got another piece of intelligence. It is said that a formidable force named Imperium of True Human Beings is marching toward the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector maliciously. In order to deal with the force, I must end the war. The intelligence, on the other hand, is not supported by any proof. It is just the words of human beings. Should I believe the news? No, certainly not. I will never believe it. I'll be highly suspicious that this is fake news that human beings are throwing out to stall the strategic war that I'm going to wage. They are trying to win temporary peace for 5 to 10 years so that they will have enough time to surpass us. In short, it is a delaying tactic. Therefore, the only choice I have is still to start a suicidal war at any cost by exploiting the last bit of our potential. I will destroy you, or I will be destroyed. There is not a third option. Peace? In your dreams. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. The existence of Imperium of true human beings can be proved. In 5 years, their first minor apocalypse will arrive. Yes, in 5 years, Han Tuhu said. But the Blood Demon sector cannot wait for 5 years. They cannot even wait 5 months. The Heaven's Origin sector is getting stronger, and the hope of victory is getting slimmer with every passing second. Li Yao opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. Han Tuhu's conclusion was too cold, but it was flawless, like a machine that was functioning precisely. Han Tuhu mumbled, "The dark forest theory?" The guy who proposed it was truly smart. Right now, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are like two highly nervous desperados who are sticking poison daggers to each other's hearts in a dark forest. Not far away, another desperado named the Flying Star sector is bringing a powerful storm bolter to the Heaven's Origin sector. Do you think that the arrival of the Flying Star sector will make the Blood Demon sector concede and choose peace? You're wrong. On the contrary, the arrival of the Flying Star sector will only make the Blood Demon sector take a wild gamble and risk danger in desperation. Because in the dark forest, there is no way that you can prove that, after both of them put down their daggers and move 10 meters backwards, the Heaven's Origin sector, which is now equipped with a storm bolter, will not shoot the Blood Demon sector all of a sudden. Li Yao took a long breath. He did not realize until this moment how insignificant the first step he had made in the dark forest was and how simple-headed he had been. "What should I do?" he asked Han Tuhu sincerely. "I suggest you go to chat with Sua Chaolong and get him on your side," Han Tuhu replied. Li Yao was dazed. "Is it possible?" "It is," Han Tuhu remarked emotionlessly. "Sua Chaolong and I are the same. We are real soldiers. Soldiers are the most realistic people in the world because nothing in the world is colder than a war. Wars don't believe in tears and slogans. Wars don't believe in speeches and boiling blood. In a war, the most resolute fighting will is still going to be ripped apart by waving blades and burning bullets, and the most shrilling cheers will be drowned in the noises of the cannon fire. To secure a victory in war, you must count on your capability and your calculation that is so precise that it borders on brutality. Therefore, compared to the politicians and their fancy slogans, it is the soldiers on the front line who have a clear understanding about the war between the two sectors. It is especially so for Sua Chaolong, a professional soldier who ran for thousands of kilometers with 3 crystal suit legions on his tail. Sua Chaolong is certainly not an obstinate man. You also saw how he abandoned the racial prejudice and worked with me in the Nether world. Although we had a lot of conflict on the surface, we were both conscious enough to never cross the line. His recklessness and bluntness on the surface are just his disguise. His heart is 100 times calmer than he appears to be. Moreover, his Blood Lion battalion is rather unique, too. There's a difference between them and the real silver blood demons of the Blood Demon sector. Li Yao was dazed. "What do you mean?" Han Tuhu said, "Have you never found it odd? Sua Chaolong's team was strong enough to fight against the best crystal suit legions of the Federation, but why is it still an awkward battalion?" Li Yao frowned. He did feel a bit odd when he heard the name of a Blood Lion battalion. In the military system of the Blood Demon sector, the biggest independent combat unit was a contingent. For a large scale, many contingents could be combined into an army. But what was a battalion all about? Even a mediocre army was unlikely to be given such a title. It was unlikely that they were a militia, wasn't it? The full name of the Blood Lion Battalion is Blood Lion Independent Battalion, Han Tuhu explained. They added independent because the members of the Blood Lion Battalion are all the émigré nobles from the Heaven's Origin sector. Émigré nobles? Li Yao suddenly thought of Sua Chaolong, who had claimed repetitively that his ancestors were from the Grand Desolate Plateau. Han Tuhu nodded. The Heaven's Origin sector used to be governed by the demons like the Blood Demon sector. After the Star Glory Federation rose, in order to compete for the zone of survival, it demolished countless demon forces, the greatest two of which were the Far East Demon Kingdom, in the ocean to the east of the continent, and the alliance of 36 demon cities on the Grand Desolate Plateau. When the two forces were destroyed, the melding of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector had already begun, and a lot of temporary wormholes appeared. Some of the demons from the Heaven's Origin sector escaped to the Blood Demon sector through the wormholes after their failure and became refugees. The demons who were capable of escape had largely been nobles when they were in the Heaven's Origin sector. They were the Silver Blood demons and brought a lot of assets and resources with them, including the secret treasures and training techniques that had been accumulated over thousands of years. In the Blood Demon sector, where the Four Pillars system was implemented, considering their bloodlines and the benefits that they brought, the local demons accepted them in the end. For a very long time that followed, the invasion that the Blood Demon sector launched against the Heaven's Origin sector was always under the banner of "Avenge our brothers of the Heaven's Origin sector and help them get back their land." Naturally, the demons had to find a justified reason for their invasion, too. However, the resources of the Blood Demon sector are not endless. It is not hard to imagine that, after the honeymoon period was over, and the resources and secret arts they carried were drained, the émigré nobles from the Heaven's Origin sector were less popular than before. Some of the refugees did not know what they were doing. For example, the refugees from the Far East Demon Kingdom even established a government in exile of the Heaven's Origin sector in the Blood Demon sector. That's nuts. Very soon, they were completely swallowed by the local demons of the Blood Demon sector with one excuse or another. Sua Chaolong's ancestors were different. They were from the alliance of 36 demon cities on the Grand Desolate Plateau, whose capability was far lower than that of the Far East Demon Kingdom. Therefore, they knew exactly their position. After they escaped to the Blood Demon sector, they understood the importance of maintaining a low profile very well. By way of adulation, they managed to cling to the superpowers and survive on. After generations of marriage, they finally secured their stance in the kingdom of lion butchers. However, no matter how low-key they were, the stamp of refugees on them was not going to die out quickly, especially at a time when the Blood Demon sector was attacking the Heaven's Origin sector. How should the refugees be arranged if the Heaven's Origin sector is really occupied? Offer the entire Grand Desolate Plateau to them so that they can re-establish their kingdoms? That's hilarious. Even if they never had such thoughts, will others believe them? Therefore, the local demons of the Blood Demon sector have never been particularly fond of the émigré nobles. A very simple example. At the end of the Battle of Dawn, because of the mutiny in the front line, almost all the Silver Blood demons turned around and ran away. But the information was not delivered to the Blood Lion Battalion led by Sua Chaolong in time. Later, since they were left behind, they were naturally given the task of covering the retreat. They were asked to resist the pressure of 3 Crystal Suit legions. It was clearly a suicidal mission. This is the first clue about Sua Chaolong and his Blood Lion Battalion standing in the eyes of leadership of the Pantheon of Demons. Elder Nether Spring chose to ambush the Blood Lion Battalion perhaps because he also knew that nobody in the Blood Demon sector really cared about the refugees. If he needed silver blood demons for his experiments, the refugees would be his best targets. Do you understand now? Suo Chaolong and the other refugees have their own interests, and their interests and the interest of the pantheon of demons might not necessarily be the same. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his bloody pupil rolling around and around. He nodded slowly. Got it. It seems that I have to think carefully how I should persuade Suo Chaolong and the emigre nobles. In the warehouse where the Blood Lion Battalion was resting, the atmosphere was so gloomy that a cloud seemed like it would condense on the ceiling at any time. Hundreds of heavily wounded silver blood demons were sitting or lying. They were coughing and vomiting blood, with devastation all over their face. They bulged their confused eyes but could not find a way ahead of them. Do you think that what Vulture Li Yao said is true? Are human beings and demons really of the same origin? It's false. Certainly false. It's an out-and-out lie. Even if it is true, so what? It was 40,000 years ago. Who really gives a damn thing about it? I only want to know what we are going to do next. Are we going back to the base of the Blade of Chaos together with the rebellions obediently at their mercy? Or what? Do you think that they will escort you back to the kingdom of lion butchers respectfully? Besides, look at what we are right now. Many brothers are showing the features of multiple kinds of demons. They are even more chaotic than the chaotic blood demons. Some of the brothers have been deprived of all the demon features and now appear exactly like human beings. Even if they let us go back to the kingdom of lion butchers, do you dare return with such an appearance? Do you? Desperate humming sounds were hovering above everybody's head like mosquitoes that carried a lethal virus. Suo Chaolong was squatting in a corner of the warehouse, staring at the floor at a loss. A tiny ant on the floor was casually crawling far away. Suddenly agitated while he was watching, he extended his finger to crush the ant, but he held his finger for a while and could not put it down. Big brother. One of his most trusted subordinates said in a low voice, Little Feng just passed away. Before he left, he asked us to chop off one of his fingers and bury it on the relic of the 100-Wind Demon City, when we return to the Grand Desolate Plateau one day. It was his hometown. As of now, we have 423 brothers left. 12 are unlikely to survive today. I got it, Suo Chaolong said softly. Do as Little Feng said. If other brothers pass away, do the same. Chop off one of their fingers and give it to me. His dark golden eyes suddenly glittered, as if the mission coming next was the sole significance of his life. In a low voice, Suo Chaolong gnashed his teeth. I swear that I will bring them all back to the Grand Desolate Plateau, to their hometown, one day. Big brother. His subordinate hesitated for a moment but could not hold it any longer. He asked, Do you think Vulture Li Yao was speaking the truth? Are our ancestors really human beings? Suo Chaolong looked at him and asked back, Does it matter? His subordinate was dazed for a moment. He blurted out subconsciously, It doesn't. It concerned their origins, their identity, and who they were exactly. How could it not matter? But on the second thought, it might not have been as important as it seemed. Even if they figured out that they were human beings or demons, so what? Would the truth be of any help for their current situation? His subordinate was deeply confused and murmured, Big brother, the demons that escaped to the Blood Demon sector from the Heaven's origin sector were more than 30,000 in the prime days. But today, after hundreds of years, there are only 1,000 even including our family. The elites are only the 400 of us here. What should we do now? In front of Suo Chaolong, the ant seemed to have sensed the sound wave of their talk. It shifted the direction and crawled toward him. His finger that was supposed to crush the ant turned into a bridge and picked it up. The ant crawled in his palm hard. Suo Chaolong kept moving his hand so that the ant fell into the center of his palm time and time again. The ant, running into a dead end in every direction, was not in the least frustrated. It was still crawling unhurriedly. Suo Chaolong watched in a daze. He was suddenly envious of the ant. The ant certainly did not know what desperation was. Right then, Suo Chaolong's pupils constricted violently. He had sensed a stream of demonic energy that was unimaginably strong. It was an expert equal to the Demon Emperor stage. What's happening? The Fire Ant King was exhausted and in the middle of recovery. There is no way that he can spread out such intense demonic energy. Have the enemies caught up? In the moment, the frustration all over Suo Chaolong was gone. He leapt up from the ground. Baring his sharp canine teeth, he made a gesture in silence, prepare for battle. Shwa! The soldiers of the Blood Lion Battalion who were moaning and complaining a second ago were now crouching and bulging their eyes, with all their hair standing up, while they increased their killing intent to the maximum. They had all sensed the tremendous, almost tangible demonic energy and made it hard for them to breathe. It was rushing in through the gate like a flood which had crumbled a dam. Boom! 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 The newcomer did not make a sound as he stepped forward. But a ferocious animal seemed to be stomping on their hearts brutally. The eyelids of many of them were bouncing, with cold tears dripping off their forehead. They all held their chests and panted hard. The source of the immense demonic energy, who slowly showed up in the gate, cast all of them into bewilderment. Many of them could not help but exclaim in shock, "Vulture Li Yao." It was the fiend who was brutal enough to bring away an unparalleled demon from 40,000 years ago named Skeleton Dragon. However, wasn't he a cultivator? Why could he emanate such tremendous demonic energy? Besides, his appearance was rather weird. Li Yao was not wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit at this moment. On the contrary, he activated a lot of primeval cells inside his body and put on his most hideous and ruthless appearance. His left eye was oozing the most dangerous red brilliance, which resembled the volcanic vent that was full of magma. A row of narrow and long bone blades grew out of his left arm and extended all the way to his back like a set of glamorous armor. Intense demonic energy was also flowing in the middle of the crystal with which he launched the cell obliteration cannon. Even the air was almost twisted, placing his body in a hazy, unpredictable mist. He looked both mysterious and magnificent. It was an out-and-out entrance of a demon emperor. Chapter 958 Overwhelming Demonic Energy. What is happening? Isn't he, Vulture Li Yao, a cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector? How can he release such intense demonic energy? Was he lying just now? Is he in fact a demon emperor? Idiot. How is it possible? We clearly saw him wearing a crystal suit and letting out intense spiritual waves. The aura of Saber condensed by his spiritual energy was almost 100 meters long. Li Yao smiled casually. His face looked even crueler under the illumination of the blood eye. His eyes glanced over all the silver blood demons slowly. Every single demon shuddered hard. Li Yao opened his claws and turned around his palm while he burnt the cells inside his body unhurriedly, forming purple flames right above the crystal at the center of his palm. The exotic flames interweaved and entangled into a purple-red fireball that was as eye-catching as glass. He held the fireball inside his palm softly and played with it in cracking noises. It seemed to be absorbing all the air inside the warehouse. The silver blood demons were having more and more trouble breathing. Everybody's soul was deeply attracted by the fireball. There was fascination in their eyes. The mitochondria were burning crazily, discharging a huge amount of wasted gas that covered the fireball in a hazy, furry outline like the corona and the lunar aureole one. The fireball was displaying features that were vastly different from the spiritual fire that the cultivators used. It was even more mysterious and eccentric. It was, out-and-out, demonic fire. After surviving in a world where the strong preyed on the weak for thousands of years, demons almost had a natural instinct to worship their experts. In a battlefield, the appearance of such intense demonic energy often meant the arrival of a super expert on their side. What came next would certainly be a glorious triumph. In a trance, many silver blood demons were shaking their legs hard. They almost could not stop themselves from kneeling down to show respect for the Demon Emperor. Are you a human being or a demon? Even Suo Chaolong's expression greatly changed as he raised a hilarious question. What about you? Li Yao asked back. Suo Chaolong was lost for words for a moment. He was often shocked by his bizarre appearance when he looked at himself in a mirror. He had turned into one of the enemies that he hated most. He was of a mind to hold his chest high and announce, "I am a demon." However, suppressed by Li Yao's overwhelming demonic energy, he found it impossible to open his mouth. Honestly speaking, Li Yao at present was 10,000 times more like a demon than he was. Was he a victim of the weird experiments, too? Suo Chaolong was greatly baffled. He thought hard for a while and only came up with one possibility. He could not have but grow a subtle feeling of empathy. Softening his tone, he said, "What do you want?" Li Yao stared at him. "What I want is irrelevant. The real question is, what do you want?" This is a sky-hunting warship of the Blade of Chaos, flying to a secret base of the same organization. You are a silver blood demon, and you are on this warship with a bunch of heavily wounded, if not dying, brothers. Have you made clear your position and realized what you should do? Are you going to curse the Blade of Chaos as lowly chaotic blood demons while enjoying their treatment and service? Suo Chaolong blushed. Right now, his face was no longer covered in dense hair, so the redness was rather conspicuous. Li Yao unleashed demonic energy to the surroundings blatantly while he looked at Suo Chaolong in the eye and said, "Captain Suo, I have come here specifically to visit you because your Blood Lion Battalion is the only troop of the demon race that was faced with 3 crystal suit legions of the Star Glory Federation in the Battle of Dawn. I can tell you frankly right now that, within the next year, the Flying Star Sector will assist the Heaven's Origin Sector with 3 to 5 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 to 15 heavy crystal warships equal to the vast ocean level ones. More important, the Flying Star Sector boasts a special technology named Skill Card. After it is inserted into a crystal suit, the ordinary soldiers, who have received preliminary training, will be able to put on crystal suits. It will be a major boost for the efficiency of combat and construction. I hope that you can analyze objectively based on your first-hand experience in the battles against the Federal Army and your expertise as a professional soldier. Tell me and your brothers around you. Does the Blood Demon Sector stand any chance of winning the war?" Li Yao's aggressiveness completely infuriated Suo Chaolong. The veins on his forehead were bulging out one by one. He gritted his teeth and pushed back Li Yao's stare by force while he said resolutely, "The outcome of a war depends on many factors. If the victory can be decided by the calculations on paper beforehand, why bother fighting the war at all? I can only say that, if everything you said is true, right now is the moment when the Blood Demon Sector has the greatest odds of success. The best strategy for the Blood Demon Sector is to attack immediately. If I were the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, would immediately gather the troops the moment I learned the news. I would have to initiate a battle by summoning all the resources of the sector to take our chances within a month and a half." Li Yao was slightly dazed and looked at Suo Chaolong in surprise. He began to realize why Han Tuhu thought so highly of the opponent. Li Yao smiled and said, "Correct, but you are not the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army. You are the leader of the refugees from the Heaven's Origin Sector, and all the warriors among the refugees are the beaten soldiers standing next to you. Let's say that we will let you go so that you can return to the Kingdom of Lion Butchers when we are back to the continent. What role do you think the Blood Lion Battalion will play in the war that will cost all the resources of the Blood Demon Sector? Even if the Blood Demon Sector secures a brutal victory in the end, does any of you have a 1 in 1,000 chance of seeing the dawn of the victory?" Suo Chaolong was silent. Every muscle on his face was trembling, and every breath was as painful as his lung being cut open. The silver blood demons were all wearing devastated expressions. The descendants of the refugees in the past had tasted the feeling of vagrancy in the blood demon sector too well. They often had a clear and yet painful understanding about their future. "Isn't this all your fault?" Suo Chaolong suddenly burst into fury. "It was the Star Glory Federation that invaded the Grand Desolate Plateau and kicked our ancestors from their home to the Blood Demon sector at first. That's why we lived a homeless life under someone else's roof for 500 years. The Star Glory Federation should take all the blame." "Exactly," Li Yao admitted frankly. "Everything you said was done by the Star Glory Federation. It is true that the Star Glory Federation conquered the Grand Desolate Plateau at first in the name of expanding its territory and slaying the evilness. We are not scared to acknowledge now that we've done it. In the meantime, I happen to be a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation. Here and now, I should be able to represent the Federation. Therefore, come and seek your revenge." "Huh?" Suo Chaolong was dumbfounded, unable to follow Li Yao's pace. "You have 423 soldiers here, 188 of whom are still able to fight, however feebly. You are free to charge at me and seek revenge now. I guarantee that you will be given the most superb and brilliant death in the world. If the pantheon of demons that you believe in does exist, it will certainly place you in the VIP area when it sees how you die." Suo Chaolong and the silver blood demons looked at each other in bewilderment. If it were half a year ago, even if they were faced with a nascent soul stage expert wearing a super crystal suit, they would definitely have charged forward without any hesitation and fought for the most glorious death with the firm belief of obliteration, rebirth, and immortality. However, over the past half-year, they had been abandoned by the main force of the coalition army of demons first as cannon fodder. They had been asked to block 3 crystal suit legions although their team was not particularly strong. They were not scared of sacrifices, but they had been the only ones to be sacrificed while other silver demons all ran away as quickly as possible. What was the meaning of that? Then, they had been captured for reasons they did not know and kept prisoners in the weird nether world, where they went through all kinds of vicious experiments. Also, those who performed modifications on them turned out to be not the wicked human beings of the Star Glory Federation but their own compatriots, the demons. After the modifications, they had even shown all kinds of weird features. Some of them had even appeared more and more like human beings. What was most dreadful was that a batch of federal soldiers, who went through the modifications together with them, changed into the looks of demons. Because of the incessant shock, their previously firm belief had gradually collapsed. Many of their brothers had gone mad before their body was destroyed and killed themselves through any approach possible. Saint blood, silver blood, bronze blood, and black blood. Isn't that the great 4 pillars system established by the Pangu clan in the primeval era? Why are the noble silver blood demons turning into the appearances of the chaotic blood demons and even the human beings? Why can the wretched human beings put on our appearances and use our abilities? What is the difference between human beings and demons? What are we fighting for exactly? The indestructible fortress of the belief cracked. For countless nights, Suo Chaolong had stared at the darkness through the cracks and questioned himself in silence. He did not know the reason until Li Yao told him the origins of demons today. He had already been convinced the moment he burst into fury. At that time, he had been roaring not because of his anger but because of his panic and confusion. Right now, Li Yao had even shown up in such an appearance and broken the boundary of human beings and demons with undeniable proof. A cultivator was also able to unleash such intense demonic energy. Suo Chaolong seemed to have sensed that an invisible, false world was crumbling all of a sudden while a new, real world was gradually unfolding itself in front of his eyes. Was it possible that the legendary Ultimate One demons did exist and had been manipulating everything over the past 40,000 years and that the silver blood demons, who had always considered themselves nobles, were merely their pawns and chess pieces? Before they figured everything out, before they realized what they were fighting for exactly, should they really die a meaningless death for a groundless pantheon of demons? Li Yao did not push them too far. If you are still not going to attack me, I suggest we stop wasting our precious time studying who was right and who was wrong 500 years ago. Such questions are entirely moot because of our different stances. We might as well talk about topics that are more constructive. Suo Chaolong pricked his ears. Such as, Li Yao glanced around slowly, again, making every silver blood demon feel that he was talking to them. Assuming that everything I said is true, faced with the threat of the Imperium of true human beings, the Star Glory Federation, having no other options, will have to choose to get in touch and cooperate with part of the demons. Then, the part of demons who join hands with the Star Glory Federation first will certainly have a greater voice in the Blood Demon sector in future or even change the entire situation of the Blood Demon sector. What do you think? Suo Chaolong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you asking me to betray the Blood Demon sector?" Li Yao shook his head. "I'm asking you to set the Blood Demon sector on the right track and defend the mutual interests of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector as best you can instead of rolling off a cliff with each other." After all, with a bitter smile, he said, "The Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are merging right now. In a few decades, there will be no more Blood Demon sector or Heaven's Origin sector, but a brand new world that consists of 2 habitable galaxies. Everybody living in the new world will benefit from each other or get hurt by each other as a whole." Suo Chaolong lowered his head and thought hard. Li Yao continued. "Let's put the threat of the Imperium of true human beings aside and talk about Elder Nether Spring. Elder Nether Spring has been clearly planning an earth-shaking scheme in secret that will possibly jeopardize the interests of both human beings and demons. At the very least, were you not tormented together with the federal soldiers back when you were in the Nether world? I think you must have someone you love in the Blood Demon sector. Maybe you are not scared of death, but do you want your family to endure the suffering that you once endured and even be turned into terrible puppets and slaves by Elder Nether Spring?" All the silver blood demons were breathing fast. They were not willing to recall anything that happened in the past half-year for even half a second. They could not begin to imagine what their family would feel when they were in the same situation. "I know that it is a very important decision," Li Yao said, "and that your head is in chaos. You will need time to think about it carefully. That's not a problem. I'll give you 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, give me your answer. Are you going to fight, or are you going to shake hands with us?" Suo Chaolong was rather shocked. 10 seconds? Are you kidding me? What can I think about carefully in 10 seconds? Li Yao suddenly changed his attitude and burst out his demonic energy. After a crack, the fireball of demonic energy was suddenly extinguished. He said coldly, "Or what? Do you want to consider for a year and a half? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. Time is up. Now, you can either come at me and get yourselves killed for the grudge between us old and new, or you can find out the truth together with me and seek revenge for whatever happened to you over the past half-year. We will get to the bottom of all the secrets of the scumbag Elder Nether Spring." The cabin wall was screeching because of his intimidating aura. Even the scales on many silver blood demons were also uttering rattling noises. They did not have the courage to fight at all. Suo Chaolong was also like a nail that had been pressed into the floor. Under Li Yao's suppression, his mind was a mess. His lips trembled for a long time, and he looked at his brothers who were vomiting blood behind him. "By the way," Li Yao said casually, 12 of your brothers are already dead for sure because of internal bleeding. But 7 of them might still be rescuable if they are treated with a mysterious ancient prescription." Suo Chaolong shuddered greatly. His stubbornness was finally broken. Heavenly Path City of the Blood Demon Sector was a city in the clouds. More than 500 magnificent floating mountains were hidden in the colorful clouds. They suppressed the entire continent like great chess pieces. They were also like 500 loyal soldiers who were defending a splendid airborne temple at the center. In the Blood Demon Sector, which was short of resources and brimming with desolation, this was the only place frequented by the attractive clouds and the fresh springs. Crystals were dangling down from the pavilions like grapes. All kinds of rarely seen, precious animals were roaming among the clear brooks and the grand waterfalls free at their will. It was truly a paradise. This place was the center of supreme power and belief of the Blood Demon Sector and a projection of the glorious pantheon of demons in the real world. Deep inside the pantheon of demons, inside a secret meeting room that was defended by countless elites, Jin Tui, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, was standing right in front of an enormous light beam. On the light beam were the 3D holograms of 2 planets. It could be clearly seen that the red planet was bigger than the blue planet. Between the 2 planets, countless dotted lines marked the dense, half-permanent wormholes. As light and shadow changed, the 2 planets were devouring each other like cells. At first, the red planet was at an overwhelming advantage and continued corrupting the blue planet with the dazzling brilliance of blood. But soon, the blue planet gritted through the contamination and made a comeback, swallowing the red planet, which was larger than itself in the end. Beside the enormous main light beam, hundreds of smaller light beams were blossoming like snowflakes. Streams of information were pouring down like a storm. Data and the comparison of combat ability were flashing crazily. With his hands behind his back, Jin Tui studied the tiniest change of every item on the light beam wholeheartedly. He was so attentive that he did not ignore even the improvement of the power rune array of the latest derivative model of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit in the Star Glory Federation. He swallowed all the data greedily and passionately before he projected them into the library of computation deep inside his brain that was almost boundless. Behind Jin Tui, 11 high-level demons, with different appearances but wearing equally glamorous clothes and sharing an equally dominating aura, were also gazing at the ever-changing data on the light beam in silence. Everybody's eyes were glittering like stars that were affected by a cosmic storm while they were doing the calculations crazily. Jin Tui, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, the monarch of the Gold Crow Kingdom, which was the Master of Skies. Elder Nether Spring, the controller of the Nether Spring Kingdom that was the Master of the Underground. Elder Blood Robe, the overlord of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers that was the Master of the Earth. Hong Yuntao, the one behind the curtain in the Sea Dominator Kingdom, the Master of the Ocean. The 4 giants of the Blood Demon Sector had all arrived. The other 8 demon emperors next to them either controlled an enormous, well-developed city, boasted a special ability that allowed them to fight against an entire army by themselves, or was capable of deducing the changes of a battle in the coming years with their secret arts. They were all the best of the demon emperors. They were the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons who stood at the meridian of the Blood Demon Sector and shared the highest power of it. Everybody. The door of the meeting room was slowly closed. Jin Tui, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army, slowly turned around. His movement was a bit sluggish, as if he was carrying an invisible burden on his shoulder. His pupils that were full of blood streaks deep inside his eyes were beaming with coldness while he said coldly, "You have all read the latest and most thorough files about the Flying Star Sector. According to our calculations, once the universal bridge between the Flying Star Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector are established, it will be possible to teleport the super-heavy crystal warships more than 20 kilometers long and the experts in the nascent soul stage in a moment at the cost of minimal resources. The Flying Star Sector is a civilization based on starships. They have developed very advanced technology in the refinement of crystal warships and the popularization of crystal suits in the boundless universe. They and the Heaven's Origin Sector are highly complementary. It is estimated that the cultivation level, comprehensive capability, and military power of the Star Glory Federation will soar exponentially after 1 to 2 years of communication. Therefore, it is not exaggerating to say that the Blood Demon sector is in great peril now. The tenacity and determination of the Star Glory Federation are already evident enough in the Battle of Dawn, and the speed of their crystal suit production is appalling for us. Even at the current growth rate, the Star Glory Federation will surpass us within 10 years, not to mention that they now have the assistance of the Flying Star sector. Right now, it is not a problem of whether or not we can conquer the Star Glory Federation anymore, but a problem of how we can prevent ourselves from being annihilated and preserve the civilization of the Blood Demon sector. Our world is coming to an end. Our only choice is to unite the demons of all species and social classes and gather all our strength in order to start a national war within 100 days while we still have our last chance. The construction of the Universal Bridge requires the joint effort of the two sectors. It is also necessary that a large number of star beacons are established in the Heaven's Origin sector as the lighthouses in the Sea of Stars. As long as we can crush the main force of the Star Glory Federation at a lightning-like speed and threaten their prosperous area, we will be able to coerce them into a certain agreement whereby they will have to destroy all the star beacons of the Heaven's Origin sector. That way, we will postpone the arrival of the reinforcements of the Flying Star sector as much as possible. This is our only chance for our survival. The other 11 demon emperors were all silent. A demon emperor, whose purple hair were attached to his head like veins, frowned and said, after the Battle of Dawn, although the obstacles on the Grand Desolate Plateau have been cleared, the Star Glory Federation is now also relieved of the burden and has stationed all the 12 Crystal Suit Legions at the front line of the Giant Blade Pass. The defense in the Giant Blade Pass is impregnable. How can we break through it quickly? Who can guarantee that, while our elites are being wasted before the Giant Blade Pass, the Federation will not implement another giant crab operation and surround us from our flanks? After all, the Grand Desolate Plateau is too vast. The pressure on our logistics is too high. Jean Tuyi smiled confidently. Why do we have to attack from the Grand Desolate Plateau? Allow me to introduce to you the Red Tide Plan. Li Yao's Training Journal, March 12. Ever since I came to the Blood Demon sector, in order to conceal my identity, I have never conducted systematic training. After going to the Skeleton Island, the Mausoleum of Chaos, and the Gloomy Wind Islands of the North Pole, I have been fighting and killing all the time. There has not been time for me to catch my breath and meditate. Today, I have finally got a stable environment where I can restart the systematic training. The battles in the Skeleton Island, the Mausoleum of Chaos, and the North Pole gave me a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the primeval cells and the mitochondria. They also motivated me to explore a new combat pattern. Cultivators walk on the path of pure energy and fight by triggering the spiritual energy in nature, whereas demons focus more on the excavation of the strength deeply buried in the cells. Then, is it possible to combine the two methods of training perfectly? After all, in my eyes, there is no fundamental contradiction between them. In fact, they are quite complementary. Energy and material should be united. After Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and the Fire Ant King were convinced, I began to analyze the storage chips that we looted from the Nether world. The storage chips were all protected by powerful barriers. I am only good at cracking the carriers by brute force instead of bypassing them. Thankfully, there are quite a few experts on barriers in Han Tuhu's Flying Tigers Legion. We worked together for 2 days and retrieved a lot of useful files. I benefited a lot from the files and developed a deeper understanding about the relationship between cells and spiritual energy later. Now, I will try to modify the ultimate core on the cellular level. The so-called ultimate core, from the perspective of energy, is a cluster of highly compressed spiritual energy that is condensed inside one's abdomen. But from the perspective of cells, it is a lump, or rather, the second brain, that grows out of the end of the spine. In the past, cultivators often considered the second brain as an organ to manipulate the ultimate core, to form the nascent soul, and to overlook the deeper development of itself. Since the first brain can be developed in order to increase the brain cell activity, why can't the second brain? If the second brain is trained to the point that it is more developed than the first brain, what will happen? After thinking that through, I am no longer anxious that I cannot break into the nascent soul stage any time soon. Since the very beginning, my path of cultivation has been destined to differ from that of regular cultivators. If cultivation is compared to climbing a mountain, and the nascent soul stage is a higher mountain than the core formation stage, most cultivators have been holding up their heads and climbing upwards without bothering anything. However, I have stopped temporarily and moved horizontally to the depths of the mountain named the core formation stage. Who knows whether or not any treasure is buried at the middle of the mountain? On the other hand, I have also been pondering how to upgrade the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. Right now, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit has basically reached the peak of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector in terms of technology. There is barely any room for modification. But it is no longer adapted to my new body and new combat pattern. For example, the arm of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit is fully enclosed. But in my new combat pattern, I can trigger bone blade and scales on my arm at any time, and I can even summon a crystal on my right palm in order to launch the powerful cell obliteration cannon. Won't it be awkward if my hand is covered in the crystal suit? Will my cell obliteration cannon not hit the enemy until it blows a hole on the armor of my hand? That's too hilarious. Therefore, I will need to upgrade the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit now. My preliminary design is to add a series of active components on the armor of the hand and a boost system that is triggered by marrow crystals in order to maximize the performance of the cell obliteration cannon. Then, when I think more deeply, now that I have a profound understanding about both crystal suits and biochemical beasts, I have discovered that the two types of ultimate weapons have their own advantages and shortcomings. Is it possible to combine them? The synthesized nerves, infinitely proliferating cells, self-circulating medication drugs, if applied to crystal suits, will significantly improve the size, the working time of the crystal suits, and the protection that they can offer to the users. Maybe, the crystal suits in the future will be perfect combinations of the studies of spiritual energy and the biochemistry. They will be built with super-strengthened alloys as the framework, entangled by synthesized nerves, and enveloped in self-recovering muscles and mustard seed-level liquid metal as the armor. Crystals and demon cores will be embedded into the crystal suits at the same time, and they will adopt a dual-core operation system with both crystal processors and biochemical brains. They will be terrifying existences dozens of meters tall. If such powerful war machines can truly be invented, we will have hope to fight against the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao's Training Journal, March 15. After more than a month of sneaking, lurking, and evading, we have finally arrived at the Blade of Chaos central base, the mysterious Shadow Domain. Outside my expectations, the Blade of Chaos deployed their central base in a world fragment whose teleportation array to the Blood Demon sector is in a trench more than 4,000 meters deep inside the ocean. Nobody in the pantheon of demons will uproot the Blade of Chaos however hard they try to. At first glance, the mysterious Shadow Domain is like a dense primitive forest. It is occupied by demonic plants hundreds of meters tall. The Fire Ant King told me that all the demonic plants have been modified by him to integrate into a whole. The forest even boasts a simple thinking ability. The interconnecting roots and branches are almost like a weird biochemical brain. There are not too many members of the Blade of Chaos in the mysterious Shadow Domain. Only several hundred of them work in the place, but they are all the specialists that the Fire Ant King summoned and raised after decades of effort. Their original mission was to study the legacy of chaos that the Fire Ant King discovered and analyze the secret training arts in it in order to provide technical support for the entire Blade of Chaos. Therefore, the most powerful biochemical brains and the most advanced training facilities have been installed in the place, too. I believe that the memory unit of the main biochemical brain of the Nether world will be cracked in no time. In the past few days, the Fire Ant King has gradually recovered. I have chatted with him several times and learned quite a few methods to develop demonic plants from him. The demonic plants share many similarities with several ancient divine grass strains that are recorded in the classics of the 100 Smelting clan. With the sap exploited from the demonic plants, I will be able to produce more than 10 kinds of precious cooling liquids. My purification of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will reach a whole new level. Li Yao's Training Journal, March 18. Yesterday, my systematic training had to be paused. It couldn't be helped. The Blade of Chaos, the Federal Soldiers, and the Blood Lion Battalion are now cramming in a small mysterious shadow domain. There are a lot of complicated issues that have to be addressed. After half a month's communication, the Fire Ant King, Han Tuhu, Sua Chaolong, and I have agreed unanimously that, in order for us to play a great role in the unprecedented change of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, a new organization must be founded so that our strength can be combined. Other than anything else, the tension and hostility among the Blade of Chaos, the Federal Soldiers, and the Blood Lion Battalion alone is enough to call for a new organization. We don't know whether or not we should feel lucky or sorry. Right now, the three forces have all ended up in the worst situation. The supreme leader of the Blade of Chaos has been exposed, and Void Turmoil City, their most important base, is also in crisis. All the branches of the Blade of Chaos are currently being suppressed and on the verge of collapse. The Flying Tigers Legion have suffered a lot of casualties and lost all their crystal suits and supplies. They are now in the heartland of the enemy all by themselves. Should anything go wrong, they will immediately experience a destructive strike. The Silverblood Demons of the Blood Lion Battalion, as the descendants of the refugees of the Heaven's Origin Sector in the past, already had an awkward position in the Blood Demon Sector. Considering that they have been completely deformed because of the modifications, their outcome will not be very nice when they show up in public. The three forces are like three hedgehogs that are shivering coldly in a snowstorm and have to hug each other to preserve the warmth. Even though they might get hurt by the thorns of hatred on each other's bodies, they cannot let go of their opponents in the past. In order to coordinate the members and unite them under the same banner, a new organization has to be established immediately. However, as for the definition of the organization, it took us a long time to settle the details. The Blade of Chaos and the Silverblood Demons are unlikely to let go of their grudge easily. The Federal Soldiers are restrained by military laws, too, which forbid them from joining other military organizations. Their pride as cultivators and soldiers also makes it difficult for them to regard the demons as their real comrades, even though they fought side by side and shed blood together in the Nether world. Therefore, we have established Skyfire. On the surface, this is a reading club, or rather, an organization of history fans, founded to explore the origins of mankind and demon race according to the legends and to unravel the truth buried in dust in the past 40,000 years or even longer. Neither the laws of the Federal Army or the rules of the Silverblood Demons and the Blade of Chaos seem to prohibit their members from joining a reading club and studying history, after our analysis. Right now, the Skyfire Reading Club also has an affiliated, sports team. The members of the Reading Club, when they are too tired of reading books, will go outdoors and exercise. It is perfectly necessary, reasonable, and not illegal at all, right? Skyfire is a little experiment that we are carrying out. We want to see if there is a second way out for human beings and demons except mutual destruction by founding, operating, and developing the organization. I have designed a battle emblem for the Skyfire. No. A medal of reading. The medal is round. The lower half of it is the shadow of three black trees which constitute a dark forest. But the crowns of the trees and above are shrouded in furiously burning fire. The fire will rip apart the dark forest and pave a brilliant way out. I hope Skyfire can really burn a new road in the cold, dark forest. Even if it can't, at the very least, the fire will give a bit of warmth and brightness to the living creatures who are shuddering in fear in the dark forest and encourage them to set a fire, too.